2020 Sports brought to you by Extend Technology. Check them out at xtendav.com today for the latest and greatest in home electronic solutions. One of the few offensive highlights for the Guardians in last night's loss to the Royals. Stephen Kwan collecting duets, including a solo home run last night. Didn't go well for the team, but Kwan still loves how the younger teammates don't act like a bunch of children.
It's exciting. I mean, so mature, great baseball IQ. Yeah, I think mature is the word that comes out. I think it'd be really easy with a locker room full of young guys. There's not like quote unquote a lot of feel. It's none of that. Everybody's really locked into their programs, their routines. They're really consistent with what they do.
Guardians continue their series of the Royals this afternoon at Progressive Field. Today, Gavin Williams gets the start, 1-1, 2.25 ERA. The start time got moved up to 110 as temperatures expect to be around 30 degrees tonight. Guardians made it official this morning. Shortstop Gabriel Arias put on the 10-day injury list, suffered a strained left hamstring during last night's loss against the Royals as he tried to run out a double to fill the roster spot. Guardians calling up infielder Juan Brito from AAA Columbus. Browns kicking off their voluntary offseason program today in Berea. The Browns among 10 teams starting early as they got a new head coach in Todd Monken. The main feature of the offseason program, the expected battle between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson be the starting quarterback. Also, reports say Myles Garrett not expected to attend. Cavaliers off today, back home to face the Atlanta Hawks tomorrow night at Rocket Arena. Cavs won in Memphis last night, 142-126, and clinched home court in the first round of the playoffs. Tomorrow's game could be a preview of that first round matchup. The Cavs are number 4 in the East, the Hawks right now number 5. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
This is why I hate spring, and I rant and rave about spring, and I know you guys are tired of hearing me saying it, and I'll try to keep it brief. I hate this season. I hate everything about spring. It's a giant tease. Anytime you think it's good, it's bad. That's spring. Spring sucks. Good morning. Gary on the road. Hello, Gary.
Ted, quit complaining about the weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature. She can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, Terry Turner. Terry Turner, I feel bad for you, man. You have been passed. Jose Ramirez, now your leader in all-time games played between the Indians, Guardians, whatever you want to say, at 1,620, right? 1,620.
Good morning.
That is the morning. That is the number we're looking for. He is Tom Withers. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane is here. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us a little bit later. Paul Keels, the voice of the Buckeyes, will join us at 12:20, one of the greatest play-by-play men in the country. And Hughes Norton's going to join us at 1 o'clock. How are you, Tom? What's going on, man?
I'm doing well. Terry Turner, we hardly knew ye.
Yeah.
I did more research on Terry Turner over the weekend, though, only because I was at the game on Sunday covering the doubleheader. And good morning to all.
Yes.
Just, checking out all that he did in an illustrious Cleveland career.
Do you, I got to be honest.
Didn't know the name, did you?
No, I spent, I don't know what I spent 7 or 8 years traveling with the team too, and I had no idea who Terry Turner was until I was listening to Matt and Rick talk about it. Was probably I would have been on Sunday.
Right. Well, and as Hosey has passed all these various guys over the years on whatever record it might be. You saw your Earl Averils and your Larry Dobies and your Lou Boudreaux and names like that. And Terry Turner was not necessarily a name that jumped out, but he was the all-time leader until last night. So props to Jose Ramirez. The statue should be being built if it's not already under construction. And
next to Terry Turner, or no? So his should be a little bit taller than Terry Turner's?
Just barely. Apparently, they're both about the same size, which is kind of interesting.
Tell me more about Terry Turner.
From Pennsylvania, 5'9", versatile infielder.
Died in 1960 right here in Cleveland. That's the one thing I know. I know the end.
15 seasons with with the Indians.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because we were talking to Travis Hafner on Friday, And I just happened to do
How's Pronk?
Oh, are you kidding?
He's the best.
Wait, I got to tell you. So ask me a question. Any baseball question. Doesn't matter. Do I like replay? Whatever.
Yeah. What'd you think of the ABS system, Pronk?
You know, the ABS system, I probably would have had headaches from knocking my head. But he gives you that.
Yeah.
He gives you that dramatic pause before he says something all the time, and you're like, is he listening?
You know, it was funny, too, when he was here, and I got along with him really well, much like you did, Andy. There were a lot of guys in the media that didn't quite get the dry humor.
Oh.
So they missed some really good jokes because Pronk was liable to, he would take any subject and turn it into something fun.
If you remember back to when and going back to the reason I even brought this up because of Jose's streak is that Pronk is only like one of, I think, 12 guys to be on 10 or more opening day rosters. Jose, this was the first year he did it.
Oh, interesting.
So there's only like 12 guys that have been on.
In the history of Cleveland baseball.
Yeah, I just found that fascinating for a franchise as old as ours.
Yeah.
And so I remember when he first came up, and it was really hard to kind of talk to him because he was filling Jim Chome's shoes.
Yeah.
And it was a weird spot because now you're the guy that has to replace
the guy.
one of the most beloved players in Cleveland baseball history. And I'll never, there was it was an off-season something or another, and it was up in the Wahoo Club. Do you remember that place?
Yeah.
And he was doing media interviews, and I can't even remember who he was sitting next to, and I was just like, hey, there's, all right, I'm going to grab Travis here for a second. It was one of the first times I think I had met him, and I started talking to him, and I'm like, oh my God, this guy's got huge shoes to fill.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's ever going to do it. And he did a nice job. And consistent.
Hitting 35 home runs like in that second or third year helped a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
He was one of those guys that you could kind of cozy up to in the clubhouse and end up spending 40 minutes chatting with.
Especially if you weren't talking about baseball.
Which is the way you got to do it, or which is the way you used to have to do it. And I know access has changed now and all, but that was always my entree into those guys, Andy, was to talk about anything but, like, talk music, family. With Travis, it was hunting, and he's got some all-time great hunting stories. You got to get him to tell a couple on the air next time he's on.
I did a story with Cliff Lee. We went on a grouse shoot in somewhere. There's a place on the west side
in Ohio.
Yeah, no, on the west side. It's like right off the freeway, like when you go to Cedar Point. It's not that far down to Sandusky. It's more like a Leary area, and like I have never. It was crazy. I think Matt Miller went with us, and it was a really, really cool story because you take those guys out of their element and actually put them in their real element. There was a phase there where there were guys that just loved to hunt and fish, and they still do. But that's their getaway from the mental strain of baseball.
100%.
So, but let's get back to Jose for a second.
Yeah.
Because so what does a record mean? I was curious when you brought it up this morning.
It means obviously it underscores not only his longevity, but in my opinion, just what he's given to this franchise and to this city. The fact that, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, the fact that he's given them 2 franchise-friendly extended contracts to be able to play his career here. I mean, he could have left here a long time ago, Jeff.
I don't know if we're ever going to see
Andy.
That's right. I call Jeff my son's name all the time. So. I called my wife my sister's name.
So I think it means a lot. Now, it's not necessarily one of the all-time records when you talk about in baseball annals. I mean, for instance, Derek Jeter played in 3,700 games with the Yankees, so this is not one that really approaches anything. But But for Cleveland, it means a lot because it's Cleveland. And whether we talk about Terry Turner or Cliff Lee, there's a great example, or Travis Hafner. A lot of guys don't spend their entire careers in Cleveland, right? They move for whatever reason, right? Trades, what have you. Careers come to, end shorter than expected. And so for Jose to do it, and not only to play every day and to play here this long, but to play at at a high level, at an all-star level, as a, MVP, league MVP level is really says a lot about him.
It's funny. I'm just looking back through the numbers. Jose, the guys that were 2 through 10 were all guys that were just like Jim Hegan was probably the newest member before you get to Omar at 11. Like these
all go back in the 20s, 30s.
So it's Jose at 1, Terry Turner, Nap Lajoie, Lou Boudreau, Jim Hegan was fifth.
Yeah.
Fifth, and so, and then Tris Speaker, Ken Keltner, was it Joe Sewell?
Yep.
Earl Averill, Charlie Jameson, played 1,400. I have no idea. What era was he? I don't even.
Drank whiskey. Hey, anytime you break a 125-year-old record, tip of the cap.
Yeah.
And I'm glad the guards did it the way they did last night, where they stopped the game when it became official.
Right.
Gave him third base. I thought it was very appropriate that Sandy, handed him the base. Another long time beloved Cleveland player. So, it's wonderful. And I had tweeted it out last night after it happened that, someday you'll tell your grandkids that you saw Jose Ramirez play. And, it might bring a chuckle when you think about the way he played the game, full out, helmet flying off, dreads flying behind him. And, it may bring a tear to your eye as well because, for a lot of reasons. The fact that they haven't won the World Series since 1948, the fact that there's a lot of people that feel like he's wasting his best years on a team that may never be able to get over the top.
Joe Thomas theory?
But that has not stopped him, right? I mean, that has not stopped the guy. And he's performed, and he's done it with a smile on his face. And you just feel the energy from Jose the minute you walk in the room with him.
I also find it interesting that there were no expectations for him when he got here.
Zero.
He was the guy behind Lindor.
Yeah.
And you were like, we'll see if this guy sticks. But Lindor. And look who's staying.
Not only has he surpassed him, I mean, he's lapping him at this point, right?
Yeah. Will we see another player like him? I don't know that we will.
That's a great question. I think he's just so unique to what we've talked about, Andy, that variable of, the economics of it, right? The finances of it, which is going to make it very difficult. I mean, it's one thing for him to, be teased about going, and when I say teased, be lured to go to the bigger market and then refuse because you genuinely say you like it in Cleveland. You love it in Cleveland. This is now your adopted home.
Right.
That's got to resonate, especially in a town like this that always feels like it's getting second-class treatment from everyone.
The other thing, too, is that it's not like we love him for who he is, you know what I'm saying, and the way he plays the game, and he defines baseball, because we really don't hear many interviews from him.
No.
That's the other part that I find interesting, that he breaks through that ceiling. Like, a lot of times popular players are popular because they're speaking English.
Yeah.
And it's easy. You kind of feel like you get to know them. When you get in into the Andre spot where you're talking to the players on a nightly basis after a win, I know when I had that gig, I always felt like fans got to know the player that just played in the game more than what you did. And, it's always through an interpreter. So I love the fact that the bond this city has with Jose Ramirez
cuts right through that.
It's international.
Yeah.
It's not. No, it's like it doesn't really matter what he says.
Yeah.
It's the way he defines himself as a baseball player that has endeared himself to all of our hearts.
You can say the same thing about Ohtani, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same kind of situation in LA, right? So yeah, and listen, the way I think it's more though, Andy, to your point, and it's a really good one. It's the way he's played the game. It's the way that he's gone out and performed on a night-to-night, day-to-day basis. Whether it's ripping a double into the gap, making a backhanded stab down the third base line and throwing a guy out, stealing a base, coming through in the clutch with a big hit when you need it, hitting the home run when you need it. I know some people were kind of knocking back at me last night, like, yeah, it's all well and good, Tom. We need a base hit right now, though, with a runner, because everybody's kind of a prisoner of the moment, and so it's been wonderful to watch him.
He's really this era's Pete Rose in some ways, right?
I like that.
He's Jose Hustle.
Yeah.
It's exactly who he is.
Hustle. I like it.
Yeah, I think we were laughing about how many times his helmet flies off.
Yeah.
How many times did Pete Rose play that way? Played, relentless when he got out on the field. Like nothing was going to stop him. How many times does he turn that corner at first base and you're like, he's taking two?
Jose Hustle.
He did it the other day. He did in the home opener, didn't he? Yeah. It's just to watch him do that, I think has been a special treat. And I think you're right. I think someday you're going to turn and say to your grandkids, Jose Ramirez really defined hustle for Cleveland baseball.
And much like you, Andy, I'm really lucky and privileged in that, when I'm in the clubhouse, I get to see and interact with these players on a different level. And just even on Sunday, I was there to cover the doubleheader.
Oh, you were there. Someone was there. I didn't realize that.
A little bit of a sparse crowd, very sparse in the press box
I don't blame
as well.
the team, though. Yeah. I don't blame the Guardians for the fact that no one's there. One, you got a game. It's a holiday. Dan and I discussed this. But I don't even know if the holiday mattered at that point.
You know what? 41 degrees, which sounds warm considering the winter we just had. When you're sitting in that stadium and that wind is blowing in from center field,
Brutal.
oh my God, it's brutal. It's as bad as what it could be at the worst of a Browns game.
I'll bring
in terms
this up.
of weather.
I'll bring this up when we come back here too. We'll continue talking about Jose Ramirez here, and then Gabriel Arias. That just happened last night that he got hurt. So Brito's coming up. We'll talk about that. Mary Kay Cabot at 11. Paul Keels at 12:20. Hughes Norton. We're going to talk golf. A super agent at 1 o'clock. We'll talk to all those guys. But I'll argue this, and I don't know what you think. I don't think the Guardians should play before tax day at home. Sorry, look at the temperatures and look at the way our weather is. We got a gem for opening day, but that only
been
happened
rough since then.
It's like since '93 we've had that kind of weather.
Hey, don't
for
forget,
an opener.
they moved the time up today just to be able to get
we
the game in.
cancel a game before it even was played on Saturday.
Yeah.
Tom Withers is in today. I'm Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan.
Tee up your
Clemson Special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Paul Keels is going to join us at 12:20. We're going to talk to him about, all these Buckeyes that we could be seeing going in the first round of the NFL draft. So Keels is going to talk to us, Paul will, and we'll catch up with him. Probably talk a little Ohio State basketball and NCAA basketball. Speaking of that, did you watch the game last night? I'm sure you did.
Yes, sir.
What'd you think?
Didn't surprise me. Michigan was the best team I saw all year. Bigger than big, deep, can shoot it just enough, played good defense, heck of a coach. We'll talk to Paul about it a little bit, maybe the way that the Michigan has figured out the transfer window. And, since I have a few friends that had the misfortune of going to school there.
It's okay. It'll be all right.
Hail to the victors today. I got to give them their props. I was glad to see, by the way, and people didn't realize this until, the last week or so when it got a lot more air. It's the first Big Ten basketball championship since 2000. And when you think about all the teams that have made it to the final in that time, Illinois, Michigan State, Wisconsin got to a final, Purdue got to a final. Nobody got the job done since the Mateen Cleaves team until last night. So
since Mateen Cleaves?
Yeah, since that Izzo team back in 2000 that began their run, oh, by the way, right here at the Wolstein Center.
Wow.
Yeah, they played the first and second rounds here. So, not surprised by it, Andy. It was kind of a little bit of a raggedy game. I liked the fact that UConn kind of held their own in the first half while they weren't playing very well. I kept watching it,
and I was waiting for Michigan to explode.
Yeah, I know.
And it just didn't happen. And so I was like, man, UConn really does have a good game plan for this, especially if you watched how close it was for the first half. And then you got into the second half, and you were like, all right, Michigan. Now they're up 8. Now they can't.
You can just feel the vice tightening.
Yeah, they couldn't break through that wall.
Well, and to your point, Andy, the only reason that it was not a blowout at halftime is because they couldn't make an outside shot. I think they started 0 for 9 on threes, and that was a team that had made 10-plus three-pointers in the tournament. They steamrolled everybody, Andy. They really didn't play a competitive game other than late in the second half last night.
Especially the last 4 games. I was watching all those stats at the end of the game, and I was like, wow, really?
And to do it with the Big Ten Player of the Year on one leg is even more impressive, at least in the Final Four. So, props to Michigan, man. They got the job done.
Let me just say, I know we're going to go back to Jose Ramirez here.
Sure.
I felt awkward, and I don't know, I'm not going to talk to any Michigan fans about this because I'm happy they won. Good for them. Good for the Big Ten. But it's over. So, but the guys are talking about record-wise. I get it. I understand it.
What's that?
Best Michigan team ever? I don't know.
That's a little bit of a stretch. You're forgetting about the Fab Five there.
What I say to you today? That was the first thing that came out of my mouth. When Dan and I were talking, I'm like, oh man, that Fab Five team was unbelievable. But
they changed college basketball. I mean, they're beyond just the whatever they put in the record books. I mean, they changed the way the game was played in some ways. So, and obviously all those records got wiped out too because of all the, the sanctions, et cetera, with that squad. But I don't think I would necessarily make them the best Michigan team. I mean, the '89 team that won it.
It's really weird because sometimes I think about that team and I think about how good they were, and then. Boom, Chris Webber calling the timeout just goes right into my brain.
Yeah, and this team didn't have a Glenn Rice either. Let's talk about another great Michigan team.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting as well, and people forget, and only because I'm ancient, and I actually saw them play. This was the 50th anniversary of the undefeated Indiana team in 1976, who, by the way, beat Michigan in the final.
They showed that picture that Pat Knight awarded those guys.
Yeah.
By the way, Pat Knight, great guy. Well, I can't. That would have been. You want to talk about being tough to be someone's kid?
Yeah.
Pat Knight once told me this great story about his Bobby had keys like a gigantic. They used to go hunting and fishing in Montana all the time, and Bobby, whether you know, had like a giant loop of keys to get on ranches throughout Montana because guys were like, "Oh, it's Bobby Knight. I'll just give you a key. You want to go hunting or fishing? Go knock yourself out." And he was told me a story once about how they went to a ranch in like western Montana and Bobby, they were with the Havliceks, and I think Pat.
It's quite a hunting party right there.
Could you imagine that? So Havlicek had a son about the same age as Pat, right? And Pat's got to be in his 50s now, right?
I would think, yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So he said they got there, and Pat was like, Pat was kind of a city kid, a little bit. And he said when they got there, Bobby looked at the rancher who was nice enough to let him. He goes, "Well, boys, let's see if they need some farmhand work going around." And he was like, "What?"
Put him to work?
He put him to work, and then he had to shoe a horse. He had never done it before. And he said not only the horse kick him when he was trying to shoe him, but the horse did his business.
Oh, is that right?
He's just like, the story was hysterical. And I was like, man, you know how tough it must have been to be Bobby Knight's kid?
Got to earn your keep, right?
Yeah.
You're going to get on the farm, you got to earn it.
Yeah, Bobby and Lou Holtz, I saw both those guys speak in Columbus, back when I was working in Columbus. And Bobby was one of the greatest speakers I've ever heard. And I know that like his way wouldn't work now, but there are some basic fundamentals to the way the core value, I think, of what Bobby was trying to get at about trying to build hard work and discipline. And, it takes zero talent to hustle. Like, I live by those words.
Yeah.
It takes zero talent to hustle.
Yeah.
And, like, those are the things that I always thought that, and I don't even know if I picked out in his speech or not, but I've lived by that rule ever since.
Nice.
And I say it all the time.
I know as a young reporter, I can still feel my heart pounding in my chest while getting ready to ask Coach Knight a couple of questions.
Oh.
I had him in a Final Four, and I had him at Madison Square Garden for one of those ECAC holiday festivals back in 1990 or so. And I can remember just the sweat kind of pouring off my hands, getting ready to ask Bobby Knight a question.
So I was in Boise, Idaho. Shaq was in that regional too. And I don't know if you remember the famous Bobby Knight. I'm going to turn the glass. Someone asked Bobby about a kid that was a freshman, and they said, I never remember the kid's name. He said, "Hey, how do you project Billy Smith to be as a sophomore next year," or something like that? And Bobby looked at him like he was crazy, and he goes, "Oh, you want me to project?" And then he pulled the glass. Do you remember this? And he started rubbing the glass like it was, an oracle.
Right.
And he was trying to figure out. He goes, "Oh, let me find Bobby. I can project."
Yeah.
And there was that one, and then there was another time where he was late. I want to say this was the same regional. So Bobby was talking to his team, and there was a guy named Rance Pugmire. I'll never forget him. He was the SID at Sports Information Director at Idaho, and they were the host team. He was helping out Boise State, and they were all in the Big Sky at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like you had a 10-minute window to get to the podium after you won the game. And it was like 20 minutes after the game. And so Rance went to the locker room and said, "Hey, is Bobby going to make it?" And somebody in the locker room goes, "Nah, he's not going to make the press conference." That's all it was.
I remember that as well.
And all he said was...
He turned that into a whole thing. Like, who told you, right? Knight made a big scene.
Yeah, he was a total jerk about it.
That, yeah.
And all Rance did was just ask somebody in his entourage, one of the assistant coaches, if he was going to make it or not. And they was like, "No, I don't think he's going to make it." So Rance came down, and he wasn't a jerk about it. He goes, "Coach Knight's just not going to make it down here." That's all he said. And then, Bobby just laid into him.
It was awful. Yeah.
He was just like, "Who told you?" And he starts belittling. I was like, this guy's just trying to do his job.
Yeah.
Chill out, relax.
Hey, back to Michigan for 1 second. Watching them all year, I kind of felt like whoever came out of the Big Ten was going to really be a monster in the tournament, only because it felt like so much of the Big Ten season this year were almost tournament-level games, right? And especially with as deep, and we saw it in the tournament, in the NCAA tournament, we saw how deep the conference was this year when you had a team like Nebraska having one of the greatest years in one of the best basketball seasons in the school's history.
Right.
And Iowa was good, and Michigan State is always a handful. And although Indiana was down, Illinois had a really nice squad, and they're going to be back. So yeah, as hard as it is as a Buckeye to give my kudos to the maize and blue, it's got to be done today.
I know you have that Ohio State tie. It's just so weird how, basketball is so much different than football, especially up here, and across the state too, where I think the state is kind of united on Ohio State football, but when it comes to basketball, I'm rooting for Akron and Kent.
Kind of a shame, in my opinion, only because, I mean, I think they are that's the big school in the state, right? I mean, I think that's the one that everybody should at least keep an eye on. But they
keep
don't.
An eye on.
To your point, though, they don't. They don't like Michigan fans do. There's more of an allegiance, I think, to Michigan supporters to Michigan football, as they love them both. Whereas at Ohio State, the basketball season is just the distraction between the spring game and whatever bowl game they played in, right?
Well, it's true, but I also think that, when you get down south, I mean, Cincinnati area offers just so many more teams. I mean,
Dayton as well. Yeah.
Xavier, UC,
Wright State's
Kentucky.
Wright State's always a good team.
They're always right there, and so I think that I don't know that we're fractured here.
Yeah.
Here, it's like, okay, what's Kent doing? Oh, what's Akron doing?
I understand what you mean. Hey, and then also real quickly, just on Michigan, they're the first team to win a national championship with all 5 starters being transfer players.
Right.
And then you saw a couple guys come off the bench, Roddy Gale from Ohio State. So, Dusty May has figured out the transfer portal real quickly and turned around a program that obviously has money to spend, but
is this down to money?
Can also lure some talent. No, it's not just that, because you take the Mara kid, for instance, who played at UCLA and was just not good at all, turned into a monster with Michigan. So not only did they land him, they developed him as well. So, props to the staff.
All right, you got to tip your cap to Michigan.
Yeah, you do.
Buckeye fans.
Sure.
You kind of have to.
Just for a couple hours.
That's true.
Then we move on.
And then you can start a website.
You can hate him again.
Then you can start a website saying, I don't know, when's the last time the field hockey team lost to Michigan or something like that.
And I will say that I've never really rooted for UConn or Danny Hurley, but I found myself last night. You would have thought I went to school there at one point in the second half.
Social media was alive on that. Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 11. Hey, everybody, Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Is it time to replace your roof? Well, if it is, it's time to call Weather Seal Home Services. They're a local company. I've been talking about it for years. Why? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in for Jeff today. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Guardians make a move. Gabriel Arias hurt last night, hamstring, so they will bring up Juan Brito. What do you think of that?
As someone has pulled his hamstring more times than I care to tell you, as soon as he came around first base, I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, Arias, while the average hasn't looked good, is really hitting the clutch for the Guardians. Been one of the few guys who's been able to do so. Came up with 2 big RBI singles on Sunday to win the second game of the doubleheader, or help them win the second game of the doubleheader. He along with CJ Kayfus. So, it doesn't look like it's a terrible one. I don't think he tore anything by any means, Andy. It looks like a pretty substantial strain, and given our weather conditions now, that may go from a week to 10 days just because it's going to be hard to get that thing loose. So Juan Brito comes up, and we'll see what he can do.
I was holding my breath.
I know. I was just going to say, are you okay? I wanted to check in on you real quick before we get too deep.
Okay,
you okay with
so
this move?
You could tell everyone.
Right.
Okay, everyone knows I want Bazzana up. And by the way,
he wants a Zoompa Loompa now.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. As I was standing in line to get into the ballpark on opening day, and by the way, that line was long. I went in through center field, and we were all the way back out to the corner.
Did you mistime it, or was it just a long line? Because
no, it was just a long line.
Do you know they were having issues with MLB now has a new authenticator that before you can get to your tickets, you have to go through another part of a process to be able to access your tickets. One time only. I think it's good for like 60 days, but I know a lot of fans were having trouble with that, only because I know some people that work over there.
Oh, I didn't know it.
Yeah, they were going to have to go through that. So that's probably why you were a little more delayed than normal.
I don't know. We were just standing.
It was 75 and sunny.
No one cared. We were all having a good time.
Yeah.
We were across the street, and then we walked in. I actually, a buddy of mine had a ticket, and he said to me at the last second, "Do you want to go?" And because I was all set to watch the game on the tube. I was like, all right, I'm just going to sit here and watch this on TV. I was happy. And he's like, no, come on in, let's go. So I ended up walking in with those guys. And but the line it was a long line to get in, which is, I'll be honest with you, it's not, I got there before first pitch, so it's all I really cared. I would have liked to have seen some of the festivities because, like I said, it's not opening day unless Hammy is. It's not a big game, I should say.
Until the podium is behind the plate.
Until the podium is in front of
in front of the plate, rather.
Yeah, in front of the is it in front of the plate or in front of the mound? Sometimes they put it in front of the mound.
I think it's right at the plate, isn't it?
Is that
right in the grass there?
I think they've done both.
Okay.
Just enough to drive the ground screw nuts. If the ground screw had their way, they would. And once they saw someone step on the field, they would turn on the sprinklers to get him off the field.
All right, folks who are wondering, I think he's good. I think he's okay with the move.
Yeah, he's okay.
I got to go back to the beginning.
He's got the Bazzana jersey on underneath.
I couldn't remember. I was like, am I happy that Brito's here? Then I was like, oh, yeah, the question was Brito.
Brito's a guy we've wanted to see as well, though.
I got to tell you, though, if the weather was 75 and sunny and I felt like, it was warm and Bazzana was just hitting a little bit better, he's only had 18 at-bats. I mean, it's not like I was listening to Jeff yesterday. He's like, Bazzana's not ready. He's only hitting 222. I know he's only hitting 222, but in his last 3 games, he has 4 hits. And he came out. He had a game-winning hit in the first. They've only played like 8 games. It's weird how minor league does their games now too. They play like these weird series and then.
And Brito's hitting pretty well.
Yeah, and Brito's hitting pretty well. So I don't have a problem with it because I think, and you got to tell me, okay?
Go ahead.
Let's just say they do decent on the weekends, so they get good numbers on the weekends. Let's say it's 75 and sunny, right?
I like you. Where you're going.
I'm giving you the good weather, okay? And they're playing Kansas City like they are now, a team that we see a lot of, or even Chicago. Probably not Detroit, Chicago. And they call Bazzana up. How many tickets is he worth?
On a Wednesday evening, you're saying?
On a nice weather Wednesday evening.
Couple thousand, maybe?
Give me a number, just because I gave him a number.
2,200.
2,200, okay. I said, well, Dan, what do you think he's worth?
If you get to 1,000, I'd be shocked.
Oh, come on. He's worth more than 1,000.
It's just
for his first game?
Yeah. You could bounce your grandkid
I
on
might
your
be.
knee.
I might be wrong. I said 5,000.
How
I
much
said
time
5,000.
did you have? Like, when was it announced, and how much leeway are you giving
Okay,
the
I'm going to
fans to
say
get 24-hour advance notice?
Let's put them on. Let's put them on a what would be an off day. A Monday would be. Let's say it's a Tuesday night instead.
Tuesday night.
And you found out on Sunday that for some reason someone had to go, and they decided they were bringing Bazana up.
I'm going to make you feel good and say 30,000 just because you want to hear that number.
30,000? I'm not there. That I'm not at.
Playing in the old stadium, you might have been able to draw that. No, he's
But
listen,
in the old stadium, you still wouldn't have known that there were 30,000 in there.
To your point,
yes.
He is a box office attraction because he's the number 1 overall pick. People do want to see him. So I'm not dismissing your premise here.
As Tom Petty said, the waiting is the hardest part.
It is the hardest part, and he's going to be here sooner than later,
And
Andy.
maybe holding him back a little bit more will give us anticipation.
Well, and Andy, what you want is that when he gets here, he stays here, right? So
Yeah.
and that's what they're.
And
this
that's
has
the
always
one
been
thing
the argument,
we've agreed.
right?
I agree
Yeah.
with everybody on that once he's here, we want him to stay here.
Yeah.
So
And he's got to be able to get every day at bats. And the current roster is not constructed where he would be able to necessarily do that, right? You still have that that log jam. Now, obviously, and we've talked about this, Andy, here's an Arias injury that has suddenly, cleared things up. So Rocchio, I would assume, is going to move over to shortstop. I didn't look at the lineup today. Did you look at the lineup?
I have not seen the lineup. Is it out yet?
It is out.
It should be out.
Yeah, give me 1 second here, and I will tell you.
Dun, 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 dun.
Rocchio is at shortstop, obviously.
Okay.
Burrito goes right into second base. So, listen, Bazana is the future. Bazana will be the everyday second baseman at some point. It's just that you're just going to have to hold on a little longer, my friend.
Yeah, I know. I'm ready for him to.
That's okay.
To pop up. I actually thought, and I didn't look over the last 2 days, so I apologize. I thought Nolan Jones, and he's still hitting 3 in 28 at bats. He has 9 hits.
Okay.
Nolan Jones is hitting very, very well right now. And I thought for a minute maybe they would bring, but I understand why they did what they did.
And by the way, at least somebody's hitting somewhere for this organization, because right now this is a slow start. I mean, a 193 team batting average. Our beloved Jose Ramirez is off to an awful start. He never really starts real well, but he's batting 143. Manzardo is batting 63, 65, something like that.
The kids were laughing yesterday because he was hitting 0.67.
We mentioned the weather, and we kind of talk about it, and it's a very different ballpark in April and May than it is for the rest of the year. There were some balls that were hit on Sunday on the screws that just went nowhere. Bo Naylor hit a ball that would have landed probably 20 rows back in right field that ended up, dying on the warning track. It's a tough place to play this time of year, and I know there's no excuses there. And to your point, Andy, you said they shouldn't play any home games until tax day, and that's probably not far from the truth. It's tough.
Yeah, would you let me ask you, would you be mad if the Guardians didn't open the season at home until April 15th?
Not mad. I think you'd be understanding.
How many times before have we seen in Major League Baseball, you do a West Coast swing?
Yeah.
In the middle of the season, you're gone for like 12 to 14 days. So what's the difference between that and having a cold weather team like the Guardians open on the road? I don't think it's that big a deal.
And to your
Detroit
point,
should probably fall under the same category.
And to your point, and those times when they would go on a 10-game trip in April or May, it'd be beautiful. It'd be Chamber of Commerce weather here, right?
Of course. Yeah, we'll finally get 60s and 70s to start the month of April.
Hey, and I said it the other day on social media, props to those fans who sat through that on Sunday. That was a rough day at the Ball-Yard. There was not a whole lot of excitement to get you up and moving around. So, it's it takes a lot to go to those games.
So there are 4 guys in Columbus. Again, they've only played, 9 games? 9 games. There were 4 guys that were hitting over 300. Brito is one of them.
Okay.
So I don't know that you can get so upset about, especially if you need an infielder, right?
Yeah.
So
no, it's fine.
And I'm not. It's not the end of the world. And so Brito's hitting 314.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Jones is hitting 321. Cooper Engel. Oh, I want to say bring up a catcher, but. Your old man catcher's doing a pretty good job back there when they put him in. I'm like
batting 500.
Yeah, every time I want to turn around and say, it's time to say goodbye. It's not.
Yeah, no, he's off to a really nice start.
And he's had clutch hits too.
Yeah,
so.
And you know what? And like I said, Bo has hit the ball hard a few times. It's just he hasn't had any luck either. And they got to get going. Kwan has struggled at the top of the lineup. They're all struggling. I mean, with the exception of DeLauder, and it's either a home run or a single from him, right? it's going to take a little bit of time here, and it's a very small sample size. You know, it was funny too, because we, are critical of the Guardians and the way they hit. The Cubs were getting the same questions. Excuse me, when I was in Craig Counsell's office on Sunday, all the Chicago media were all over him about the offense, and he was like, "Hey, look, we've played 9 games. It's been freezing cold. Let's pump the brakes a little bit." And I think everybody feels the same way about Cleveland's lineup right now.
If you're Austin Hedges, are you going to ESPN every day and just clicking on the batting average line? So it takes your name to the top right away.
It was kind of funny. I'd gotten contacted by one of the AP national writers. I used to work there. One of the AP writers in
Emeritus,
New York,
yes,
who was going to do a story just on how hitting is down, league wide at the beginning of the season. Like it seems to be every year, but while the Dodgers are hitting 299, I think everybody else the average is like 223 or whatever. Pitching has changed. Pitching is up. So I said to Henchey after the game, I said, asking the guy that's hitting 500 is probably the wrong person to ask, but how much harder is it to hit now? Is it harder to hit now than ever before? And he talked about how, when he was a rookie, it would be easier to hit those 88 mile an hour sinkers that are coming across the plate. It's a different game now. It's changing every year. So, the Guardians are struggling like everybody else is at this point in the season.
All right, you want to go crazy? Look at somebody had this online. It's someone who does historical Cleveland stuff, and they posted. I don't know if it was the game before. Yeah, I think it was the game before they actually opened up the ballpark for a regular season game.
Tigers exhibition.
Was it Pirates or was it Tigers?
Pirates, you're right.
It was the Pirates.
94.
Pirates, yeah. So I'm they showed the starting lineup with their batting averages on there from the year before. I'm like, I would kill for it. Kenny Lofton. I'm just looking at this. This was the batting averages lineup for April 4th, 1994. Okay. Your worst batting average, Mark Lewis was in there. He was hitting 205. He hit 205. But otherwise, I'm looking through it. It's like Kenny was hitting 349 to lead up. Even Omar was hitting 276.
It's a different sport back then.
For a
lot of reasons, Andy.
Yeah, that's true, too. Miss the good old days. Can't we find something that
glossed right over that?
Can we find something that isn't synthetic to do that? Mary Kay Cabot next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in.
every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Oh, look who's gathering in Berea. It's the boys of winter, the Browns, as they get ready for voluntary player workouts. And you know who else is not volunteering? She is ready for first down. She is ready to play. She is Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. And, of course, she's on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Mary Kay, you got your eye black on. You're ready to go, aren't you? You're ready to go hit somebody, aren't you? You need to hit somebody. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. No?
I really am ready. By the time you get to this point, I think we're all kind of ready to witness a little bit of football, talk to some guys, and kind of get the show on the road.
All right, so the big question is, what actually happens at voluntary player workouts?
Well, for the first 2 weeks, not much at all. It's mostly conditioning, strength training, meetings, and those kinds of things. So when the quarterbacks get their playbooks, or they already pretty much probably have their playbooks, but they're allowed to work in meetings with the playbooks and the coaches, but the coaches can't be with them out on the field yet. So that doesn't happen until after these first 2 weeks. So this is just ramping up, working out, and getting acclimated.
Hello, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, Tom. How you doing?
Doing well. Miss seeing you out in Berea, but I'll be there every once in a while. So in the quarterback competition, are we officially underway now that Deshaun Watson has reported? And should we kick this thing off?
Yes, it kicks off today in earnest. It really does, because they are in the meeting rooms with the coaches, and the coaches can actually start installation of the game plan. Again, they can't put it out on the field or inside the field house yet with the actual quarterbacks, but they can do so in the meeting rooms. And that's very significant, because the race, I think, really begins in learning the playbook. I think that's going to be the differentiator in this quarterback competition, is who can really assimilate Todd Monken's new scheme very quickly, get up to speed in it, and really not be thinking out there, just reacting and playing fast and strong.
So when can the coaches get a real idea of where Watson is health-wise, Mary Kay? I know we've seen a lot of the Instagram postings and what have you, and I know he's worked out with Jerry Jeudy and others, what have you. When will the coaches be able to really assess where he is at?
Well, I think in phase 2, they'll have a much better idea, because they can be hands-on in phase 2, which starts after this 2-week period.
Gotcha.
That is that's a 3-week period that comes before the next phase 3, which is OTAs and the final minicamp. But they should get a pretty good handle on it. And then the other thing about this particular season is the fact that they have an extra bonus voluntary minicamp, and that is happening April 21st through the 23rd. And you can pretty much do anything that you can do at a regular minicamp in that bonus voluntary minicamp. So I think they should have a pretty good idea of what Deshaun, Shedeur, Dillon are capable of, and what those guys look like in this new scheme.
Mary Kay, just do they get a bonus one? Does everybody get the bonus one, or do the Browns get it because they have a first-year head coach?
Yeah, anyone with a first-year head coach gets that voluntary minicamp.
Yeah,
yep.
I was just curious. Who is there and who's not there? I guess is another question.
Well, I think pretty much everyone is going to be there, especially on the offensive side of the ball, because they all know that they're installing a new scheme. They've got a long way to go, and they have a brand-new head coach that they have to impress and get to know. So I think anybody that doesn't show up on the offensive side of the ball is really going to be remiss and behind the 8 ball and having a lot of catching up to do. So I can't imagine anybody just deciding not to come to these voluntary workouts, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Now, it's a little different on the defensive side of the ball, because Myles Garrett, he doesn't usually attend, and I don't expect him to attend this time either. But nobody should be alarmed about that. That's just how he rolls, and it hasn't stopped him from winning NFL Defensive Player of the Year 2 out of the last 3 seasons. So we will see him at some point, probably not during these voluntary workouts.
Isn't it almost, though, wouldn't it be symbolic, though, from a leadership standpoint, Mary Kay, for Miles to be there? I agree with you. Like, he's not been there in the past and has gone out and done Superman quality things on the field. But, for instance, Lamar Jackson reported to the Ravens voluntary program, which, shows that, hey, this is my team. We've got a rookie coach, and it's not a dissimilar situation in Cleveland, and that's how I'm going to roll. So would it have meant more then if Miles had shown up?
Well, I think it's different with a quarterback. When you have a quarterback and you have a new head coach, you have to be leading that offense. You really can't execute your scheme and do the things that you need to do if your quarterback is not there. So I think that's a little bit different. Now, having said all of that, I think in a perfect world, and if I were the head coach of any football team, I, of course, would want every single person to be there. Right. And I like Denzel, right? I mean, Denzel Ward has a great approach to this. He always shows up. He's a 5-time Pro Bowler, but he comes to these because not only does he want to be the best version of himself, but he really likes to mentor the young guys. And I really like the vibe that he displays during these voluntary workouts. And if they had 90 guys doing that, I think that would be great for the team.
Since you mentioned him, if you don't mind, Andy jumping in again, Denzel, Mary Kay, can you just talk about, and you and I have seen it firsthand, his maturity over the last few years has really been something. He's grown into, to your point, a leader, quite the professional.
He really has. He is one of the best leaders on this football team. He's got tremendous character, great work ethic. We know that in the off season, he invites young guys to work out with him in Florida and stay at his house. Again, he shows up for these off-season workouts. He's wonderful in the community. And, the Browns are really lucky to have a player like that who sets the tone on and off the field.
How about Denzel's contract there then? So, he had a restructured deal. Where is he at in his deal runs next year, doesn't it? Like 27, I think he's through. Do you know?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't looked that up lately just because I know he's still under contract, but
sure.
He's still very well paid. He's among the top paid cornerbacks in the NFL. And again, they're very, very fortunate to have a player like that.
So we're just a little more than 2 weeks from the draft, right? 2 weeks from Thursday. Where do you think things sit right now, Mary Kay, in terms of let's stick with the number 6 overall pick? Do you feel like it's still wide open? Do you feel like Andrew Berry still has a for sale sign hanging on it? Where are we at with that top pick of the two the Browns have?
Yeah, I think it's still wide open. I think it's wide open in part because I think in a perfect world, if he could trade down and collect some more assets and maximize that pick, I think he would absolutely love to do that, especially because next year is going to be such a rich quarterback class. So I think you want to set yourself up. And by the time the draft rolls around, they're still not going to know yet exactly what Shedeur Sanders is going to be all about.
Right.
And they're not going to know yet what Deshaun Watson is going to be all about. So you really would like to set yourself up to have an extra several picks in the 2027 draft in the event you still need a quarterback. In a perfect world, they won't need one. Maybe Deshaun goes out there and becomes everything that they hope he can be, and you don't need to go draft that quarterback next year. But you're not sure about that. So I do think that they will try to do that. Now, short of that, because this isn't the number 2 overall pick, and, there might not be 6 amazing franchise-changing players that somebody is going to want to climb up there and get. But if they had to stay there, I think right now they still have a bunch of different options. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to draft a left tackle because they need one. Andrew Berry does not draft for need. It's a tiebreaker, but he does not set forth into the draft to draft for need. So it's very difficult for people to grasp that. But if the best available player to them at number 6 is a defensive end and nobody wants to come up and grab that guy, then there's a chance they would take that player themselves. Who's your
guy there, Mary Kay? Who do you like there?
At number 6?
Yeah.
Well, I did say, and I asked Ken and Anthony, it was Ken and Ken and Jason, I think maybe last week, I asked those guys, please don't hold me to this. Because, again, I'm still going through my process.
Sure.
But I did mention that, I wouldn't mind seeing them draft Ty Simpson there. And, again, I told them I could change my mind on this next week because I'm still doing my due diligence on all of this. But just hear me out very briefly on this. The reason why I said that is because first-round picks usually have a hit rate of about 50%. And if I don't love a generational player at number 6 overall, then I'm probably either trying to trade the pick or I'm willing to take a chance on a quarterback more so than any other position. And if it doesn't work out, then you could always come back at it again next year. If you hit on it, then you hit on a very inexpensive quarterback that you can have for the next 5 years. So I always sort of skew towards a quarterback in that situation unless I know for sure that there is that premier generational player sitting there for me at number 6.
How about you, Andy Baskin?
No,
who's your guy there?
Who's my guy at 6?
Yeah.
I'm super hesitant on a quarterback.
Right.
I'm taking if I'm taking anyone at 6, it's a left tackle or I'm taking a wide receiver. We can talk more. Mary Kay, I just kind of what can you just walk through that though with Ty Simpson? Okay, so let's just say you do take him at 6, and I love this hypothetical game. Now you're sitting there in a room with
they're chess pieces that have to move.
Yeah, that with 2 quarterbacks that you drafted last year, and then people already think you were off your rocker because you drafted 2 quarterbacks last year. Now you're drafting another quarterback, so now you've got 3 young quarterbacks in the room with Deshaun Watson. Obviously, I would think that if you were playing Jenga, that the Gabriel piece would
You'd
probably
move one of them, right?
Well, probably the Jenga piece would be
true.
Would be Gabriel, and he would fall off. Let's kind of talk that through. Okay, let's say and I can listen to your logic because I don't have a problem with it at all. I agree with you. If you think he's the guy, and if it's a 50-50 shot, all right, I'll buy that. But just walk me through what you think how that room plays out, and then the decisions that would need to be made if they did draft Simpson at 6.
Well, first of all, I got completely annihilated for even mentioning this last week.
Well, I'm not annihilating you because I'm also a believer. Because if they truly believe, now I may not agree with them, but if they truly believe that he's a quarterback that can lead you into the future, why wait? Sorry, it doesn't matter what his last name is.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm not even 100% wed to this idea yet, but that is just sometimes my thinking that if you don't see somebody there at number 6 that you think can change the game for you, why not take a chance on a developmental quarterback? And again, I don't even know how I feel completely 100% about Ty Simpson, but here's the thing that cracks me up about a lot of experts or fans or people. They're willing to take a chance on a Monroe Freeling who has started 17 games in the NFL. But when you even mention the notion of Ty Simpson at the most important position in sports, especially, for sure in football, then of course you are just the craziest person in the world for thinking that maybe you would want to do something like that. But sure, we'll go ahead and take a chance on Monroe Freeling, who has only started 17 games. So it just kind of cracks me up how everyone at this time of year turns into the biggest draft expert that ever walked the face of the earth. And I know for a fact they have not watched 1 minute of film on any of these guys for the most part. So it's just kind of funny how everybody gets so wed to their own beliefs and feelings. And again, I'm not standing on the table for Ty Simpson, but I do have a philosophy about it. And I felt in 2022, and I wrote that they should draft Malik Willis for the same reason at number 14 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And people thought I was crazy for that too. But somebody just paid $60 million for him, so maybe it wasn't that
That's
crazy.
exactly right, yeah. And to your point, Mary Kay, there's a compelling argument you could be making for Carnell Tate or Jeremiah Love or Ty Simpson or, name your poison there at 6. But, I think, the Browns are going to come away with a very good player. Whether they fulfill a need or not, or find a generational guy that they believe in, that's who they go with. So, but I'm with you. I still think that there's a pretty good chance that that pick is going to be coveted by somebody who might be willing to do some business with Andrew Berry.
Right. And in a perfect world, Jeremiah Love will still be there at number 6. Or, David Bailey or someone like that will be there for Reuben Bain. Someone will be there at number 6, an edge rusher, where a team will look at that and say, we need that guy, and we're going to climb up and get him. And if they can do that, if the Browns can attract that kind of a trade and pick up some extra assets next year, that would be my number one preference in this draft, unless they have determined, and we just don't know about it because they wouldn't be telling us, unless they have determined that they think that there's something there in Ty Simpson. Now, I don't think that's going to be the case, and I'm on record as saying that. I really don't think they're going to do that. I think they're more willing to give Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson a chance to battle this out and then come back at it next year and try to get a quarterback in that class if they still need one. I don't think they're going to draft Ty Simpson, but it's just something that I would think about doing if I didn't absolutely love somebody else at number 6 and I'm stuck there.
Mary Kay, last question. You got about a minute here. Do you feel that Todd has to have his quarterback when they roll into camp, when training camp actually starts, especially if he's saying that he's not going to do equal reps, that I feel like he needs to know who his number 1 is walking in. I don't know if that's necessarily the truth, but that's the way I kind of see it from the outside. How do you see it?
Well, he has said that, yes, that is what he wants to happen, and I think that will happen. I think they will come out of. I don't know if they will go into minicamp in June knowing who that guy is, but certainly they will want to come out of minicamp and head into the break and then head into training camp knowing who their QB1 is heading in. It could always change, of course, but they have to be able to give the bulk of the reps, and all of that chemistry and camaraderie has got to go to your QB1. So I think that's a good strategy, and that's why I think this offseason is going to be fascinating.
Mary Kay, as always, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Good stuff. We're reading you every day in the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com, and we will talk to you again next week.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mary Kay. Mary Kay Cabot for Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer, nice enough to join us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I understand what she's saying. I don't know that she needed to take all kinds of heat. I just think today
it's worth the discussion.
It's food for thought.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it's the
season we're in, Andy.
And I don't care what the quarterback's last name is, because everyone seems like it's Mendoza at 1, and then we may not see a quarterback drafted perhaps until the 2nd round.
Yeah.
So if you're going to look at it that way, push the envelope. If you need a quarterback, who is it? Because their value is going to be, could be 4 or 5 times what it really should be.
There are people that are paid to make those decisions, right? And that's what player personnel departments are about, and scouting departments. And if they fall in love with Ty Simpson, they fall in love with him.
All right, let's dive into this a little bit more. Paul
Sure.
Keels is joining us at 12:20. We're going to talk about the draft and all the great Buckeyes that are going to be available as well. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, with Tom Withers.
time. I crave a hero.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in. Why don't you give us a call? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Again, you can always listen to us on the Odyssey app. And if you missed a moment of our show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That is Integrated Restoration. There were 2 points that came out in that interview with Mary Kay Cabot, which, by the way...
That it's phase one of the off-season workouts? Was that one of them or no?
Phase one of the off-season workouts, yes. Or are we in Super Bowl phase 2?
Isn't it amazing how the NFL stays so relevant? 365. It's unbelievable.
It's not like they play 20 games. Oh, I guess they do. Yeah. It is weird. Why is that?
I don't know. We're all culpable here, too.
Well, it just goes back. It makes me think.
We feed the beast, and
we do, but it also goes back to something that I was thinking about when I was watching the national championship game last night. Was like, why is this the football championship? And I'm not. Maybe I'm just an Ohio State homer, but why does the football championship just seem so much bigger than the basketball championship? We love the tournament. I don't know that we necessarily love the championships. It is weird. Like you're playing basketball in a football arena.
Yeah, they play the basketball national championship in a football stadium,
yeah,
which is crazy.
And then, like, the coach always seems like they're looking up because the court's always above. I mean, I just look at, there are little things about it.
There are. Brad Underwood, to your point, in the Final Four, like, was sitting on a stool there above the rest of the bench.
Yeah.
Right? It's a weird setup. It really is. And, I miss those days. I was lucky to be at the last one, 1990, McNichol Arena in Denver was the last time it was held.
It's been that long?
Yeah. Actually,
is there an alternative? Give me an alternative to playing in a football stadium.
That's a great question. You would almost feel like there'd be a mid-size type of arena, but
if there was,
listen, you know what it's about. It's about making money.
It's almost like you need a baseball field.
Yes,
it's a baseball-only dome stadium, and guess what's coming?
Baseball-sized dome stadium.
Vegas.
There you
right?
go. Yeah. Isn't Tampa doing the same thing, or did they decide
I don't even know. Is that what Tampa's doing? Do you know?
Dan, they do an outdoor. They do an indoor in Tampa.
They're going to do an indoor.
Indoor, yeah.
Yeah, because of
baseball only.
Mid-sized.
It will be a baseball only arena. Yes.
Interesting.
Yep. Yeah, they have to just because of the rains that come through there and the fact that it gets so darn hot. In the same way that Arizona's that way.
It just kind of feels like if you're going to do basketball in a bigger venue, a 45,000 seat venue seems a lot better than an 80,000 seat venue.
Yeah, and maybe
for basketball.
And maybe because the kind of a couple blue bloods got to the final this year, maybe it didn't have the same allure maybe as in years past. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, you were talking about
you're a football guy though too. You're not a basketball. You're a hockey guy. You're not a basketball.
Well, it's not. But I'm different for every sport though. It's not just like I love the game.
Sure.
I'm not necessarily all in on the NHL. I can't.
I got you.
Because it got robbed from me when I was a kid. I was here 76, 70, and it was like the old NHL Barons were here, and then when they went away, I tried to watch the North Stars, and then I have friends that are just absolute diehard NHL fans sitting here in Cleveland. And by the way, I mean, if you drew a bullseye around a city that should have an NHL team, it's Cleveland, right? I mean,
just don't have the market anymore. We don't have the population to sustain it anymore. We don't.
I don't know if it's the population because we're still drawing 11,000. Like the Monsters are still 2,000 to 3,000 more than any other team in the AHL. Laval was second. I just looked this up last week.
But below what the NHL average would be.
The problem is, and I noticed this because I went to 2 Monsters games last week, the problem isn't the fans in the stands. It's the suites.
Gotcha.
And the suites are empty for those games.
Gotcha.
I did see some people sitting in suites, but if someone felt like they could fill those corporate suites, then you could be talking about the NHL here. But I think that's always going to be a holdback. Because, by the way, I mean, at one point, even with the Blue Jackets in existence, the largest hockey crowd for a professional game was here when they won the Calder Cup the same year that the Cavs won the NBA championship. What a great ride that was,
By the way, shout out to the Buffalo Sabres, who are having a phenomenal year, and they've had like 20 consecutive sellouts up in Buffalo, another hockey town, as you know. Hey, I got you off track. What were the two things that stood out to you?
Okay, so there were two things in that interview. Hey, Dan, is he not the greatest, like getting us back on track without saying, doesn't have to embarrass
I knocked you off, so I might as well get you back on.
No, it's like Jeff always says, like, come back over here, and Jeff's right, too, but so there were two things that were brought up. One, it's who's here. And there are two parts to this. Deshaun Watson is here, and he's ready to roll. And he is, what can Deshaun do at voluntary workouts? First of all, it's voluntary. So let's be honest, Deshaun doesn't need to be here.
Yeah. Wants to be here. Wants to show that this is his comeback, right? This is what we've been hearing about for months now, that he's in fabulous shape and he wants to show these guys. And listen, the Browns have to take a very serious look at that, and maybe, potentially, the financial obligation has been made. So maybe let's try to salvage something from this. That's got to be part of the logic here going into this season. I think it's going to be fascinating.
Fresh start.
We've talked about this too, Andy. It all is going to depend on what the plan is from ownership, what they want this season to be. And then, the addendum to that is you have a rookie coach who's going to want to win. And who is he going to feel like is going to give the team the best chance to win out of the gate? And it might be the more experienced quarterback, and that's number 4.
All right, you brought up another point, and I hadn't thought about it until you actually said something. Myles Garrett isn't here. And the way you presented the question to Mary Kay, it made me think, I'm like, should Myles be here, even though it's voluntary? Again, I'm not going to get mad at him for not being here, but what does it say about Myles if he shows up in a season with a new head coach and the opportunity to kind of set the stage? How many times have we heard that, there were guys just in the workout room when they didn't have to be there, and they proved that they were leaders on this team, that there was more important things than money, and that they wanted to be a part. Yeah. They wanted to buy into something bigger. Especially if Myles is here, that would be one of those things.
Right, and especially when that's part of his campaign platform, if I can borrow a political term there.
Go for it.
But it's more symbolic than anything else, and I liked what Mary Kay said in terms of when I mentioned Lamar Jackson being in Baltimore.
Exactly.
Different for a quarterback, and I do buy that, right? And it's, but by the same token, Myles didn't exactly, give a ringing endorsement of Kevin Stefanski toward the end. In fact, he helped kind of close the lid on the coffin, if you will, right? So I think it would be nice to have him here. As Mary Kay pointed out as well, the fact that Denzel Ward is here, shows you do have leadership on the defensive side of the ball that is going to be here. And I think that is important. I do think you're right, Andy. It does say a lot about who you are as a player and as a leader when you do come to these kinds of things.
How important is it for Myles to be here?
I don't think it's not.
Like she said, he wins.
It's not everything.
Player of the year.
I mean, he wasn't here last year and went out and had the best year in NFL history for
but
a
it's
sack
also
leader,
an individual award on a team game, on a team that can't get to 5 wins, right?
Right. And don't forget, they just recently restructured his contract. So wink, wink. So we'll see. But I think it would be nice for him to be here. The fact that he's not here is not the end of the world by any means.
Headlines are next. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Bass.
Could be a preview of that first round matchup. The Cavs currently number 4 in the East, the Hawks at number 5. Don't miss this week's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
The Voice, Paul Keels, coming up at 12:20. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Cavaliers. Hughes Norton, former golf super agent, is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Tom Withers is in today. I'm Andy Baskin, and we just want to let you know if you want to talk a little bit more Browns, well, the best night to do it, I guess sometimes, that might not be the best night, but it's a good night to do it. It's Tuesday nights as we close in on the upcoming NFL draft. Check out the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder. They'll recap all of the latest Browns news and moves this offseason in free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan. So we have this little segment. Tom, you know about it. It doesn't have a name yet, so we just call it Headlines. And let's do that. Live from the 4.5-minute newsroom, here is Dan Menigan.
All right, gentlemen, let us begin with what you were talking about a little bit in the previous segment. Lamar Jackson present for the start of Ravens offseason, their offseason program. New head coach Jesse Minter, new offensive coordinator Declan Doyle. Interesting that he would be up there, especially because there's also some rumblings of contract extensions and all that kind of stuff. Yet, the man is there.
Putting a good face on. Trying to impress the new boss and remind him that, you know what? This is my team, not yours. So good for Lamar. I mean,
says to me, I'm a leader.
Yeah.
I can be here for voluntary workouts. I want to win. I'm not happy with what happened last year. I do want to get paid, but I also want to be here. And so, tip of the cap to Lamar Jackson.
No, I think it's great.
Yep. Browns signed defensive back Miles Bryant yesterday as well. Started 3 of 11 games he appeared in last season for the Texans. 40 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Sounds like a little bit more of a special teams contributor than a cornerback that's going to help along the way. We'll see where it goes from there. But again, one of those things. It's like, okay,
need him.
Yeah, need him. He's there. Newsworthy.
Another
Browns
guy.
signed someone.
Sure.
Cool.
28. He's a vet. Knows how to play the game.
Yep. All right. Last little bit of football news, and then we'll move on from there. Multiple reports that the Texans hosted free agent cornerback Martin Emerson for a visit on Monday. I throw him in here for 2 different reasons, one of them being former Brown, therefore newsworthy. The second one being, every time I think of him and every time I see him, and I want him to do nothing but succeed because it reminds me of Mike Leach. And it will make me laugh until the end of time and make me smile because he played at Mississippi State.
Oh.
And I will quick tell you this story. I will never forget when they drafted Martin Emerson. I texted Coach, because Coach used to hop on with us all the time.
He was awesome.
And I said to him, hey, Browns drafted Martin Emerson. You want to hop on with us? And he responds back immediately, the draft's today? And I said, yeah, Coach, NFL draft's going on right now. And he calls me up after that. He goes, I didn't know the draft was today. I was out taking a hike in the woods and got your text. I guess
funny.
I better text Martin and let him know that, good luck to him. He goes, you got a heck of a kid, though. Good time. Enjoyed him greatly. When do you want me?
That's awesome. He was the greatest.
So, yeah, every
You know
time
who got
I
him
see...
on our show? Our good friend Pat Chun.
Is that right?
Yeah, because Pat was the athletic director at Washington State. And then, we said, he said, hey, if you ever want him on the show, let me know. So I said to Dan, I go, let's roll.
Yeah. It was back when they initially hired Todd Monken because we wanted somebody to tell us about the air raid offense. So we figured, let's get the godfather of it.
Do you remember during the pandemic, we literally sat there and talked for 4 or 5 minutes about what we were binging, what we were watching, and he was all over everything.
Oh, I bet.
And then I would say, oh, you got to watch this. I was trying. It was like one of the Vikings things, and he was like, oh, really? Oh, I got to see that.
Yeah. So
what a good dude.
I hate to see MJ Emerson go, I'll be honest. I think he was on the verge of a real breakout last year before that injury, and the Browns, they missed him. And they're going to miss him again, apparently.
Let's see what his Achilles looks like going into this year.
Yeah,
but I
that's
agree.
true.
That's the only.
How dare you take this to real football?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
How dare you? All right, gentlemen, into the rest of that. So yesterday we were going nuts a little bit because Luka Doncic was heading to Europe for some kind of shaky thing that was going on.
You
with his
say
hamstring.
shaky. I mean, look, aren't all doctors practicing?
You say cutting edge.
That's right.
Right. Well, the minute you
They're
hear
all
so-and-so
they call
is
it
heading-
practicing for a reason, don't they?
When you hear so-and-so is heading to Europe for a procedure they can't get done here, you got to ask some questions.
I say he's going to get better, cleaner food than we have.
So
salads are fresher.
It was a PRP injection in his hamstring that
It's
he
insurance
went to
coverage.
Spain for.
That's what it is, yeah.
So he went to
Okay.
Spain, PRP injection, the platelet-rich plasma to hopefully help the healing process a little bit faster so Luka can get back and help the Lakers because, boy, without him, Tom, how far do you think they could get in the playoffs?
Different squad. maybe a first-round exit. Although I think LeBron would figure out a way to get that team through at least one round. All going to depend on seeding for them, just like with our beloved Cavaliers.
I don't think he's back. Do you?
Luka?
Yeah.
How bad? I don't know. I didn't see how bad it was.
It just makes it sound like the injury, if they couldn't fix it here.
I was going to say, if he's going to Europe to get things done, then that's probably not a good sign. What a shame, too, because, I mean, he redid his body in the offseason, was having another spectacular year. Up until
I'm going to get some MVP votes.
I was just going to say, Dan, up until a week or two ago, he would have been my front runner just because he's leading the league in scoring, and he has, done it once again and with a different team. So, yeah, it's a shame.
I agree.
A little bit of good news that we'll throw in headlines as well. So yesterday, the Tampa Bay Rays returned to Tropicana Field for the first time since Hurricane Milton hit it 561 days ago.
Wow.
Since they were in there, got the win against the Chicago Cubs. Very, very cool. Good for them that they're back in Tropicana. Good for BA to be back on his perch. And one of the coolest things going on with that is if you buy a jersey in Tampa Bay this year, a Tampa Bay Rays jersey, they have actually stitched into the arm a piece of the roof that tore off during Hurricane Milton.
Wow.
So anyone who buys a jersey gets
That's an
a little
interesting
hunk of the
touch.
roof. Yeah. I thought that was cool.
5 years ago, was that?
561
500 days ago.
days.
Okay.
Yeah, so a year and a half. But yeah, got the win in Tropicana Field after they rebuilt it.
That was their home. That was their home opener yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I still don't. Oh, they still have the rings in the ceiling, don't they? The goofy rules with the rings.
Yes.
I don't understand why
Goofy place for ball.
It's a weird place. The only thing I really used to like about going there was, I'll do it. They had an Outback Steakhouse in there.
Okay.
Oh, it's awesome.
All right.
Especially like when I mean, go in there to get the onion and you
get
get
the blooming
steak.
onion, there you go.
You get steak and
You know what?
it was awesome.
All right,
you can't
let's
go
just
wrong
do it.
at Outback, can you? We need them as a sponsor.
Yeah, man.
You can't go wrong at Outback.
All
I
right,
don't think you
gentlemen,
can
let's
either.
just do it. The Masters dinner is tonight. Rory
Speaking
McIlroy
of-
will serve his
What are we
dinner.
having?
Shrimp on the bobby.
He's not Australian. He's Irish.
I know, but we were talking about Outback, so it didn't matter. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
So the big one that got some people a little, ear up on the whole Masters dinner thing was the fact that he's having elk burgers as part of it, grilled elk sliders. So your appetizers for the Masters dinner, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a peach and ricotta flatbread. We'll do a quick would you eat it as well with this.
Okay.
Peach and ricotta flatbread with balsamic hot honey and basil. Gentlemen, would you eat it?
Heck yeah.
Me too.
Hot honey. What?
Balsamic vinegar, hot honey, and basil. And
All right,
peach and ricotta
Peach
flatbread.
and ricotta.
Ricotta.
All right, I'm in. I'm not all in. I probably would eat a couple bites and then I'd be like, I don't know if I like this, but go ahead.
Bacon wrapped dates with goat cheese and almond. I'm in.
Can I take away the
Healthy
goat
stuff?
cheese and the date?
I love goat cheese.
I'm in there.
I'm in for the bacon. I'd be picking it apart, man.
You
I'm
can-
like, man,
here,
Baskin, you
can
eat
have
like
this.
a third grader, and I'd be like, yes, I do.
In fact, you know what? Go back there and just give me the bacon.
You just give me a couple slabs of bacon.
Right,
That's
and
all
a
I want.
fork, and I'll take care of it from there. Rock shrimp tempura. Again, these are all appetizers, by the way.
I'm
with a
full
creamy-
already.
With a creamy, spicy sauce. Allergic to seafood, but if I wasn't, I'd be all in.
Are you really? I'm sorry to hear that.
That's the way life
That's
goes.
tough.
You know my motto: if it's not Swedish fish, I'm not eating it.
Yeah.
Seafood. So
And grilled elk sliders with caramelized onion jam, roasted garlic aioli. Again, that's the appetizers.
eating elk does nothing for me.
I'm
Sorry.
in. I got to try it once.
Yeah.
You
It's a
in?
Tip to his Irish heritage as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in too.
Heck yeah.
Got to try everything
How
once.
about haggis? You want haggis?
No haggis.
Okay.
That one.
That's Scottish.
Yes.
I was
Different
close.
It's okay.
You're getting there. Yellowfin tuna carpaccio.
Heck yes.
Man,
Tuna. Oh,
C
yellowfin
answer.
tuna.
I'm running out the door at
Sorry,
this
go
point.
ahead.
I'm not eating any
Sea
of this
fish,
stuff.
comma Swedish answer.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
The main course is a choice of a wagyu filet mignon or seared salmon.
Filet mignon sold.
Yep.
Sold.
Sauteed Brussels sprouts with that one, glazed carrots with brown butter.
Carrots,
and
yes.
And crispy Vidalia onion rings. So there you go.
Oh,
You get
I'll
you-
eat the onion rings.
Yeah, it might not be
Yeah.
a bloomin' onion, but you do get some onion rings.
All right, I'm in on that.
I'm all in.
And then
Unless the
dessert-
vegetable starts with the letter C, I'm probably not eating it.
And your dessert is a sticky toffee pudding, which of course all of us are
Oh, I'm
probably
totally in.
All right, gentlemen, so I must ask you, if Augusta were to come to you, you were to win the Masters, Mr. Withers.
Well, you didn't mention any Guinness yet. I want to get some Guinness in there. If this is a Rory McIlroy dinner, I mean, that's got to be a given, right?
Are you watching House of Guinness? Have you seen the show?
Pretty good.
I like it.
Pretty
a lot.
good. Yeah.
Okay.
So go ahead. I'm sorry, Dan.
I had a buddy who once said a pint of that particular beer is like the Beatles. It's just every time I have it, it's just one.
Sorry, ouch! I shouldn't have said
All right,
that.
I hit the dump button. We're fine. No one's gonna yell at you.
Did you really?
Tom Withers? Yes, I did. Tom Withers. I'm not doing spoilers. We're not getting yelled at.
I wasn't. I mean,
What would
it's
you
been
have for
out
your
long
Masters
enough.
dinner?
You could have
Damn it,
watched it.
We need to get back on topic.
Masters dinner. Oh man. Main course. Appetizer wise, calamari is always
a good one.
go-to for me.
That's a good one.
I'd probably go with some clams on the half shell, maybe some oysters potentially. I'm a big seafood guy, so I'm not going to go 15 appetizers like Rory is.
Yeah, no kidding.
Main course, I'm probably going to go with some kind of a pasta dish. I don't know, maybe an Alfredo. Got to get some protein in there. Got to be some steak. Got to give the choice of a salmon and/or a ribeye.
Yeah, hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres are the mini wrapped hot dogs, mini sliders, potato skins, cheese curds. What else are we doing in there? I'd probably find another one.
Andy and Scotty Scheffler would hang out well.
Yeah,
man, I could probably find some. You know what? To be healthy, we'll do spinach dip and chips.
Chips, sure.
Yeah, that's good. Main course, filet, twice baked potato or regular baked potato.
I like that.
And then there's a place in town here that makes a thing called corn brulee. Oh, it is awesome. And then
is that an Outback dish? Where's
no. It's
I'm
a local restaurant, and if you like steak, it's a good place to go get a steak. And then for dessert, what are you doing for dessert?
I might just go basic, like chocolate fudge sundae.
Oh, that's not bad. French silk pie isn't a bad move.
Yeah.
Creme brulee, regular creme brulee.
Basic there, yeah.
I would do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
getting hungry.
Well, the good thing is mine's low cal. I would throw a salad in there too, just so you know. With a strawberry vinaigrette.
Ooh.
Or an apple
I
vinaigrette
thought you were going to go pasta, macaroni, or potato.
Oh, I didn't. I'm not. Maybe. Okay. Maybe. I want to talk about the NBA when we come back here in a second. Look, the Cavs and Hawks are like destined to meet each other, and guess what? We get to watch them play twice in the last 3 games. You talk about tanking. I don't know that it's time. I think it might be time to get rid of the playing games too.
I don't like tanking.
And I'm looking at the playing games, and I'm like, do we really need them? 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
place and 1 game back from the Knicks in the East. However, with their win over the Grizzlies last night, they have clinched home field advantage for the first round of the playoffs. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about the NBA playoffs here in a second and the necessity of having the play-in tournament. It'll be a good debate, but before we do that, my friends, we have a little game to play. Yes, of course, it is time now for our mock draft prize pack that we'll be talking about. If you want to hop in on this, call right now. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Be the third caller right now at 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. You'll be named a general manager of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft. That is April 16th. So what are we, 9 days away? April 16th at Game On. By the way, I looked at their menu. Oh, Tom.
It's like a Masters dinner. Love it.
It would be for me.
Okay.
Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Homestead, home of the Eagles. Plus, you'll get some exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event. So here we go. 216-474-0092. Caller number 3. You will have the opportunity to be a general manager. And I do want to remind you that last week, when Tom was sitting here, he picked, who'd you pick?
The number 6 pick.
The
Cleveland
number
Browns.
6 pick, your Cleveland Browns. It is a very exciting time of year.
I think that, was it Mark, the GM, that wanted it? He's trying to trade the pick, is from what I understand.
The guy that
he's
wanted,
doing what he can to.
I have the sheet in front of me, which would mean I would have to click here. Greg.
Greg, my bad.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah, you're right.
Greg from Bay Village. Good job. All right, I'm trying to see if does the second Browns pick exist. No, the second pick has also been selected. Keith won that. He is from Cleveland. So, all right, so let's go back. Here we go. All right, Kiefer. Oh, another mentor caller. Kiefer, how are you today?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I am very excited for you because Tom Withers is in. And when Tom Withers is in, it's not only news when he says it, but when he picks a team for you, you will have massive excitement in the rest of your life. So here we go.
What's still available? Is there a bunch of good stuff in there?
I have no idea. I mean, there's plenty of tickets in there, right?
Bowl of bad decisions.
Here we
I'm
go.
reaching in.
Those of you watching on YouTube, you now see Tom. He is in the bowl, and he has now picked a team. Who do you have? Show the camera, my friend. Show the camera.
With the number 15 pick.
15 pick?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh.
Kiefer, congratulations.
Kiefer, great
Thank
job.
you.
I am going to put you on hold so we can get all your information, make sure we're kosher on everything. And don't forget, April 16th, Game On. You better be ready because Daryl Ryder is one tough commissioner. I just want you to know that. I'm putting you on hold now. Thank you, Kiefer.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Kiefer.
Choose wisely.
Oh, even better. Even better. The motto that everyone wants to know about. All right, so, and of course, I don't know how many teams. I'm looking back. I think we got a couple more days of this. I'm looking.
Looks like it.
Teams left here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. All right, so there's more in there. All right, Tom, let's talk about the NBA right now. We are, a week away? Today's Tuesday. We're a week away from the start of the tournament.
Yeah.
Play-in tournament starts on Tuesday.
Okay.
So the Cavs, in that time, the number 4 seed's all locked up for them. They're not going anywhere. So you're talking about Atlanta, who still hasn't clinched yet, but they are, they're 12 back, and Toronto is 13.5 back. So with 3 games left, Tom, they just need to win one of those games, right? I'm doing the math in my head.
You're saying the Hawks?
Yeah. So, and by the way, 2 of their 3 games, I think they only have 3 games left, are against the Cavaliers. At least the Cavaliers have 3 games left.
Crazy.
And 2 of them are against the Hawks. So how do you play this? Like, you really want to? I know we need chemistry. I know that
you need health. First of all, you need health. Number one. That's the number one priority, right? And Kenny Atkinson said that again on Sunday, that health is paramount right now. So that's why you saw the back or the front court basically sat out on Sunday night, and the back court sat out last night.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
With the backdrop of that being, Andy, to your point, chemistry. The fact that Harden and Mitchell have played, a half dozen games together, it feels like. I mean, it's more than that, but it doesn't.
Dan, weren't you doing a minute?
Like
you were doing like the minutes count on that. I saw you doing the research for it. I don't know if you had a chance to finish it.
Yeah, Andy, give me a sec.
I remember he was working on that when I was.
So, how do you play it? I mean, you got to get the guys as close to 100% as you can. I think it's interesting too that a lot could change with that number 5 spot, right? I mean, you got potentially Atlanta, Toronto, Philadelphia, Charlotte, Orlando, or Miami could all end up in that number 5 spot.
I think it's Atlanta. Toronto. Look, Toronto. If Toronto wins 3 and Atlanta loses 3, then I guess Toronto could come back up.
Yeah.
It's a game and a half. So again, if Atlanta wins 1, they're going to be in the 5 spot.
So to your point, though, how do you play out those games against the Hawks? Is what you're thinking?
No,
that's interesting.
yeah, it's just a weird dilemma because I mean, potentially, you could have a series against Atlanta and 2 games against Atlanta here in the regular season, and I mean, it's this late in the year. Are you really showing? Like, if you show them something, is there something you're going to do that's spectacular? It's not like you're not going to pull out a new bag of tricks. You're going to win with talent.
The thing that scares me about this East, and I do think the Cavaliers, a healthy Cavaliers team, can get to the conference finals. I'm firmly behind that, whether they've got the chemistry that they've wanted to have or not.
It's about health, you're right.
The thing that scares me from 4 down, Andy, is that I feel like one of those, there's a Dragon Slayer amongst that group. And I don't know if it's Charlotte, and I don't know if it's Atlanta, and I don't know if it's Orlando, but I think there is danger lurking below the number 4 seed. I do.
All right, so with 3 games left, essentially, for most of these teams. Here, let me look just to make sure, because there might be a couple teams
that sounds right, yeah.
I think everybody has 3 games left. I'm looking at the standings, and I'm saying to myself, why do we have this godforsaken play-in tournament? Why? Let them. You're down to 3 games. You've got 4 teams all within a game and a half. Miami's pretty much locked themselves into that 10 seed. They're not going. They're in the playoffs, and the other teams have been ejected. In fact, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that have been ejected, the 10 teams total that have been ejected from the NBA playoffs, have basically been sitting there for almost 3 weeks now. So we already knew who wasn't going to the playoffs. So why not have a unbelievably spirited last week of the season? And I know you're jockeying for position to have to only win 1 game or win 2 games to get in because of the play-in tournament. Come on, the Sixers, the Hornets, the Magic, they're all tied. They are all 43-36, and Miami is 41-37. So ask me, and I'll tell you that kick Miami out. I'd rather have a series between Charlotte and Detroit and Philadelphia and Boston than I would watch these teams play these 1-game playoffs. It's silly. What do you got, Dan?
All right, so you asked for the lineup data of Harden, Mitchell, Allen, and Mobley.
Yeah.
They have played in 6 games together for a whopping 76 minutes.
And so now here's the next question. Thank you. That's great stuff. 6 games these guys have played together. 6. And you're going to play Atlanta in 2 of your last 3 games. I know you're ramping up for chemistry, but...
Well, the good thing is that they're experienced players, though, right? So you're not worried about these guys being, rookies with their first taste of NBA playoffs, right?
6 games.
I know. It doesn't seem like a lot, does it? Mm-mm. Now, I will... Listen, if you're asking me if I'm Adam Silver or if I'm a TV executive, I think it's... I like that it's in the play-in tournament infuses interest, in my opinion, Andy, in that it gets more markets involved, right?
Okay,
so
but
I
those
think
markets, and Tom, I'm not trying to argue.
I
with
got you.
Those markets are involved today, and you're asking them to hang around for 1 or 2 more days, is what you're really doing. Because why not make the regular season mean more? All 4 of those teams are now in the playoffs, and if you've got to make the rush at the end of the season to win the regular season, to make you get your spot in the regular season, then make the regular season important. I think you're dumbing down the regular season. 3 teams tied at 43 and 36, and let the survivors win.
Well, that's what's going to happen over the course of the next few games, yeah?
Yeah, well, no, they're in the playoffs. They're already in. So, all right, well, I get to play 1 game or I get to play 2 games. I just think you can make the end of the regular season more meaningful if you eliminated the play-in tournament. Because we're still talking about Miami being relevant, even though they're a game and a half behind Orlando. Miami doesn't have to do anything. If Miami wants to tank the rest of the week, if they don't want to play any of their starters, give them a week off, and then get ready for their 1 game that they're going to play. They open
potentially
up
against 4 different teams, though, right? They have no idea who they could play. So I don't know.
Can get rest.
I'm looking at more from a tanking standpoint, and I know we haven't really talked about that too much.
Right.
I think it's dangerous to have those kinds of conversations. Like people were saying today, they were talking about how the Knicks should lose their last couple games and slide back into the 4 spot.
Yeah.
Which would, I guess you want to have the path of least resistance, right? That's the idea.
It's not about them. I say the same thing for the Cavs.
Yeah.
Is it more beneficial for the Cavs to lose 2 games to Atlanta to 100% solidify the fact that they will play the Hawks?
Maybe.
I hate this. Why? I don't want my team to walk out on the floor to try to lose. I hate tanking.
I don't disagree, and it's typically for a draft pick as opposed to. Right, it's usually for getting in the lottery
now
or
it's positioning
yourself for
at.
the seeds. I know. It's not ideal.
It's sad. I don't. There's got to be another way to do this where there's reward to play hard every game.
Well, they've tweaked this every year a little bit, Andy.
So now we'll see the Charge play for the last week of the season.
Well,
right there is no. I'm sorry.
There's no incentive for them.
I see no incentive for the Cavs, and trust me. It's not like I don't want them to win games, but. Is there any incentive for the Cavs to win games?
Who are you most worried about?
Boston.
Yeah.
I can't even.
I know. Well, and
Detroit. It's not like Detroit and the Knicks aren't good.
And the Knicks feel the same way. And it's like, then you get into the argument of if you're going to have to face Boston, do you want them early or do you want them late, right? Do you want them having to have gone through a tough series, right, before you get to them? Or if they gain more momentum and you never know about health and who could potentially be hurt in a first round, I don't know. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Well, you're also looking at, too, and Jeff brought this up yesterday, it's a good point, that for the Cavs to make it to the NBA Finals, as of today, they'd have to beat Boston. Essentially, they'd have to beat Atlanta first, then Detroit, then Boston.
Then the Boston-New York winner. Yeah. Hey.
And there is no easy road.
There is not.
But you can change the road so that you have less wear on your tires, right?
Very much so. Yeah.
It's my big
weird and wild East this year.
It's all right.
Really
I want to get there, but I do think it's
almost here.
The play-in tournament to me seems absolutely worthless, especially looking at the East. So I'll live. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. One of my favorite people, Paul Keels, voice of the Buckeyes, next right here on Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers is in today.
Hawks are in 5th place, sitting 5 games back from Cleveland. If these standings hold, the Cavs will be facing the Hawks in the first round of the playoffs. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in today, and we are going to talk a little Ohio State football here as we get set for the NFL draft, which is going to be here before you know it. Tom, I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to go over to Pittsburgh and watch the draft because I saw what it could be. Do you know how cool the draft would have been here if we weren't going through the pandemic?
We got shortchanged, didn't we?
We did. The venue was awesome.
It was. They did a really nice job down there. Yeah.
And
that was the first, as you recall, that was the first major event post-pandemic. It was the first time they had crowds of any kind of size at anything.
It's true, but it was so limited, and and I think people were still scared to come downtown.
They were.
It was just, but the fans that were here were awesome. It was a great. I also remember for the first night, it was freezing cold and it was raining too.
Terrible.
But the fans came out. It was fun.
I had a weird start to that draft. I was asked to come down to the Rock Hall, and I got to interview Kings of Leon, which was kind of a thrill.
Oh, how was it?
Because they played, remember? They played on the stage. It was great.
AP asked you to do it?
So anytime the Rock Hall would have some things, I was kind of we had a correspondent at the time.
You were like the Jane Scott of my generation?
I don't belong in her company, that's for sure.
Legend.
But was able to do some of that kind of stuff. So that was the beginning of my pandemic/draft weekend. A lot of fun.
Yeah, I
wish we'd get back. Are we in rotation to get it again? Is that kind of how it works?
I think the commissioner knew that we got shortchanged on it, but the venue was so cool.
It was neat.
It'd be a great place to have concerts moving forward. But.
The Rock Hall is going to have kind of a new concert hall there attached to it on the left side.
Outside,
yeah, which will be great. Because right on the lake there, yeah.
There's nothing better than.
They had to keep the football team down there. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Okay,
couldn't resist a shot.
Let me read this, and then I'm going to give you a debate on maybe you will rethink that 10 years from now. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to tell you in a second. Okay.
I got you.
All right, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10. Our show right here when Jeff is normally in. It's called Baskin and Phelps. Today it's Baskin and Withers. From 10 to 2. That's what time we're on. I know because I walk in the door here before 10 o'clock, so I should know what time our show is. Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now. All right, so let's go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, one of the best voices in sports. No, I'll say the best voice in sports for me personally, and I enjoy just everything he does, and he's a friend. Paul Keels is on the line, the voice of the Buckeyes. Hi, Paul. How are you?
Boy, that sounds like pressure to perform.
You're on the clock.
Oh, good. How you guys doing?
I'm sorry. And Jim Lachey joins us today. Oh, wait. Sorry. How are you doing, PK? Life good?
Everything's good, Andy. How you doing?
Oh, we are doing good. Hey, before we get into football, because we have so much Buckeye stuff we can talk about, just your thoughts on Michigan winning last night. Did you feel like they were the team to beat all season?
I did. After seeing them 3 times in person, their size, their use of their size, their depth, and the flexibility of what they could do really was going to make it tough. And, you really saw what they did in the NCAA tournament up until last night, scoring 90 points in each game. And the way they took apart Arizona in the semis was so impressive. I thought they beat Arizona, but I didn't know they'd manhandle them like that. So not entirely surprising, but it was interesting to see that UConn came back and pushed them and made a game out of it at the end. But now that Michigan team, and in particular that front line, all they could do is just going to be tough for anybody.
Paul, you mentioned their size and their depth. They also figured out a way to use the transfer portal, didn't they? Do you think this is the way it's going to be going forward, where teams are going to got to recruit your own team during the year, but is this the way it's going to be now? We're going to have so many transfers in starting lineups, et cetera?
Yeah, I think so, Tom. I mean, there was a graphic that came up on TV last night that they would be the first team with a starting 5 all of transfers to win a national championship. But I think it's also the fact, look at the transfers they added and look at kind of their journey. I think you see with, Adai Mara. This was a guy that Ohio State saw him a couple of years ago when he was at UCLA. He was not the player then that he became. His skill really went up. Lendeberg is such a crazy story. Think about this was a guy that only played, if I remembered right, only 11 games in high school, and his mother had to coax him to go to a junior college. And just the skill set of everything he does, but maybe more impressive, he's such an unselfish player. He can score a lot of points, but he adds so many other things to help a team. Johnson, when he was at Illinois, you could tell as a freshman he was going to be a significant guy. But the guy that maybe blew everybody away last night was Elliot Cadeau. And, he's had multiple years in their system now. And then throw in Roddy Gale, who left Ohio State to go there, what he did coming off the bench. But I think, Tom, it is going to be a blueprint for people.
And the fact that Lendeborg did it on one leg, essentially, in the Final Four is a real credit to him as well.
Yeah, it really is. And he's a guy that, at 6'9", he could play point guard, which helped them when they lost L.J. Kaysen earlier in the year. And just a lot of different things that they could do. Role players, their depth was big. So I think, and the other guy, McKinney, who really hurt Ohio State in the Big Ten tournament, and you saw his crucial plays that he made last night. We talk all about the transfer portal, but there's a true freshman who really came in and had a big impact.
It feels like it's turning football here for a second. The jackpot's about to hit for Ohio State. We could be looking at 5 guys going in the first round, and I mean, the top 10 could be all Buckeyes. I mean, it feels like it, but it's half of it. What Buckeye goes first? What do you think? I hate to say this, Paul. Who's the best Buckeye in this draft?
Oh, geez, talk about a loaded question.
Yeah, I know.
And a lot of that, I think, Andy's going to depend on, particular team needs. Arvell Reese is the guy that certainly seems to be getting a lot of sizzle. When you think about what he did, this was a guy that, a few years ago, they had him at defensive end because of an injury need. And then the way he exploded at linebacker with his size and speed, it makes a very attractive choice for teams. But Caleb Downs is a guy that really, when you think about all he's done since he's been here, from a safety standpoint, he was referred to a lot of times as a coach on the field. He was crucial as a returner when they used him in that situation, and just really brought a calming presence to that defensive secondary. So, probably amongst those two, although Carnell Tate is not going to be far behind, you wouldn't think, with the way he was able to play.
Paul, if I had told you a half a year ago that Sonny Styles would be a top 5 pick, would you have believed me?
I would have, only because think about the fact that this was a kid, and Tom, remember, he reclassified coming out of high school. So his freshman year, he should have been a senior in high school.
Good point.
And when you saw what he did, and especially how they moved him from playing as a big safety to an athletic linebacker, and think about the way he played a couple of years ago in that college football playoff run en route to a national championship. It was something like, he had like 24 tackles. He had a couple of sacks in that 4-game playoff run. So a guy that had all kind of great physical skills. He was an outstanding basketball player as well in high school. So I wouldn't have been entirely surprised, Tom.
It's funny when I look at all these mock drafts. Cade McDonald is he's like an afterthought. I'm like, this guy is a first-round NFL talent, right? And he seems, and Cade McDonald too. Let's not forget about him. What does he offer a team in the NFL that he's the one guy that I look at and I'm like, yes, of course he's a first-round pick.
Well, he's one of those guys, Andy, and we've seen this with some of the Ohio State interior defensive linemen before. Their stats maybe don't jump off at everybody because of some of the power they've had at defensive ends, but the way they're able to occupy people in the middle of the line of scrimmage. And Cade McDonald has certainly done that. He made such a huge jump from his sophomore to his junior year. So he's a guy that certainly is going to be one of those that will get in and be able to play that way. And I think, he, as well as so many other Ohio State defensive linemen, have benefited over the years really because they have such depth and such rotations that guys are able to be fresh down there in some of the late game situations. So he's a guy that certainly is going to be a bonus, you would think, to whoever drafts him. Now, you hope that he doesn't go someplace where, they're expecting him to do a ton right away. He certainly's got the ability to have an influence, but, he, like so many others, have benefited from the depth they've had on that defensive line.
So, Paul, because where they're sitting at 6 and because of need, Carnell Tate is a name that has got everybody's attention here in Cleveland. while he's not necessarily been a number one receiver with the Buckeyes because of a certain Jeremiah Smith, what gives you the confidence that he is going to be that kind of a pro player, that he can be the alpha dog, if you will, of the receiving corps?
Well, he took advantage of the presence of other receivers around him, like Jeremiah Smith. But he's a guy that can make tough catches. He's a guy that runs crisp routes. And honestly, Tom, you saw the difference. There was a couple of games late in the season when he didn't play. And you kind of, not that the offense shut down, but his absence was noticeable. So he's a guy that really has been able to make big plays in crucial games. Think back in the game against Texas where he had 7 catches, I believe it was, and so consistent. He had about a 24, 25 game catch streak in which he was hauling balls in. So he's a guy that he's a good sized target, but he's a guy that runs great routes. And again, there's a little bit of that. Well, it was because of Jeremiah Smith and other people, but you certainly saw what he was able to do when given his opportunities.
Paul, what's losing Brian Hartline going to mean to the Buckeyes next year as far as wide receivers? I mean, he's had such a great run. I mean, he's the man that made me forget that Dustin Fox went to Glen Oak. So let's not. I'm just kidding.
Geez, come on, Andy.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know that we know the answer to that question yet because, as you guys know, Ryan Day is still so involved in what goes on with coordinating that offense. Brian Hartline's role really is a receivers coach and a recruiter were maybe some of his strongest suits. And, now bringing in a guy with pro experience like Arthur Smith. And one of the great things that Ryan Day has done is he's been very patient and very deliberate with his hires as who he's wanted to bring in. And, think about now he's got an offensive and a defensive coordinator that have both been NFL head coaches. That's a lot of experience and a lot of know-how to tap into. So I don't know that we know the entire answer to that. Certainly Brian Hartline's going to be missed for his influence of what he did to this program, both as a player and a coach. But, when you think about all the other people there, you think about Ryan Day's influence on an offense, you're encouraged about what you think it's going to look like.
What kind of pro is Caleb Downs going to be? Is he going to be the generational type player that people are talking about? See the comparisons to Ed Reed. You see the Troy Polamalu comparisons. He's a Swiss Army knife in some ways, Paul, in that you can play him deep, you can bring him up to the line of scrimmage, et cetera. What do you see as his NFL future?
Tom, I think that kind of flexibility is going to set him up to be one of those guys that could have a good career going into, 10 years or so. A guy that, he might not necessarily make the Ed Reed flashy type of plays, but he's a guy that is going to get himself and the people around him in the secondary in the right position. He's a guy that, I think rarely will you see him get beat on something. And a guy that just is going to continue to put the same work ethic at the professional level that he did as a collegian, and the influence of having a father that played in the NFL certainly can't hurt, but a guy that's, spent time at 2 major programs. And you think about Alabama and Ohio State and the coaching that he got at both places. He's one of those guys I think it would not be fair to say quietly go about having a long career, but consistently he seems to be one of those guys. And again, we're just speculating, but one of those guys that could have a lengthy, successful career.
And Paul, it seems like he's opened up this Alabama to Ohio State pipeline all of a sudden. We got a couple of new recruits on the defensive line down there in Columbus, right?
Yeah, and there's some encouragement about what those guys are going to bring. And I think certainly what this has done, and, you started asking about the transfer portal with basketball.
Yeah.
But what this whole world has done now is allowed teams to selectively add experienced players to fill needs, to fill spots where they really need it. And, Caleb Downs was able to do that. You think about what Quinshon Judkins did when he came from Ole Miss, Will Howard when he came from Kansas State. So, certainly what they're able to do is look at guys that can fit the need. But also Ryan Day's talked an awful lot about getting the right kind of people that will fit. It's an overused term, but fit the culture that they build up.
Paul, spring game coming up here. What are we? Really, like a week or two away?
Week from Saturday,
18. Yeah. I love the spring game. Like, it was one of my favorite things because it gave me the opportunity to see guys, that we didn't see the year before that were outstanding in high school. And all of a sudden, I'm like, oh yeah, oh my God, I forgot that guy was a Buckeye. And so, any names or any guys you kind of have your eye on for the spring game that could propel into next season?
Well, the thing you have to be careful about with a spring game, and there's always, and he's a guy that's referred to a lot in regard to this. You don't want to get caught in the Bam Childress syndrome. A guy that wowed in the spring game but did hardly anything in the regular season. There's some guys that are going to be interesting to watch because of their top 2 running backs not participating in spring because of surgeries. The running back spot will be interesting to watch. A guy like Legend Bay, who was a quarterback but is transitioning into a running back. He's a guy that certainly seems as though he's going to be somebody that could add something to him. There's been a lot of noise about this wide receiver Brock Boyd from South Lake High School in Texas. He'll be another one to pay attention to. I certainly think that Chris Henry Jr. will be one to watch. Sincere Johnson, a linebacker out of Glenville, is a guy that people seem to think, because again, they're without kind of their top two projected linebackers in the spring. Those are guys that are going to get an opportunity to maybe show really what it is that they can do. So those are a few of the names. There's so many others, obviously, when you think about what they have and what they need to do to fill some of these spots. So, but you have to be careful about not reading too much into the spring game also, because nowadays that these spring games are televised, teams aren't going to really show a whole lot because they don't want to give a whole lot of ammunition to their opponents. There's some transfers that are going to be interesting to watch. Christian Allegro, a guy that came at linebacker from Wisconsin. You talked about, those defensive linemen that came from Alabama. Quay Rousseau is going to be one to watch. And maybe one of the more interesting ones will be Connor Hawkins, a place kicker who transferred from Baylor. Ohio State's had good success during the course of the regular season for the most part with place kickers. But as we saw toward the end of the year and in the playoffs last year, a missed kick has, a couple of times in the last 3 or 4 years has proven to be costly. So can Hawkins kind of solidify things there?
Paul, not much to criticize about Julian Sayen's game last year, but where do you think the growth has to happen for him to kind of take the next step up as the starting quarterback at Ohio State?
Well, probably continuing to learn how to adjust to what he sees in front of him from opposing defenses. And the other part, Tom's, going to be, can we see a little more mobility from him?
Right.
Can we see a little bit more? And it doesn't have to be a lot, but some sort of a rushing threat that makes opponents have to account for that. That's one of the things that Will Howard brought. Now, nobody was going to mistake Will Howard for J.T. Barrett, but there was always the threat that he might tuck the ball and run and get some positive yards. If that's something that Julian Sayen can add, that's going to be a plus. I think his accuracy for the most part was really, really good. What we saw happen at the end of the year against Indiana, against Miami, some of it were the issues that the offensive line had that really caused for a lot of the pressure that he had to deal with. But just, a young man that really, and again, think about 2 years ago, he was the number 3 quarterback on the team and, just played just enough to not lose his redshirt year, then immediately thrown into the position that he was in. And then can he continue to take advantage of the weapons around him, namely those receivers we talked about?
Paul, we ran out of time. Also, good year for your rookie, Tyler Danberg. What a great year he had. We loved him.
What a wonderful young man. Yeah. And you know what? We've tried not to be too bad an influence on him, especially with our post-game tailgate.
Well, look out for his dad and his grandfather. They cause a lot of trouble, but they do a great job. Hey, thank you, Paul. We appreciate you, and you're the best. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
My pleasure, guys. Nice talking to you.
We'll talk to you later.
Paul.
Paul Keels, voice of the Buckeyes right here on 92.3 The Fan. Of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's do an update right now, 2020.
Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at Lowe's.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Can the Guardians three-peat as Central Division champs? Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Tom Withers is in today for Jeff. You can get in at 216-474-0092. We just talked to Paul Keels, gave us a lowdown on the Buckeyes. I do think it's, a lot of the stuff he talked about, we knew a lot of the stuff too, but it's always interesting to hear from Paul because he lives it every day, and you're like, oh, was I right about that, or was I thinking the right thing? And I just think his perspective on everything for Ohio State, even the basketball stuff that we talked about in the beginning, was interesting. Obviously, you're a guy that covers Ohio State. You know Ohio State very well. Your thoughts on the Buckeyes in this draft before we start talking about the Browns and their needs?
Well, first of all, Paul, just hearing Paul makes it feel like a Saturday afternoon in mid-October, doesn't it? Which is not a bad thing.
I think what's interesting is you just hear his voice. I worked with Paul for probably 2 or 3 years down in Columbus, and he's just such a good guy.
Solid dude, yeah.
He's just humble.
Yeah.
He appreciates the job that he has. He's very much a student of everything that he does. He does his homework. He is rock solid on everything. So, and he's been doing it for a long time too. So,
that's why he's so good.
Yeah, I'm a huge PK fan.
Preparation.
And Lachey too. I think he and Lachey are a great team.
It's funny.
And Ronnie Stokes too. I don't want to sell him short.
The fact that that the Buckeyes could have 4 guys go in the top 5, 4 in the top 10. Somebody said to me last week, "How did they not win the national championship?" And I had to remind them they won it last year. So everybody forgets. And listen, they ran into an Indiana wrecking crew, and then I just knew that matchup against Miami was going to be a bad one for that offensive line. And sure enough, speaking of which, Reuben Bain Jr. is a guy that I know that the Browns don't necessarily have a need there at defensive end. Although now that the Bills kid the former Bills player, failed his physical, so he's not part of the equation anymore. So we'll see. I think I asked Paul about Sonny Styles because obviously his combine workout is going to go down in history, right? I don't think I've ever seen a player who has opened more eyes. The combination.
The kid from John Carroll opened some eyes at the Senior Bowl too.
There you go.
I still don't know how he didn't get invited to the combine, but that's not
I talked about it last year, I think with you guys and with others, that linebacking combination they had last year with Reese and Styles at Ohio State was unlike anything that they've ever had there. Players with that kind of size, that kind of speed, ability to get to the quarterback, both of them was, very unique. So, listen, it's a credit to the Ohio State program and what Ryan Day and those coaches have done down there that all these kids are in position to be picked where they're going to be picked. I think it's going to be very interesting because I think 1 or 2 of them could be available to the Browns at number 6. I've been beating the drum here for a while about Caleb Downs. If you feel that he is, while it's not necessarily a need for the Browns at this point, if he's a player that you think can be a perennial all-pro player, then I don't think you pass on him. I think it's best player available, and in this case, it's best Buckeye available.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I keep looking through the list of Buckeyes that probably get first, second, third rounders, and I'm wondering who's going to have the biggest impact
of this.
And this is just. It's a great draft for Ohio State. You're talking about maybe 4 guys going in the top 10.
Well, as Paul mentioned, and as you know, Andy, it's where you go, and it's what is the greatest need at the place that you go, right?
The other 10 guys around you make a difference.
Yeah, so it's really hard to predict that. I think McDonald, as you pointed out, Andy, is a guy that is going to fit in well with probably. I think he's going to be taken into the 20 to 25 range, or whatever, which means he probably goes to a more established team, right?
Yeah,
and the expectations are not through the roof for him.
Houston
and he
seems to be a team that might have his.
And he can kind of blind him. Man, add him to that Houston defense. Look out! Not like they need that.
I think back to the season last year and how many plays Igbinosun was in and Claire was in. Guys we're not even talking about as first rounders that made big plays to help that team, have success throughout the season. But I also go back. I'm just super curious about Carnell Tate.
Me too.
More than anything else, because Carnell got catapulted this year, and yet you said it. It's not like he wasn't the number one receiver on this team. And by the way, there was a time when Jackson Smith-Njigba wasn't the number one. Marvin Harrison was ahead of him, right?
Yeah.
And so when you look at being the number 2 or the number 3 wide receiver at Ohio State, you wonder how that's going to bloom once they get into the NFL.
But I thought Paul made a really good point as well, which was that when Tate was out those few weeks with what was the hamstring or whatever late in the season, you did miss him because all of a sudden Jeremiah was triple covered. Right, because they didn't have to worry about Carnell being out there. So, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting from the Browns' standpoint. How do they view him? Is he a guy that can immediately step in and become a number one? I don't know if he's that guy, Andy, and I like him a lot. Don't get me wrong, and I love the size. I don't put as much emphasis on the speed as a lot of people do. He got open, and you know what? A lot of those sideline catches that he made, a lot of the catches that he made in traffic, whether it was over the middle or on kind of the jump balls into the corner, he just made plays for the Buckeyes. So he could certainly help the Browns.
I like looking at CBS because they give you 5 or 6 mock drafts to look at, and it's interesting. Of the 6 guys, it's they're not. You'll get 2 that think, okay, the Browns at 6 are going to go Carnell Tate. I'm looking right here. It's Josh Edwards and Blake Brockemeyer both think they're okay, the Browns will take Carnell Tate at 6, and I'd be happy with that. Right? We're happy with that.
Okay.
Would you be happy with that?
Yeah, I'd be fine with it. Let me put it that way.
And so, but then you look and then I saw Monroe Freeling, Mike Renner and Ryan Wilson both think it's Freeling. I thought Mary Kay's point on Freeling this morning was interesting. That are you taking a flyer on him? Is he a 50-50 guy?
Yeah.
And I don't. Maybe because Tate's a Buckeye that we don't feel that way, but you are, you're doing that. I don't know what's the right pick for them at 6.
I agree with you, Andy.
I just know they need to walk out of this thing with either 2 wide receivers and one offensive lineman, sorry, or 2 wide receivers, or the other way around. 2 offensive linemen and 1 wide receiver.
I totally agree with you. I think your first 3 picks have to be an offensive lineman and 2 wide receivers.
I could go either way. Yeah, I could go
or
2
sandwich
linemen.
Him.
Yeah,
I could too. I've kind of come around a little bit on the idea of taking one of those Utah kids at 6, one of those tackles, and especially the Fanu kid, if I'm pronouncing it right.
We had their play-by-play guy.
Oh, did you? Okay.
He was really good. And by the way, after I had that interview, I kind of walked out and was like, take both of them.
I apologize for not listening.
It's okay. It's much like my family. It's the
Fanu kid, from what I understand, is...
Are you sure we're not related?
Very versatal, right? Can play anywhere on the line, including center.
Yeah.
Right? Which, and as you remember, if Andrew Berry, if you remember at the owners' meeting, one of the owners' meetings was earlier, it must have been the Combine, talked about wanting that versatility and how important that is now in the NFL. And good Lord, with the problems that the Browns have had up front with injuries over the last couple of years, you want a guy that you can be able to plug in at any of the 3 positions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've come around a little bit on that.
Jeff made a great point.
Go ahead. Kudos to Jeff.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm giving him credit for this.
Don't say it too loud; he might hear you.
I know. I just think he's right. If you're going to take someone at 6, it probably should be a left tackle, unless you have a left-handed quarterback, which we have on the roster.
Right now.
It should be, for today.
Yeah.
We should, if you're at 6, you probably want to take a left-handed, a left tackle.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you're talking about an offensive lineman that can play all those positions, does it mean that he's not really, really good at one spot?
Right.
And I don't like looking at life that way, but Jeff kind of opened my eyes to that yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't want to totally agree with him, but he's probably right.
And you know what? I thought Andrew Berry was being genuine last week when he said, I don't know if we're going to pick at 6, and if we are picking at 6, I don't know who the hell we're going to take. And I kind of think they're probably in that boat right now, and things will shake out.
I think they trade. They're the Browns.
I think they want to trade. I'm just not so sure.
They haven't held their own pick and made a move since 2000, since Jed Wills. We remember we were talking about that.
2020.
Or 2020. Yeah, sorry, 2000.
No, that's
2020.
Yeah. And you know what? And at the time, that was a need, right? and they filled it. And, Jed had his issues, and unfortunately he had some injuries that set him back even further. So I think it's up for sale, Andy, but you got to find a partner. And I think, you're going to need a team to either fall in love with whoever falls into that sixth spot, right?
Right.
Whether it's Jeremiah Love, whether it's Caleb Downs, whether it's Sonny Styles, who knows? I don't know how I don't think anybody other than Mendoza, which is definitely penciled in, I think everything is possible from 2 through 10 there. I think it's all interchangeable.
I'm sure GMs.
It looks like you're playing tournament.
Yeah, you're right. I just think there are other GMs looking at, well, if we need to make a trade with the Browns, we could probably pull it off.
No doubt.
It's trying to look at it from the other side because you don't have a deal unless you got two sides to that. All right, let's come back. The Masters are this week, and when it comes to golf, we talk to a local guy who is the man. Hughes Norton, former golf super agent. He is going to join us next. Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers.
host the Hawks tomorrow night. The Cavs have locked in at least the 4th spot in the East and have secured home court advantage for the first round. The Hawks are in 5th place, sitting 5 games back from Cleveland. If these standings hold, the Cavaliers will be facing the Hawks in the first round of the playoffs. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Basket and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hughes Norton's going to join us in a moment. We're going to talk golf. Masters coming up later this week. It is 1 o'clock, so we've got some fun for you. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code word CARDS, C-A-R-D-S, C-A-R-D-S, CARDS, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Great Lakes Collectors Convention and Strongsville Sports Collectors Convention, April 10th through the 12th. At the Independence Fieldhouse. Plus, you'll be qualified for the grand prize, an autographed meet and greet with former Browns Pro Bowler Joe Hayden. Get your tickets at greeniesportscards.com. Again, the code this hour is CARDS, C-A-R-D-S. Tom Withers is in today for Jeff Phelps. All right, so the Masters get set to go a little bit later this week. On Thursday, they're already getting ready, though. Practice rounds, all kinds of good stuff going on. Just kind of looking through the mix on who the favorites are. Scotty Scheffler, John Rahm, Bryson DeChambeau was right there, Rory McIlroy. I mean, they're all right there. This should be another great fun
Some
week.
big names right there, brother.
Yeah, it's like I like the fact that we got all the big names together. You know,
all the big boys swinging. I hear you.
You know, the Live Tour, you can kind of whatever. It doesn't matter about that because they're all getting together. Then I was looking at some other big names that you can kind of might be sleepers this week. Patrick Reed, Jordan Spieth. I mean, there are some other names there. So let's get some more insight into what's going on. We hop over to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We bring in a dear friend of the show, Northeast Ohio guy, Hughes Norton, former golf super agent. He's got a book, Rainmaker, Super Agent, Hughes Norton, and the Money Grab Explosion from golf to Tiger to live and beyond. And, of course, he is on that Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hughes, how are you? Always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend.
Doing well, guys. How about yourself?
We are doing great. All right, I know we're going to get to the Masters here in a second. I just kind of want your take on what's going on with Tiger and kind of his situation. And when the story came down, I'm like, oh, this sucks. I don't like those stories about anybody. And I don't know, just your thoughts on Tiger because I knew we were talking to you today and I wanted to ask you.
Well, I mean, real quick, we should have seen this coming, maybe.
Yeah.
This is, in my opinion, 3 strikes and you're out. He's fallen asleep now. This is the 3rd time behind the wheel. He's kind of skated through all of these. He got a DUI charge in 2017, the first time. They found him asleep with the motor running at the side of the road. He had 5 different prescription painkillers in his system, including Xanax and opioids and what have you. Then in 2021, he goes across the road in L.A. I mean, 7:30 in the morning, he's doing 87 in a 45 zone. This could have been so much worse. I know his leg was almost amputated, but think about if a mom and some young kids is coming the other way when he crosses the median. But for some unknown reason, the L.A. sheriff not only did not charge him with DUI, but did no toxology, and he was clearly in the same condition he was in 2017 and again most recently. So I don't know. I think my take, going way back with the kid and his family, since his dad died, Earl, in 2006, I don't think there's been anybody around to sit him down, take him by the scruff of the neck if necessary, and say, hey, dude, you have a serious problem. You're an addict and you got to quit. He's surrounded by enablers, his agent, all these people on his payroll. It's in their interest to kind of be yes men. And so I just, what's sad to me, guys, he's doing so much to diminish his legacy. You know, this is now 2 decades we're going on of Tiger humiliating himself off the golf course. It's terrible.
It's funny. You say the story, and I started thinking about Mike Tyson, and was it Customato that was his guy, that was his handler, that tried to keep him on the right track. Here's the other thing. Like, it's just what doesn't make sense to me is here's a guy that's worth like what $1.5 billion after a divorce. Why don't you just hire a driver?
Can't afford it.
All right, I guess you answered it. It's just such common sense. Or call an Uber.
He's so stubborn, guys, and he's so used to getting his way. He just likes to drive himself around, apparently, and doesn't want anybody to know where he's going or what he's doing. And so he's continuing to drive himself. Here's a basic question. After 2 of these events already, forget the most recent one, how does he still have a driver's license?
We say that after.
Are we sure he does? Yeah.
Oh,
Who knows? Who knows?
We've got a guy for the Browns that likes to drive a little fast too, and we're still trying to figure that out too. So
you make a great point, though. It is detracting from what is one of the greatest legacies in all of sports, for that matter. We haven't talked about his accomplishments in such a long time. I mean, it was 2019, 7 years ago now, that he won the Masters. And why don't we get talking about this year's field? It seems about as wide open as I can ever remember. What are your thoughts as we get ready for this?
Yeah, very much so. You know that. For so many previous Masters guys, the story was McIlroy. Great line. He walked into the press conference last year having won in that dramatic fashion, and he said, "I'd like to start this press conference with my own question. What are we all going to talk about
now?" I remember that. Yeah, it's great.
So, and happily he achieved the Grand Slam. So now we're into, there's always an unknown guy that shows up on the leaderboard and plays well at Augusta. But this year strikes me really as chalk. I mean, Scotty Scheffler, his dominance the last 3 years. I saw something the other day. He now has 51 top 10s since 2022. And to put that in perspective, the next guy on the tour has less than 30.
Wow.
He's really Tiger again in terms of consistency and achievement. He's won 3 majors. He won the Olympic gold medal. He just never stops being in contention. So, well, let's put it this way. In our Masters pools, who are you picking if you have the first pick other than Scheffler?
Yeah. That's a good one.
I like DeChambeau, though, too. It's really this split in golf. We've talked about it before with you guys, with the LIV Tour and the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
2 big kind of needle movers aren't around anymore except for the majors, and they are Bryson DeChambeau and Jon Rahm.
Yeah.
And so this is what tennis went through for years, when all of a sudden the only time the best players got together was in the 4 Grand Slam tournaments. And we don't want that as fans. We want the best players in golf, competing against each other as much as possible. So this week is really a highlight in that respect.
Yeah, that said, though, I totally agree with you. I can see somebody kind of, like you said, there could be an outlier here that we're not, a Minwoo Lee type who seems to be knocking the door. Ahlberg has been knocking on the door. Robert McIntyre, who's been playing as well as anybody this year. So, to me, I while the favorites are what are going to get the TV ratings going up and get us talking about it, I could see somebody kind of coming from back of the pack, don't you think?
Speaking of McIntyre, here's one for you. Since 2003, how many left-handers have won the Masters?
I'm going to say since when now? 3?
Since 2003. I'll give you the answer.
Oh, but you got Dan. I can see smoke coming out of Dan's head back there.
We're 1 in 3, right?
Say Mike Weir is the one that popped into my head.
He's the last one, I would think.
And then Phil.
There've been six green jackets on left-handers. Phil won 3. Bubba Watson, remember him? Won twice.
That's right.
And Mike Weir. So does that mean McIntyre has a great shot? Not necessarily, but he's really playing well.
Yeah.
Here's another one. In the last 4 years, the hottest player in golf entering the Masters has gone on to win. In order, that was Scheffler, Rahm, Scheffler again, and McIlroy. So who is this spring's hottest golfer? Most people can't spell his name. Chris Gotterup.
Yeah.
He's won twice. He bombs it. He has great touch around the greens. He doesn't know any better. Like he's so new. He won't be intimidated maybe by Augusta.
Hey, explain to someone that walks up to you and they're like, "Oh, I know you all the golf stuff." And why is the Masters such a big deal? Why is it so great? What makes it so special? Explain it to the person from Mars.
This is, my take, but I think a lot of people share this. It's the most enchanting event because of its setting. We go back every year. We all know the holes. It's familiar. It's comfortable. Its history is amazing. And the emotion and the passion that it generates. Some other things that we all love, and we really should think about these as we watch this week. There are no hospitality tents crowding greens. They're just bleachers. Manners still matter at Augusta. There's no guys yelling mashed potatoes or they get thrown out.
No phones.
No cell phones. Running, you ready? Is not allowed at Augusta National.
Right.
If you run, they'll throw you off the property. I love this one. There's no signage. Ray's Creek in Amen Corner, not sponsored by GoDaddy.com.
Not yet.
There's no cars. There's no cars floating in the pond next to the 16th green. It's the leaderboards are white. They're pristine. There's no advertisement for credit cards on them. No cell phones. People actually talk to each other in the galleries rather than text. It's so refreshing.
What a concept.
I think the one thing I do always remember about the Masters was, how things are, like every stadium's named and all that stuff, that the Masters was, I think it was a Cadillac was the first major sponsor. And
Correct.
it was the Masters presented by Cadillac. It's not, the Cadillac isn't in the word the Masters. And I've always found that to be fascinating.
And Augusta National has always insisted on limited commercial interruptions. It's so refreshing. You put your feet up, you can watch for 15 or 20 straight minutes, and there's no commercials. The commercial breaks are 4 minutes an hour. I mean, hello? What?
I love that. Preserve the tradition. I love it. You didn't even mention, Hughes, some of the other, J.J. Spawn, Cameron Young, Cameron Smith, Matt Fitzpatrick, Keegan Bradley, Justin Rose, on and on and on. Has golf ever been this deep in terms of quality players?
Yeah, I think we have to go back a few decades, when you think about Nicholas, Palmer, Player, Sam
Watson.
Steed was still around, Watson, Weiskopf, Johnny Miller. But the golfers are so good now, guys, and you just named a bunch of them. I'll give you, he's not even a sleeper, but he's certainly due. Tommy Fleetwood, Englishman. He's had 7 top fives in majors. He's been very close, and he finished tied for third at Augusta 2 years ago. I mean, is it his time? Whose time is it? Who'll be the story this year? Brooks Koepka, kind of forgotten. The guy's won 5 majors. He's back from LIV, and he said the other day, I feel really good, very confident going into Augusta.
Good course.
All right, Hughes, before we let you go, what do you got going on? Other than we always encourage people to get the book, Rainmaker, Super Agent, Hughes Norton, and the Money Grab, explosion from golf, from Tiger to LIV to beyond. What do you got going on these days?
I've been doing a whole bunch of country club, golf club talks, guys. They've all kind of developed sort of accidentally. Simon & Schuster, our publisher, hasn't really done any of them. And I do a talk. The club buys 200 books. I sign them for everybody. I've got a PowerPoint, which for this dinosaur technologically is really impressive. And I've done, Chevy Chase Club, Appowamus, Denver Country Club, did one at Canterbury, got one coming up next spring at Ocean Reef down in Florida. They're a lot of fun. It kind of keeps the book topical. The audio version, which I recorded, I needed some guidance from you guys. Where were you?
Sorry about that. I'm happy to help.
Your line was busy, Dan.
It's actually make a fool out of yourself.
But the audiobook's been great. Audiobook's been really good. And the paperback is out. The hardcover is sold out. We did 15,000 copies, which, kind of blew everybody's mind. So really been a very, very fun project. And 2 years later, it keeps on going.
Here's for all the advancements we've had in golf and golf coverage as well. It just always strikes me, and I've been lucky enough to be at a bunch of courses, it feels like TV still cannot capture the topography of a lot of courses. And I bring up Augusta because I don't think people that haven't been there realize how hilly it is. And
wonderful point. Think about this, and you're right. When you go to Augusta and people walk from the 18th tee, for example, and follow a group all the way up to the green, you can't imagine how steep it is. It is a 60-foot up from the 18th tee to the 18th green. And here's the real crazy one. The highest point on the property is the 10th tee. Okay, you envision the 10th hole. All the way down to the 11th green is a 145-foot drop.
Wow.
Oof.
And you're right. I mean, look, thank God for HD. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
And the best seat is still at the Masters on my couch rather than trying to look over people's heads, right? But you cannot imagine when people first go to Augusta, that's really one of the first things they say is, I can't believe the topography here. It's steep.
Interesting. Hughes, let me fire one more question. Did you ever do one of these dinners, the Champions Dinner?
No, because you can't get in. However, that's the Tuesday night for the players. I did do dinner after the event in '97 when Tiger won. You know, there's a lot of people in there, a lot of members. It's in the grill room,
right.
Parents and stuff, and that was pretty amazing. The winner just gets besieged, guys. The winner is after he's walked off the 18th green, goes to the Butler cabin, does the interview, goes to the press room. I remember in '97, we waited for almost 2 hours at dinner for Tiger to show up.
Wow.
He's the champ.
Well, they do 2 jacket presentations, don't they? Isn't there 2?
I'm sorry?
Don't they do 2, one for TV
in the
and then
cabin, one on the green as well?
Is that
Yeah. Yes. So you do TV in the Butler cabin. You do the green, the presentation next to the 18th green for all the spectators, and then the press room, which goes on and on and on. And, the poor winner comes out and says, I just want to go to bed.
Hughes, always a pleasure. I love the insight you give us into all these little behind-the-scenes things. It's awesome. Thank you. Always continued success with the book, too, as well.
Next stop, U.S. Open, a fun one this year, guys. Actually, we have the PGA in between it, Aronimink in Philly, which is a great course. U.S. Open at Shinnecock in Long Island. What a course.
I'm set for airport greens sometime once it get warm.
My old stomping grounds.
When it gets warm. I'm feeling good about that. World
Scheffler
renowned.
going for the Grand Slam at Shinnecock.
Wow.
Potentially.
It'll be fun. Hughes, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Always a pleasure.
Hughes Norton. I don't think he's ever played airport greens, though. Do you? It's fascinating the people that you might live close to that have done amazing things in the world of sports. So we'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about that. I also want to get back into last night's championship game. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in today. Hey, everybody. It's Andy.
That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 of the Fan. Talk a little basketball here. Just a heads up, the Cavs have 3 games left for the regular season. They play against Atlanta tomorrow night at home.
Here, yep.
And then they are at Atlanta, and that is Friday at Atlanta. And then they wrap up the season at 6 o'clock. I think almost all the games are at 6.
On Sunday?
Yeah, on Sunday.
Yep.
Against Washington, another meaningless game. So that's where they kind of stand. I do think it's interesting, speaking of the Cavaliers, Michael Malone now finds himself at North Carolina.
Did not see this coming, Andy.
I don't know that a lot of people saw that coming.
No, I knew Michael would land a job somewhere. I fully expected it to be back in the NBA. Still don't understand exactly what happened in Denver there. You know, he goes from winning an NBA title to a year later being fired despite having a winning record, despite having Jamal Murray hurt.
Is it 100% official that he got hurt, or are we kind of?
Yeah.
Everyone's saying it is.
Yeah,
It's just it was kind of like he expected to be hired, and I didn't know if they crossed the T's on it.
And I got a couple high school buddies who went to school at Chapel Hill, played lacrosse down there, and they all reached out to me yesterday, like, tell us about this guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, only because they knew that I knew him. I can't say enough good things about Michael, first of all, and for that matter, about his dad, Brendan, who was a assistant with the Cavaliers for a long time under Paul Silas, and a terrific guy. And then Michael came here, and I hit it off with him. He was just a good guy that worked under Mike Brown. Was here for some of those formative years with LeBron, and obviously worked his way up into getting a head coaching shot, and then was dismissed. And that's just a whole weird profession that way.
It's bizarre.
You never know exactly what's going to happen. So I think he'll do well in Chapel Hill. It kind of surprised me that Hubert Davis got run out of there as fast as he did. I know the complaints about him.
Don't you think they just felt like it was time for a change?
Yeah, they did. It was like one of those. It felt inevitable. There was a big drumbeat amongst the alumni and the Tar Heel Nation had kind of seen enough. And especially when they blew a 19-point lead to VCU in the first round.
Yeah,
and
that wasn't good.
Early exit is not going to do anybody any favors. I don't care what school you're at. So, yeah, good for Michael Malone. He'll do a nice job down there.
You look at his resume, okay, right? Starts in 93 at the Friends School of Baltimore as assistant. I'm sorry, it just sounds funny.
Yeah.
Friends School. Oh, you're at the Friends School. Then he was at Oakland, which I think up in Detroit, and a lot of people know about that. Then he was at Providence, Manhattan. Then he was at the Knicks. Then he spent 5 years with the Cavs.
Right.
From 05 to 10. Worked his way out to New Orleans. Then it was at Golden State. We remember him there as well. And then he finally got his head coaching gigs in Sacramento in 2013. That was 2013, 2014. And then he went to Denver after that. What's interesting about it is you don't see North Carolina anywhere on his resume.
No, and then he'd been recently doing some TV, and doing a nice job of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I always liked Michael. Guy from Queens, kind of straight shooter, no nonsense, loves his ball, gets along with people real well, very personable guy. So I think he'll do super things down there.
We were talking about Ohio State football there, and you got 2 former NFL coaches on staff there. Now you get an NBA guy.
Going back to college.
Happened in Boston. Well, no, Boston he went. Where did he go? He went college. Yeah, he went from college to Celtics, and then stuck around there too. So I find it interesting that I feel like with NIL and the money and all this stuff going on, that the line between college and pros just comes down to recruiting.
Bill Belichick's at Carolina, right?
That's right. Yeah, too.
So it's an interesting world right now.
They got 2 former Cleveland coaches there now.
It's an interesting world.
Cleveland South. Do we like this? Do we think it's?
Do we like what?
I don't like. It just seems like now we got pro coaches.
Andy, I've just learned to accept it, whether I like it or not. I agree with you though. It's just.
I don't know that it's
very
bad,
different.
Though.
No, I don't either.
But when Bill went back, I was like, "What is he doing?"
Yeah. And then on top of it, with the girlfriend and everything else, it's
he has a girlfriend. I didn't know that.
Yeah, everything. 50 years younger. Everything that's transpired.
And what's wrong with that? Sorry.
Hall of Fame.
That's right.
But unfortunately, didn't have the success that everybody expected last year, right? I mean, there was all this talk that Carolina was going to be back atop the ACC, and that didn't happen.
I got to tell you, I'm trying to think of the last time. I mean, did you ever want to really turn on a North Carolina game when there wasn't a guy from Cleveland playing quarterback
in
there?
Football?
Yes.
No, it's been very few and far between. And it shouldn't be that way to school like that with that kind of alumni base.
I mean, Trubisky was the only other reason I ever wanted to watch North Carolina football, right?
Yeah, for anybody from Northeast Ohio, that would be the only thing you would turn in for.
That was the only reason why I was like, okay, I remember. Am I right? I was flipping through the channels and I was just like, hey, there's Mitch Trubisky.
Well, and it's kind of the flip flop of Ohio State, right? It's a basketball school where football is a diversion, right? It's just kind of the complete opposite. So, but listen, they've got all the facilities down there. They got plenty of money. Huge alumni group. Michael will get all the support. Will get all the support he needs until he loses to Duke, and then they'll be like, fire Malone, get him out of here. Wrong choice.
It's wild. But let me take this back to the Cavaliers, too. Like, does Kenny need to be, like, there were points during the regular season that it's like, oh, Kenny might need to be worried about coming back next year.
I didn't get that. A guy that was.
I think a first round out.
Well, don't get me wrong. If there was an early exit this year, then I think that's a very different discussion. Heads are going to roll if that happens. There's been, to me, a lot of unfair is maybe unfair. There's been some harsh criticism of Kenny while dealing with a roster that hasn't been whole.
We just heard. I mean, the stat was 6 games for the starters, right?
They've been without guys all year. I mean, they just got Max Strus back recently, and now he hurts his wrist, and so he's been dealing with shuffling guys in and out and in between since day one. I think it's really difficult to build any kind of culture, chemistry, camaraderie, whatever you want to call it, and get ready to make a deep playoff run when you've been dealing with that. Not to make excuses for him. And I think Kenny's a good coach. And, obviously, people had their issues with J.B. Bickerstaff, who, oh, by the way, is potentially the NBA Coach of the Year with the job he's done up in Detroit. So, and to your point earlier, I think it's going to be a fascinating final week here. I know you're not a fan of the play-in tournament, but you've got almost a play-in tournament going on this week with the 5 teams that are all scrapping for that number 5 spot.
This year is a year where it kind of, you look at it and you're like, do they really need a play-in tournament?
Yeah.
Isn't this last week the play-in tournament? And, now all of a sudden we're making these teams, although I'm sure the teams like the rest, especially the Cavs.
Well, absolutely.
I mean, the rest is not going to hurt them at all.
Which is why a lot of people have been saying, that the Cavs have understood the assignment this week in resting all these guys, and they should, and they've earned that right. That's their prerogative when you have already locked up a playoff spot.
Still, as a fan, like how about discount prices?
Well, yeah.
For, the price of beer is still the same no matter who the 5 guys are out on the floor.
But the price of beer also changes depending on what team is in town that they're playing. You ever notice that dynamic pricing down there is wild?
Yeah, I also didn't feel like there was much of a price gap between minor league hockey and the NBA.
Andy, everything's expensive. I know people were railing about the parking prices on opening day downtown, and they were like, this is like New York. And I said, no, New York would be $150 a day.
Interesting.
Guardians are on television.
Yeah, they are, but not do that. 216-474-0092. I know you are. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers is in today. Got a couple other thoughts we want to get to you, and it's worth sticking around, I'm telling you. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin. FanDuel has your back with a special Mulligan bet back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. How great.
for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Tom Withers. I am Andy Baskin. Jeff is off today. He'll be back again tomorrow. We've had an interesting show. Mary Kay Cabot was with us earlier today. We got to talk to the voice of the Buckeyes, Paul Keels. Hughes Norton checked in, former golf super agent, was Tiger's agent for a long time. I got to be honest, I was kind of shocked at some of the stuff he was saying. And I shouldn't, shocked is not the word. He was very open and
very
honest.
Candid, yeah.
Yeah, he was honest about his thoughts on Tiger and what's going on. And by the way, you can listen to that right now on the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app as well. So Hughes Norton, former golf super agent, is there available too. He joined us at the top of the hour. Speaking of, we spent a lot of time talking about the Browns today too. We talk about quarterbacks and Brady Quinn.
I remember that guy, number 10.
I think Dublin Kaufman?
Pride of Dublin, Ohio, yeah.
He was on the morning show today. And Dan, what was he getting into?
Went into a couple different things, but the big one that stirred a lot of headlines, involves number 4.
You've paid him, and you're paying him. So you got to kind of see what's still there, in my opinion. I think if he's healthy and he's able to, then you got to play him, and then you can move on to the younger guy depending on how things go. But that's how I would see the beginning of the season. You go with the guy who's got the most experience, the most starts doing it, and see where he is at, and see if there's anything left to salvage because of the commitment that you made however many years ago.
Dan, who else has said exactly what Brady Quinn's been saying?
I can't disagree with any of that.
For a year, almost 2 years, even when the owner said swing and a miss, somebody was saying, who said that?
I can disagree with every last bit of that.
Who said that? Who's been saying? I've been saying exactly what he said for the last 2 years. And by the way, more people are saying what I've been saying, which I took like tons of heat over. Deshaun Watson's never stepping on the field again. Deshaun Watson's never playing for the Browns again. I'm never going to another game. Oh, yeah, they say that all the time, too.
But you know what, Andy? I still come down to the Todd Monken effect. Like, what is his directive from ownership, right? Is it just to get us through the year? Maybe. But he's going to want to win. He's a rookie coach who's waited his entire life to be put in this spot, and he is not going to sit there and put out a guy on Sunday that he doesn't think is going to give his team the best chance to win. And if that turns out to be number 4, then it's number 4.
I'm just – at the end of the year, if they have 3 or less wins, and that's not what I want.
No.
His seat is going to be on fire.
He doesn't have,
it doesn't
have
matter.
a seat if they win 3 games.
No.
Yeah, I know.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And so he's got to look into that room and say, here, you get the football. I trust you the most to win a game.
Here's the other thing about Watson. Should you decide to start him, takes a little bit of the pressure off Sanders once again, right? Who could then maybe ease into the season and play when needed, whether it's when Watson gets hurt or struggles mightily or whatever the case may be. Otherwise, if you put Shedeur out there from day one, let's pretend that happens, that he wins the competition, and he's out there from day one, he's looking over his shoulder, isn't he? When are they going to make the move to bring in the veteran because I'm not playing well? So I think you take away a little...
That's on the coach, though, to make sure mentally he's there.
I get it.
Yeah,
but I think
know
that's
Deshaun's over there. I get it. He's only here for another year. Don't worry about it. Play your game. And by the way, the more you win, the more it doesn't matter. I keep saying this, too. I'll take it the other way. I was negative 2 minutes ago. I was just like, okay, if Monken doesn't get 3 wins, he's going to be in trouble. If Deshaun Watson jumps out and is 3-0 or 4-0 to start the season, guess what the next words out of people's mouths?
Contract extension.
Bingo. Am I wrong?
Only in Cleveland, brother.
Yes.
I hear you.
It is an only in Cleveland thing. I just don't. I'm just telling you, this isn't about. I'm not telling you who I want to be the starting quarterback because I got to be honest right now. I want them to actually just say Shedeur Sanders is the guy and move
and roll
forward.
with it. Yeah.
Yes, they're not going to do it. It doesn't.
We'll see.
It doesn't make any sense for them to do it. But now that you've got the guys are in Berea right now,
phase one.
How about we come back and we're like, oh my God, you should see Shedeur, what he did in the offseason. And man, he is really vested. Like things you may have heard about him not being vested early on in his career. Wow.
Let's hope so.
He is all in. And that arm and his, the way he's going to be able to move the ball down the field. Everything I thought about him that was negative, that's just not true.
But Andy, you're probably going to hear the same stuff about Watson if he looks like the quarterback that they thought they were getting in 2022, right? And remains to be seen. I mean, hey, listen, it'd be one of the great comebacks of all time, whether people like it or not, if this guy's able to come back off of a shoulder surgery, 2 torn Achilles, and not playing football for 11 or 12 games because of the NFL suspension. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, he's well rested. That's one thing he's got going for him. I know we're going to talk more about it. I just think, man, if you want to just if you want things to bubble, bring in a quarterback in the draft in the first round.
Wow.
If you want to see a volcano erupt.
Which is why I think they'll probably avoid that disruption for the first time, which is how I felt about last year, by the way, in bringing in Sanders in the 5th round. I was like, you know what? You've finally kind of gotten out from underneath all of the Watson turmoil. Why would you subject yourself to it again? And they did. So this is where they're at. This is the bed you made.
You know what? You're right. This is the bed they made. And we'll, man, if they take Ty Simpson at 6, I could completely see them trading out of 6, coming back and taking Ty Simpson later in the first round. That's the way I kind of see it. All right, Meredith Kane, our friend. How are you?
I'm great, gentlemen. How are you?
Oh, we're doing okay. Tell us a little bit about what might have been a moment of the show.
Moment of the show came from Paul Keels, and he was giving his pre-draft evaluation of Caleb Downs.
You know, Tom, I think that kind of flexibility is going to set him up to be one of those guys that could have a good career going into, 10 years or so. A guy that, he might not necessarily make the Ed Reed flashy type of plays, but he's a guy that is going to get himself and the people around him in the secondary in the right position. He's a guy that, I think rarely will you see him get beat on something, and a guy that just is going to continue to put the same work ethic at the professional level that he did as a collegian. And the influence of having a father that played in the NFL certainly can't hurt, but a guy that's, spent time at 2 major programs. And you think about Alabama and Ohio State and the coaching that he got at both places. He's one of those guys I think it would not be fair to say quietly go about having a long career, but consistently he seems to be one of those guys. And again, we're just speculating, but one of those guys that could have a lengthy, successful career.
Paul Keels has such a good voice that Reverb calls him to sound good. Doesn't he? What a powerful... I love listening. All right. Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Hughes Norton. Every time we talk to that guy, I end up learning something new about golf. It's fantastic. Every time. If you missed it, Radio Rewind, 1 o'clock. Give it a listen.
Let's go, Meredith. Meredith.
I'm also smarter because of Hughes, and mostly because of his explanation of Tiger Woods and everything he's going through, why he's going through it, and it doesn't really sound, but based on Hughes' opinion, it doesn't really sound like Tiger's going to be able to come back from this one.
Tom Withers.
I'll go 3 in a row with Hughes Norton, who made me smarter because he pointed out that there have been 6 left-handers, and I'm partial because I'm a left-hander myself.
That's why you're so smart.
6 left-handed winners of the Masters since 2003, and I brought that up because I like Robert McIntyre as an outlier this week.
I agree with you guys on Hughes Norton, so I'm not. It's not like I didn't get something out of that. I got something out of Paul Keels. I think that I'm smarter today because Mary Kay Cabot got to explain why she said Ty Simpson at 6 and gave us a much broader explanation of. It's just kind of food for thought, and that it's not the gospel, and that she could change her mind at any moment. But she kind of laid out an argument for Ty Simpson, which is what I think the real story was with Mary Kay Cabot and saying take him at 6. So at least we gave her the opportunity, and she took advantage of it, of letting us know exactly what she was thinking. As always, Tom, it is a pleasure to work with you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And our social media mentions are powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Well done, Dan. Well done, Meredith. Appreciate both of you guys. Let's see what the Guards can do for the rest of the afternoon. Time to pick things up if they want to continue to win series. They got to get things moving here. They're losing 1-0 right now. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We're back tomorrow at 10. Afternoon Drive. Get you home next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
For the
You think she was going to pick him in a bracket?
You don't hate him enough.
Most of my family live in Michigan, so Ohio State versus Michigan for us is a family thing. And when we lost 3 or 4 straight to them, I had to live with that. And then when we won last year, don't think I didn't call every last one of them collect.
That's been in your minutes, Denise.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Got a little daytime action, a little afternoon delight for your Cleveland Guardians. We've got the Cavs. Are they the 4 seed? Are they going to be the 3 seed? They can go all the way up to the 3 seed and go all the way down to the 4 seed. And that continues to play up. A nice win last night. Just don't talk about the defense. And voluntary OTAs. Look at that. We made it. The real battle begins today. And I've never wanted to talk about it less. But that opened courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network Ohio and the NCAA on Westwood 1 and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute you, Supreme Leader, because there will be serious consequences if we don't. We've got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you're checking us out there, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all, and like our videos, we'd like to be liked. And, of course, we got Katie Pollock on the 2020s. Hi, JP. How we doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
If you didn't know, JP, if you hadn't been outside, you would think it's like 70 degrees outside. The sun is out. We got day baseball going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just ignoring the fact that I have been outside and it's 32 degrees.
Yeah, I got my winter jacket. We're all good.
Yep.
It sucks. There's no other way around it.
No. It sucks when you're out there.
No, but tomorrow
when you're in here,
it's going to turn, though. Tomorrow we're good. Just get through today, and then tomorrow we're good for a while.
I don't have to get through today because I can just look out there and I'm like, oh, sunshine. I can just do what we do. I can just gaslight myself to believe it's actually a beautiful day in Ohio.
Yeah, but at some point you do have to go home. And when you have to go home, you'll then realize that it's not actually very nice out.
And I'll say it's because the sun went away. Now, we have to address some things. There were things said on the station today.
That sounds very serious.
Is that too serious?
What if I
put it in like a zany voice?
It sounds
we got to address some things.
If you caught none of the morning show and had no idea that we're just going to argue sports, you'd be like, "Oh no, what happened? What did I miss?"
He's going to talk about Iran.
No, we're not doing that. But you'd be wondering what exactly is somebody going to be discussing.
You can actually hear JP pucker up when I said that.
I actually thought I went through it pretty solidly, all things considered. I think you wanted me to pucker up, and I just kept going.
I think there was a pucker. And Mac, did you hear a pucker?
Mac puckered.
Kudos to you, JP, for dealing with him trying to get you off the rails.
Okay.
Mac's face looked like
Mac definitely
himself.
puckered.
Yeah.
Mac is the pucker king, though. Like, Mac puckers anytime anyone says anything that isn't about, like, a double-A second baseman, right? Like, you and
even that's questionable, right? Because you could be like, I'll stick this up your one burrito, and then all of a sudden he puckers up.
That's interesting. I just go one burrito. That's how
we don't do that.
No, it's not intentional. It's how I accidentally say it.
Yeah. I'd like you to get back on topic now.
Well, that's not too forceful for us.
Yeah.
We don't really do that.
Yeah, now I'm really going to wreck this thing into the side of the mountain. Thank you very much. Now, listen. We had a couple Cavs conversations yesterday talking about, because I do think there's some extreme cowardice with people who want the Cavs to lose regular season games.
It's not cowardice. It's trying to be intentional about what the plan is.
Oh, don't you sound so smart with that. Oh, we got intentional plans. It's the NBA. Go out there and be better at basketball than the rest of the league. Can you do that?
It's the NBA. Play the game that everybody else is playing, where you try to give yourself the best opportunity, the best chance to go as deep as you can.
They've done this before, though. They've done this before.
Everyone in the NBA is doing this.
No. The Cavs organization has done this.
Yes, they went 7 games against Orlando.
They've been entirely too cute and almost got eliminated by Orlando. And then was that the Boston year? Yeah, that was the year Boston waxed you in 5 games. So my point is, I think there's a lot of name calling going around, and I'm really talking about Anthony Lima. Who today? Okay,
where do you want to start?
Do we start with the benefit of new information, which is basically now an admission that Lima flip-flopped? I hope that Jake put in how absolutely belittling Lima was today, saying that he was going to slow down his words for me.
Yeah.
Which, can I tell you, I laughed so hard at that when Lima did that. I think people expected me to get mad. No. It was incredibly over-the-top sarcastic, and I ate it up and laughed my ass off.
No, you're being too nice now.
It also helped.
Yeah,
it did help.
You're
he talked
being
slower.
too nice. Yeah, you're being too nice in the exchange.
It helped. No, it helped slow. When he slowed it down,
we didn't sign up for a compliment
it
fest.
really made him sound like a coward.
There we go.
Now we're back into it.
We're back.
All right, let's start with the first bit here, where Lima's now responding to me.
I liked how you insulted me the best. No, you insulted me the best. No, you insulted me the best.
Somebody's just jealous that he's been left out.
No, I don't care. It's just not. I just don't want this to turn into a great job how you insulted me. Like, come on, let's get into this.
Okay. Do I need to be coached how to fight?
I just usually don't hold back at all, and it's like,
I just Shamrock in 1994.
Such a great job there with that. I wasn't mad. I was laughing. I appreciate it. No, you didn't. You hated it. Come on, let's get after it.
No, I didn't. I liked that part of it. It made me laugh. I even texted him that it made me laugh. Now the rest of it, I will rip apart with a ferocity unknown to man previously.
Did you only text him the compliment?
No, I did tell him, now that you slowed it down, you sound more like a coward.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Now, back to here. So yesterday I made the point that certain people, Lima, sure, for the guy who was like good vibes only, has been Mr. Oh, gee, Wally, I don't know on any given day. And he talked about what changed from his previous good vibes only stance.
People that really don't know the league and overreact to games in March and April, I don't know what to tell you. This stuff's been going on.
Can you stop it right there?
Which will bring.
They overreacted to games in March and April.
Well, and this is the part that bothered me from last night. Like, did I not try to teach anything to anybody for the previous 3 weeks? As everyone overreacted to second nights and back-to-backs, which just do not count in the NBA. Nobody cares about the second night and a back-to-back. I refuse to gamble on second nights of back-to-backs for a reason. They don't matter. But they also don't matter with when you look at the lineups that was supposed to be out there last night and was out there last night. I cannot scream it high enough. I was getting so angry. Everyone was melting down last night, and it's like, guys, this is not the NBA. This is not how this works.
What was the game 3 Sundays ago where I can't remember if it was Ken or Lima, and I'm not trying to derail this as a shot towards Ken, because you know what? Ken is off my you-know-what list. My you-know-what list right now is simply Anthony Lima. He is who I'm setting phasers for today, and I will just go ahead and wipe him off the map. No, I'm not going to do that.
Did you say phasers? Did you mean
set
lasers?
Phasers. No, you've never heard set phasers. God bless
I thought
you
meant
some
lasers.
Culture.
You said off the map. I thought you were going.
Mavericks game?
I thought you were going back to Iran.
Yes, the guy who said everybody that knows ball knows you can't overreact to March and April games. You did it. Now that being said, let's continue with the clip.
All right.
Bring me eventually to a point where I heard something in the afternoon that I couldn't believe. Like just non-ball knower things. Now, Nick started off by saying he was confused. Now, I talk fast sometimes. I totally understand that, Nick. I will slow it down for you. I recognize that my stance might have changed once there was a bit of a change-up in the NBA in that the Boston Celtics got a player back that's really, really good. And he seems to be pretty healthy. So his name's Jason Tatum. And then I saw him play basketball, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do some rearranging. We now have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum again. I've got to now alter because I have new information. I'm not going to be stubborn. And so now I have to put the Boston Celtics ahead of the Cavs. With that said, I'm still pretty peachy that I think the Cavs have the second best opportunity in the Eastern Conference. I hope that I was able to clarify things for Nick, and I hope I slowed things down enough so everybody could fully understand and interpret the things that were coming out of my mouth.
He actually didn't slow down at all. Now, that being said, the only people that talk about who other people and how much ball they know on Twitter tend to be the laziest, least informed people on earth. So Lima is telling on himself. Mr. Basketball there.
But just what the show likes to do that for some reason. I'll group the show together.
No, Ken off to the side here.
No. Ken is the inventor of football guys.
Yeah.
I need 100 Cleveland men.
Putting yourself in a category of football guys is like, and it's not even a cousin of you know ball or don't know ball. That's like on the nose of you know ball or don't know ball.
Also, I would like to actually, I need to kind of applaud Lima here.
Another compliment.
No, he did. No, we have to. Because he admitted he flip-flopped with the benefit of new information. By the way, Jason Tatum coming back from an injury was not new information. Has this not been talked about that he was going to come back this season at the end of the season for a year?
Nobody expected him to be this good and to be able to actually come back and do it the way. Why you give me that look for?
Because
like Boston fans thought this was going to be a gap year. That's legitimately the terms they were using.
And they're idiots.
Like what? Like they're a bunch of
nobody, like to act as if anybody had expectations for Boston coming off Tatum's injury is just not true.
Yes, because
that's not how anybody looked at it.
Because the NBA media follows the bouncing ball and can't remember, oh, is that Tatum guy going to come back? But the whole conversation with Jason Tatum is he was going to come back in the final 20 games of this year. So the idea that you're only evaluating things in real time without understanding the possibilities that could happen sounds like a real non-ball knower to me.
Okay, then.
Now, see, we flipped it around there. Also, I just want the morning boys to admit it. I just want them, because sometimes they get caught up in pandering to fans. They get caught up in, we're the longest running drive time show on this station, and they like to twist things and throw things without ever really like espousing an opinion. I need them to go on the record tomorrow. I'm demanding it. I want to hear the exact percentage of a chance they give the Cavs to beat Boston in a 7-game series. I don't care if it's a second round, third round, somehow, stupidly, we meet up in the first round, even though that's not entirely possible. Mm-hmm. No, I want to hear, because all I hear from them is muckraking and throwing mud at each other, throwing mud at us, because they don't have the balls to come out and think that the Cavs can't beat Boston. That's all it is. And, we want to avoid Mr. Tatum and Mr. Brown. It's like, do you believe in the Cavs or not? And all I hear every time is, instead of addressing that they just live in their fears and
it's not living in their fears. There's one team. There's one team that is obviously at the top of the East and sitting there with the Cavs as far as expectations are concerned. And you have to go through them no matter whether the second round or third round. You can delay it and make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's a much better proposition than the second round.
What you're hoping is somebody else does the dirty work for you.
Yes, but that's part of the NBA. So other teams do end up doing the dirty work.
Until proven otherwise, this conference runs through the Celtics. This conference runs through the Celtics. And this idea of getting all too cute, just say the quiet part out loud, you cowards.
That's what they're saying.
No, they're not.
That's what this whole thing is about.
They're
it's
doing
about
everything but saying it.
No, but it's about that. It's about the idea you don't want to take on Boston.
Lima specifically.
That's the idea.
No. I want Lima specifically to come out and say, I don't think the Cavs can beat Boston. All right, Mr. Cavs fan,
that's not true,
Mr. Good Vibes Only. I want his ass to go out on there tomorrow and say right to Ken, right to Owen,
he's not going to say
right to the little Italian dude whose name escapes me right now.
Little Italian dude.
He's a little Italian dude. He's small, he's diminutive, he's Italian. I want him to, and then to all his boys in Cleveland, all the millions of people that text him all the time that feed him his opinions. I want to hear Anthony Lima actually have the stones to go on record and say, I, Anthony Lima, do not think the Cavs can beat the Celtics in the playoffs.
That's not true. He doesn't believe that. He's not going to say that because he doesn't believe that. Does he think that the Cavs have the best chance against the Celtics instead of other teams?
There's just a huge difference between losing to the Celtics in the second round as opposed to losing to the Celtics in the third round.
You're acting as if it's just a foregone conclusion that we would give the Celtics the win in that series. That's not a foregone conclusion.
No, as a matter of fact, here's another way
you're asking him to give up. You're asking him to concede a series that hasn't been played.
No, he's conceding it by running from them and constantly talking about these shadow games to play.
But it's just trying to give yourself the best chance.
The only way we can get to the Eastern Conference Finals is if we just avoid Boston. Have some balls.
No, it's just easy. Make life easier for yourself. This is making your life easier. Hawks into then the second round not being Boston makes life easier.
Yeah, but no, that's not the only reason anyone's doing it. They're doing it so you can say you got out of the second round of the playoffs.
It's why we're doing it. You're trying to make your life easier and then go to the Eastern Conference Finals. That is part of the point.
Yes, because you don't think you can beat the Celtics. Why won't you people admit this?
The best team. No one's saying that you can't beat them. If I gave the Cavs a 40% chance to beat the Celtics, that doesn't mean
shockingly low.
That doesn't mean that I think that the
Cavs are so low with you guys.
What's 40%? That's pretty high
over here.
That's 6. Okay, so 6 times out of 10, Boston's going to win that series.
Actually, I want to commend you.
What's wrong with that?
While you and I are arguing, I want to commend you because you had the balls to actually do it. I'll say it. I'll do it because, again, we're the show that actually will give you opinions and sling mud back at you. 46%. If that's my confidence in the Cavs in a 7-game series against Boston.
You're 46%.
46%, meaning if they played 100 times.
You're almost a coin flip.
I think you would win 46% of the time.
Why wouldn't you want to take that and make that in the Eastern Conference Finals to give yourself a chance at the finals then?
Because I know the Cavs have to beat Boston to prove who they really want to be. Like, I'm sorry. This extra win in a series against Detroit doesn't get you any more ready to play Boston. You're going to play Boston whenever.
It might.
And
first off, we've been talking about the amount of games.
It's going to make you 5% better?
Well, it's
more likely to make you 5% less healthy.
If you're giving them a 46% chance to win a series, a 5% better actually does matter in this equation, does it not?
If
you're making it almost a coin flip, then that does matter.
No, I don't think
You've talked all about how we need Allen and Mobley to be able to play together, and we need games, and we need everything. This extra series against Detroit would help in that, would it not?
But we also need them to be healthy. And so that's the catch-22. I'd rather you go ahead and be as healthy as possible rather than, we played 14 games before we got to Boston. That gave us a 3% chance better to win. No, I think being healthy gives you a better chance to beat Boston.
How can you even predict the health? We have no idea what their health is as of right now relative to what it would be.
Jared Allen's dealing with knee tendonitis.
It doesn't mean they're going to be all of a sudden magically healthy in the second round, as opposed to the Eastern Conference Finals might give you more time to have Jared Allen get healthier.
I just think the people screaming the loudest about how smart it is to avoid Boston are really just telling on themselves. And I commend you.
It's just making your life easier is all we're trying to do here.
But there's literally no difference if you lost in the second round to Boston than losing in the third round.
So there is to me. I'm not going to be able to convince you of it because you don't believe that it's true. But to me, it's an obvious statement. The Eastern Conference Finals is an accomplishment in the way that the second round isn't.
But if you beat teams that nobody respects, what the hell are you talking about?
It's not that nobody respects them, but it's making your life easier to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. You can only play the teams you have up against you. So give yourself the best chance. A Detroit Pistons team that got the 1 seed that we match up well against. What's wrong with that as the second round matchup?
Because they're hollow victories.
It's not hollow.
Yes,
Eastern
they are.
Conference Finals will matter more to this team in the long term than being just taken out in the second round.
If you get beaten by Boston in either instance, what's the difference? Oh, you beat teams you should beat.
The difference is you're the final two in the Eastern Conference. You legitimately made it to the final two in the Eastern Conference. That matters.
All right.
What part? I can't convince you. You're the one that says if we make it to the NBA Finals, what's the point of that? So I'm not going to be able to convince you of this.
No, what I've said is
I've given up on trying to convince you of this.
I think people who say right now making the NBA Finals is a big to-do.
It shouldn't be a hot take.
Can I get a damn word out here?
Yeah, well, you dominated the first 10 minutes. I figured, sure, I'd get a crack.
Well, no, you said something that I said, which is true, but let me clarify. Making it to the NBA Finals, everyone today is saying what an accomplishment that is. And in June, late June, early July, if the Cavs lost in 5 games, would say, what did we even do? So that is an easy thing to call out. Yes, because we've done it previously. The 2007 NBA Finals, everyone after you got swept by the Spurs went, well, that was stupid. Glad we didn't do that. Did that.
I desperately, I just very much disagree with that sentiment. Like, if you make it to the NBA Finals, in no way do you turn around and say to yourself, what the hell was the point? Especially for Donovan making it to the Finals. Are you kidding me? Donovan's never come close to sniffing the Finals. It's a real accomplishment, and any Cavs fans that would laugh at that I just got a real problem with your thinking.
Yeah, we've gone from, hey, let's try and win NBA championships to, well, let's put off getting beat by Boston as long as we can. That's all I'm saying. That's all you're saying. 216-474-0092. Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media, is there a difference on when you lose to Boston?
I didn't know if I could talk yet. That was the point there.
I'll allow it.
Oh, okay,
when you lose to Boston, at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Albert Breer coming up at 3:20. So I have no idea when we're getting to Joe DeLeon, but it will happen today. And John Fanta coming up at 4:20. So a loaded show today. Does it matter? Or is there a difference on when you lose to Boston, if that is the end result this year? And more on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan.
free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Second part of the argument, the fact that Nick said he doesn't care when he sees the Celtics. So let's break this down for a second.
That was the one I had umbrage with.
Yes, and everybody should have umbrage with because it's lunacy that anybody could say that they'd rather see the Celtics in the second round before the third round. And I think this one's fairly obvious, and I have an example. I don't have to go all that far. I started looking through all my tables and my charts. The year was 2025. The Indiana Pacers ended up going to the NBA Finals. When did they see the Boston Celtics, Kenny? They didn't see the Boston Celtics because the Boston Celtics were knocked off by the New York Knicks.
That's right.
Yes, you should care when you see the best team in the Eastern Conference. You should want it to be later. Not to mention, the Cavs need to ramp up because they haven't been healthy. Why would you want to see a better team early when we haven't seen the Cavs fully formed? I rolled off all those numbers when they're healthy. Wouldn't you want to see the better team later so you can get your troops back and try to install offenses and defenses, something they haven't had the chance to do? I rest my case.
Well, that's a beating. That was, you know what? Ken asked me not to take it out on him, and then I heard that last little bit there. That was Lima this morning responding to me basically calling them out for being bad Cavs fans because they're afraid of Boston. I do think it's interesting. Right now, there's a poll up at Nick Wilson Says, is there a difference to you between the Cavs losing a competitive divisional round series against Boston and doing the same in the Eastern Conference Finals? 51% of the vote saying no, 49% of the vote saying yes. And it's less that to me, it's not, I don't care. Like, if this thing, to me, the goal is, my goal is not to get out of the second round of the playoffs. That's not why you try. You want to be 3 games better than you were the past 4 years. That's not why you trade Darius Garland for James Harden. To me, the goal should be getting to the NBA Finals. This might be your last chance as constructed because that's where we are now. We are near the end game of this, right? Where the more you get into this without substantial rewards, the more likely you are to do very, very, I don't want to say destructive, but big moves to change the composition of this, which probably curtails the longevity of this. So for me, the goal is to get to the NBA Finals. And to do that, you're going to have to go through Boston. So it's not that I would rather see them in the second round than the third round. It is I don't care. If you have to go through Boston, I want to see what this team can do against Boston. If it happens in the second round, cool. If it happens in the third round, cool. Because to me, like hey, that extra 3 games, 5 games, whatever it is against the second round opponent, that's really going to get you ready for Boston. It also could get you hurt. And could get you more hurt, which, again, has been the Cavs' problem, or at least it was last year in the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, no, I want to see them get out of the second round. I think it matters for this team exclusively, the team that has never been able to get out of the second round. Like this team has to show themselves in adding James Harden that they're a better team than what they were when Darius Garland and the core 4 existed. And so that's part of what this is for me. It's like, yes, you do have to play Boston at some point. I guess in theory you have to play Boston at some point. Like the point line was making is that last year you didn't have to play Boston because Boston got taken out in round 2 by the Knicks. So the longer you're in the playoffs, the more the likelihood goes up that you wouldn't actually have to see them. But I think this matters for this team and this team specifically. I think it matters for Donovan to do something he's never been able to do, which is get out of the second round. It is very symbolic in a way, but that matters.
Again, that
I
even
know
comes
you can't
up,
see it. I get it, but it's fine. I don't have to convince you of that.
I see it. I think it's short. I think, again, it's fear-based. I think everybody's so afraid of losing Donovan that Donovan's going to get impatient with this. And it's like, guys, there are worse things in the world than Donovan just thinks, hey, I can't win here.
No,
like,
I don't look at it as fear-based.
Well, no, but like, we want this to do something Donovan's never done. Why? Because you want to keep Donovan here longer.
I don't look at this year as the year that you must accomplish everything or else it's all done. I look at this year as this is the growing year. Like you're taking this year and then you're going to see what you need to do for offseason to then go at it for next year and then hopefully another year beyond that. I'm not saying you have a long window with this thing, but I'm also not suggesting that this is the all-in, everything on the table year because I don't think it is.
I just think, like that to me is the crazy thinking here. Like that's where, again, I think we start to play really fast. It's year 4. It's year 4 with Donovan. You don't have even if Donovan plays the rest of his career here, the peak of Donovan as a 30-year-old combo guard who's a little on the undersized side, you don't have 5 more years with this. So this idea of, well, this is the growth year. No, every chance.
It's an accomplishing year.
The frustration about last year was set up, and we know because Indiana ended up going as far as they did. Last year was an opportunity to go to the NBA Finals, and you missed it. You did. Tatum, everyone was Indiana had the perfect run. We thought they were going to be Indiana, and so you've already missed at least one opportunity. And even honestly, the year Boston won, where it felt like everybody else was injured. That was another year where it's like, man, I really wish you could have played a better series against Boston so you at least could have built something out of that. I don't think that Donovan Mitchell's mentality changes, that he learned, just because he gets out of the second round, he's now going to know how to get out of the second round. Not when the guys you're going to face off against are a Hawks team who looks like a plucky, try-hard regular season team, and the same thing can be said about the Pistons as the one seed.
But it validates what you were doing in making the move off of to everyone. The idea that you moved off of Garland and you got Harden, it validates that trade.
By winning 3 more games?
It validates. It's a whole other series. Yes, it's making it to the Eastern Conference Finals. That part of that is, and doing something that Donovan and this Cavs team had not done in the previous 4 years. It does. It validates the idea that you made that move for a reason, and you're building it in the right direction. And yes, it's short. You have a short window in the NBA. Every team has a short window in the NBA, it feels like. But this is what you have to do.
But you're extending them grace to next year and beyond.
Yes,
Let's have some expectations this year.
But Eastern Conference Finals is expectations.
Yeah, no. I think your expectations are get out of the second round. I think that's different than here's my expectation. Not just be in the Eastern Conference Finals and then lose in 5 games. It is give them hell. And this team can. They're not perfect.
And they can.
They have health issues.
That, yes.
But that's my goal. If you go and you magically make it past those Pistons. They've got Cade Cunningham and 14 guys nobody knows. If you magically make it past that team, which again, in fairness to what you're saying, they haven't done previously, gotten out of the second round, it's not just enough to make the Eastern Conference Finals. I want to see a team, and I think we should. This team has enough talent by the end of whether they go to the finals or whether they top out in the Eastern Conference Finals, they have enough talent to look back and go, if this ball bounces one way different, 2 ways different, you're in the NBA Finals. That's what we need to see. Not just, well, you got out of the second round and we finally can say we got out of the second round and that feels like progress. No, it's not. What feels like progress is matching up against Boston and seeing that is mano a mano.
But it will be progress because even going through the Pistons in the second round, if you have Darius on this team, I don't think you make it past Detroit the way that we're talking. Darius on this team sinks you in a way that we've seen for the previous 4 years. So part of that is being able to take those layups.
Why do you guys keep just going back to Darius?
Let me finish the thought, okay? You got angry about me last segment. Let me finish the thought.
I got feisty more.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. But anyway, the point is...
Then you're being ridiculous.
Okay, but you throw me off in my thoughts now. God, I'm getting angry now. I don't have the thought to finish it now. You threw me off so much, I don't have the thought to finish it now.
Sorry.
I hate you right now.
That's fair. You want to throw your papers at me?
I want to throw my papers at you really bad.
I'll give them back to you.
You've made this no fun. I hate every bit of this discussion.
Why do you hate every bit of this discussion?
I hate every bit of it. I do. I get very frustrated with this discussion, and it's one of those things. This isn't supposed to be hard. Trying to get an easier path in the playoffs and doing what the NBA has always done should not be looked at as some sort of living in your fears or some sort of whatever. The point I was trying to make within the Darius side of things, though, is that with Darius there was no such thing as an assumed series. They didn't exist with Darius. You ended up in trouble anytime you tried to play in any sort of series that you thought you were going to easily win and be able to take care of. And so part of even getting through Detroit in the second round and going to Boston and doing that into the Eastern Conference Finals shows you that you're not only a different team, but you're a better team than what you had with Darius. And that is progress. And that is showing Kobe Altman that he made the right move in many respects.
So just to clarify, if they win a real hearty 7-game series against Detroit, then go and just get gentlemanly swept in the Eastern Conference Finals. That is progress to you.
It is progress, yes, because you got past Detroit. You made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Do I think that's going to happen, a gentleman sweep? No, I don't think that's going to happen. I do think it has to be competitive. But, yeah, is that progress? Is making it to the Eastern Conference Finals progress for this team? Yes, of course it is.
And I think when you traded for James Harden, you want to be better than just 3 games better than what you've done previously.
Of course you want to be better than that. You want to make it competitive. You want to do all these things. Of course you want to.
You have to be. This is where the rubber meets the road.
You're not blowing it up, though, if all of a sudden you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
But this is where the rubber meets the road. Like, we guys, every time the Cavs have lost in the second round, and we have had Eastern Conference Finals, NBA Finals expectations, every time we've let them off. And there have been valid reasons. There has been Darius's health last year and Donovan's health last year. There has been Jarrett Allen missing the Boston series, and then Donovan got hurt in that one. There have been valid reasons, but at some point, it's 4 years. It is bleep or get off the pot time. And so I'm not going to give them more leeway because they just made a big trade.
But that's the thing is it's the get off the pot part of this that it's so hard to get through and have these discussions with because they already did the get off the pot. They've acknowledged that they didn't work. The 4-year timeline or whatever you were living on, the Harden trade is an acknowledgement that they had to get off the pot because it wasn't working, because Darius wasn't giving them the results, because they weren't an assumption, let's get past the second round. The idea that we can talk about the Pistons and all these other teams in the way that we are validates the idea that Kobe Altman made the move. And it validates that, yes, they didn't just sit back and say, oh, we're just going to accept the reality. Like, the trade is everything you're asking from them. They did that.
I'm asking for results.
Well, yeah,
that's the difference.
But the Eastern Conference Finals is results. It's better results than what you've seen. Rome wasn't built in a day. It's not as if this trade deadline offered up all sorts of different players.
Aren't built in 4 years when Donovan has been at this level of his career for 5 years previously.
4 years and really the 3.5 years didn't work. That's the acknowledgement that the Cavs have given everyone.
And now they need to do more than acknowledge. They need the results this year.
Obviously, they're going to try. I can't argue against games that haven't been played yet. They're going to try to do the very best they can.
Isn't that what we've been doing all show long?
Hopefully they achieve. Well, that's part of what makes us so dumb too, is that we're playing in just this. And I get it. It's sports talk. We do a hypothetical world. That's part of what we do. But the reality is that how am I supposed to condemn them for a series that hasn't even been played, and we haven't seen them?
Who condemned them?
It's not. Well, I mean, it's the way you're discussing it as if we've already have to. We have to expect them to make changes and do all this. Like they made changes. Part of what you're asking for them to do is make changes. What do you think the deadline was? That was them making changes.
No. I'm saying in order to prevent other more cataclysmic changes, you need to show me. We are in the show me part of this. We aren't in the can't we all just get along and be good vibes part of this. That was the previous 4 years. You've transitioned to a superstar-laden team, which is fine, by the way. This is how the NBA works. And now it's time for actual real accomplishments. And getting out of the second round is just not the accomplishment that certain people, I'm more talking about Lima and Ken right now,
me in there. That's fine. Like I think the Eastern Conference Finals I think it's an accomplishment. I do. And I'm sorry, I don't live with you have to win the finals or this whole entire season sucked mentality. Like that's not.
And I didn't say that either.
But it's just not like it's not how I watch sports.
I think that's where I get frustrated with you guys is if I don't agree with every little thing you say, it becomes, well, Nick says losing in the finals is the dumbest thing ever. Okay, like that's not what I've said. I've said that most people in July are going to look back at that and go, oh, we got swept by OKC in the finals. That's not why you make a big trade. But I understand, like, the overall point here is, I'll say it again, I don't need you just to get out of the second round. I need you to, if you're going to get, if we're doing all this to avoid Boston, you better make good work of those other teams.
They're not even doing all this to avoid Boston, though. They're not. Like, and no part of them has sat back and actually executed any of the plans we're saying. The Knicks have helped them by winning last night. What happened last night? They're supposed to lose last night. If you're trying to avoid Boston, you lose last night.
Kenny Atkinson has pretty much come out and said,
but their actions haven't actually shown, the results haven't shown it. How many games have they won as of late? Haven't they won 3 out of the last 4? Like all we've been talking about is them trying to execute this plan.
They've been doing that in spite of
actually
playing other players and sitting other players. We do have to run here.
We haven't seen them actually been able to pull it off.
216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, where is that one there?
They won 5 out of the last 6. When we're asking them to lose games, they won 5 out of the last 6.
Yeah, and they've stayed in the 4th seed.
Yeah, because the Knicks are Knicks are deciding to win games. Like the plan we're asking them to execute, they're not actually executing.
All right, I'm not going to relitigate what has literally happened over the last 2 or 3 weeks and what people have commended them for, but 216-474-0092. Is there a difference between on when you lose to Boston, if that's the end result of the season? Quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment in our show, had a real Mexican standoff there. Lima, me, JP. It was a lot of fun. Hope JP feels the same. Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app.
This is what pisses me off about this stuff, though. Finish the read, please.
Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
We don't have to have these fights. We don't have to. Lima and Ken bring it up, and then all of a sudden it turns into you trying to yell at them, but in turn, it's like you're yelling at me because I'm on the same side as them. And so then it turns into then all of a sudden me being like, well, wait a second. Hold on. What you're saying is ridiculous, and I need to jump in the ring. And I don't need to jump in this ring. It doesn't have to happen this way. Not with this convo. With a lot of convos, sure, but with this Cavs convo in particular, I was ready to let sleeping dogs lie with you there. We were team regular season doesn't matter. It's okay. It's all fine. We're gonna be able to get through this one, and then when the playoffs start, then we'll be back to the Donniebrooks. But here we sit.
Listen, I think maybe if the morning show had somebody to push back in that show the way you push back on me, maybe. Maybe
that's the element right there. They're too agreeable with each other right now, and so then
spineless jellyfish is how people might say it.
Instead of going and fighting at themselves, they go ahead and fight at you, and then you just love to fight, and so then that becomes something that we then have to go through, and then before you know it, it's 2:49, and my blood pressure's through the roof, and I got to go see a doctor about that now, and it's just making me angry. The whole thing is making me angry. While also then no one will acknowledge they're not even doing the stupid plan that I want them to do. They won 9 out of the last 11, and no one they're not even.
But they're not trying to.
They're not even doing. Yeah, but they're still winning. That's the difference. They're still winning.
And players aren't going to tank.
Donovan said last week he didn't want to upset the basketball gods, and I believe him because they're not executing the plan that they need to. And so that's the stupidest thing about this is we're arguing over whether or not they should even be executing this plan and trying to get the right seed and jockey for position and all this other nonsense. But the reality is they're not even doing it anyway.
They're still in the 4 seed though.
Yeah.
So they are.
Because they're lucky that the Knicks pulled off a win against the Hawks last night. My goodness, what a game. That game almost put me to the hospital as well. Talk about high blood pressure. Here we go.
Why did that game? Oh, you're talking about the Knicks game. Sorry.
Knicks-Hawks. It was down to the wire. I mean, my goodness. That was...
If it helps, I watched the ESPN replay. Now, remember, I did see the thing happen... because I clicked over to the end of the game.
Yeah.
So I did see it happen in real time.
Yeah.
And on the game replay, you could tell that the ball left McCollum's hand after the red light hit.
Yeah.
The ESPN replay today, I couldn't see you could only kind of see like a red fuzz, but you couldn't see it. And I was like, well, you guys are doing a bad job of telling the story because I would have thought if I didn't see it in real time that he actually made the shot.
Yeah, and if the Knicks were smart, they would have been able to pull this whole thing off. And they tried. Last week, I'd made the argument after they'd lost 3 straight, and they really seemed like they were going towards that they were doing their part. That's what they had to do. But they obviously decided.
What if they just were playing bad basketball?
Well, and that might be the reality. Well, so I made the case. So they've lost 3 straight. They went a whole month without beating a team above 500. Not since March 6th have they beaten a team above 500, and that's just not really what the Knicks are too good for that. Okay, like there's levels to this, right? But turns out maybe they really were just playing really bad basketball.
Yeah, I think sometimes we get a little cute with some of the narratives that happened. Even last night, I'll be honest with you, there's a part of me that just doesn't buy into the Hawks. I thought the Knicks played bad last night.
Well, you shouldn't buy into the Hawks.
Yeah. Well, but I think that's like people keep giving the Knicks or the Hawks all this credit, and I wouldn't want to face them as the 5 seed. I'm like, yeah, I would like to face them.
I would like
to beat them.
I think they have one good player.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, as far as the respective players in their careers, I think they have one good player.
Guy?
What did you say?
Zachary Richache?
Yeah, okay.
That's his name.
Okay. They got one guy.
You don't think it's
Richache? It's like how you say Hartenstein, where you do like your German
Hartenstein. That's how he wants you to say it.
He doesn't want you to say it as if you're actually putting out like a PSA for creating more German kids across the country.
I think he does.
Hartenstein?
Mac, I cannot be the only person here that knows it's Hartenstein.
He's not in Beer Fest.
I feel like you're the accuracy guy here. I feel like you're like Mr. Accuracy here, and you're putting down the way I say Hartenstein. That's the way he says his name.
I appreciate JP playing it, a little easier here.
Why?
I think you're taking in a little bit on the outside, on the outrageous
how
side
so?
of things.
Hartenstein? Hartenstein.
He goes, really?
That's his name, Hartenstein.
And he says it just like that, too.
Ricochet.
Exactly.
How do you say Hartenstein?
Hartenstein. Or Hartenstein. Sorry. The way you've been saying, you've said it 15 times in 2 minutes. My bad, I couldn't say it right. Hartenstein.
Yeah, you should have been. Okay, no, Stein.
Stein.
Stop trying to gaslight Mac here.
I'm not. No, you're gaslighting me.
I'm not gaslighting anyone.
It's not Hartenstein.
Neither one of us are gaslighting anything.
Oh, I'm going to go watch that Isaiah Hartenstein. No, it's Hartenstein.
Also, why is all your insults to people turned into like when you talk like a 4-year-old to that? Why is that the new insult voice?
I don't know, but it's really funny.
Why is that the one when he gets really serious and he's trying to insult somebody and trying to do an impression of him?
You know he doesn't have an argument.
Is that what that is?
Oh, easy at Mac. Oh, that's a good argument for you.
Oh, a good argument.
You going to say Hartenstein again? That's hard to say in that
one.
voice.
Yeah, real difficult. Nailed that one.
It's become your go-to, though, I've noticed.
Because it's the most condescending thing you can do.
Is that what it is?
And I realize that I really, when the gloves are off, that's really just what I go for, as condescending as possible.
Yeah.
216-474.
No idea.
216-474. Dynamite dropping, Monty. 0092. Is it Hartenstein or is it Hartenstein?
That was like country. What was that at the back end?
You yokels could get a little classier. You Chicago hillbillies really could, get a little European influence on it. And Myles Garrett. No shows again in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Michigan Wolverines. weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature. She can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app and by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Albert Breer coming up of the MMQB in just about 20 minutes. Albert joins us every Tuesday. We'll talk Myles Garrett's absence from OTAs. We'll talk about the idea of a safe pick for the Browns if one such thing actually exists. We've also got John Fanta coming up at 4:20. Cam Justice of News Channel 5 added for 5:40 today. But it feels like Groundhog's Day yet again here, as the Browns beginning voluntary OTAs this week. Today specifically, and Myles Garrett is a no-show here.
Yeah, and so it's interesting. I'm thinking about this and trying to put this in the same way that people are treating Lamar Jackson, for instance. And first off, I think there's a clear distinction between the two that we have to acknowledge. But if the argument is Lamar's there because he's got a brand new head coach, brand new offensive coordinator, and Lamar typically isn't there, but new circumstances, you probably should be there, you'd think the same would fall for Myles Garrett. It'd fall under that same umbrella. For myself, it doesn't, because I think Lamar's playing for a Super Bowl this year potentially, and I don't know that Myles is. In fact, I can confidently say Myles is not.
I also can confidently say that Myles is not
on a limb and put that out there.
Playing for a Super Bowl this year. But I don't think that should take away from the meaning of it. And it's interesting. Like, listen, if anyone's take on this is, yeah, this is just kind of Myles, he doesn't go to OTAs. I'm not, like, of the things that I am wildly passionate about, this really isn't one of them. Do I think it's a little different this year, having a new head coach in place and having some instability at the quarterback spot? Yes, showing up to voluntary OTAs doesn't mean you have to run through every drill. Mm-hmm. And there is, I think it's really interesting that one of the things we've debated often with Myles is leadership. And leadership when maybe all eyes aren't on you, like, let's say, OTAs, the first phase of the offseason, and the Browns' lack of success. So I don't really wish to hammer Myles, but I'd rather point out that Myles really likes people to know that Myles wants to take a different role in leadership in the organization, and that seems to not always align with maybe where the most opportune places to actually lead are.
Yeah, I just wonder why we've normalized it in the NFL to such a degree, where it's just like, yeah, they bring back Lamar. It's like Lamar doesn't want to go, then Lamar doesn't have to go, and they're not really doing that much. They're just going over film, and they're just in the classrooms, and it's like, well, shouldn't that still matter if you have a new regime? Like, I feel like, and again, it's not something I care about with Myles greatly, because I don't think they're really trying for 2026 anyway, and I think Myles might know that, so maybe this is part of the reason, but what you do today probably matters a year from now and probably matters 2 years from now, and maybe Myles thinks he's going to be traded, so whatever, but I don't know, Nick. I feel like if you have a new head coach, new regime, at least it's a good thing to show face this time of the year.
And I think here's another thing, new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, like it can't hurt.
And listen, this isn't, back when this was the days where the NFL, the offseason was just as grueling as like what happened in the regular season, I was staunchly, if it's voluntary, you don't have to show up. Because the rigors of the offseason, even like 15 years ago, are completely different than what they are now. It's Camp Cupcake.
Well, this is a lot of classwork stuff, too, right now. They're not even actually being out in the field doing real drills. Like, to the end of this week, it's all in the classroom.
And I do think, this year it would have had extra special meaning for Myles to show up. And this is where it's like more like I wish Myles could see the benefit for him and the benefit for the organization. Myles showing up at voluntary OTAs when he hasn't, because they've had the same head coach and the same defensive coordinator for Stefanski for 6 years, Schwartz for 3 years. It's an endorsement of Todd Monken that I think for the younger players is important. And it's funny, like, because I don't live in a zero-sum world. Hey, it doesn't matter if you're just not going to compete for a championship. Every NFL team has an array of what the lowest of low is going to look like this year from a win total perspective and the highest to high. And I do think little leadership things like this, you're the best player, you're the face of the franchise. In lieu of having a quarterback that can actually fulfill that obligation, you are the guy expected to carry the leadership mantle. I just think there's a lot of benefits here that I wish Miles would see. And I don't know what else he's doing. Like, I think last year he was in Japan, right? Okay. You can plan a trip to Japan pretty much any time of the year when you have a pretty wide open off season. Yeah. But again, like I think we're both in the same spot here, which is I don't think it's to hammer Miles, but I think it's to point out, like, Miles wonders. I would imagine Miles wonders sometime why he gets hammered for the team being bad when he's one of the 3 best players in the NFL. And it would be in moments where you can show leadership, where only a few people are paying attention. That's real leadership.
Well, but I like your point towards...
Leadership is not when it's week 16 and, hey, we got to keep playing hard. That's not the only version of leadership you can show. This is just as important as that.
I just think it would matter a lot for Monken. Now, maybe he doesn't care what Monken thinks because he wanted Schwartz and he's just mad about the whole ordeal. So maybe this is all this ever was going to be. Mm-hmm. But, like, this does go a long way to letting Mason Graham, for instance, know that Myles Garrett's on board with Todd Monken and is willing to at least even the new defensive coordinator. And, like, I just trying to figure it all out. I don't know. It seems like an easy one to do, and I don't know why a lot of these veterans just don't.
Now,
especially when it's new regimes.
So have you heard the Florio audio?
I haven't,
okay. No. So I'm assuming, and if anybody's actually heard this, I'm going to assume that this was in relation to Miles skipping the voluntary OTAs this week. But Florio was talking about the Myles Garrett situation on PFT, and here's what he had to say.
I still think that there are people out there who are kind of like, are the Browns just trying to set something up here?
I kind of feel like
that.
To
get maximum, right? We have no intention to trade Myles Garrett. It feels like that a little bit. Just getting the best offer, realizing this guy's got finite years left in his prime. We aren't going to be any better anytime soon. Let's get the picks that we pissed away on Deshaun Watson. Let's get some infrastructure young picks to provide the nucleus of a team that we're going to take into a new stadium.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been part of that just it seems a little, I don't know, I don't want to say fishy, but yeah, it just feels like it's being set up in some degree to maybe be able to at least have the possibility to trade a Myles Garrett.
All right, so there's a few things here. One, I don't know anyone talking about my favorite team annoys me more than when Mike Florio does it.
I know you're not a fan. I've always liked Florio. I like what he does. I think his Browns analysis has become rather trite lately.
I was going to say reductive, but I like the word trite.
He just always defaults to Haslam's the problem, and then he goes
trade everyone.
And trade everyone. And I listen, baby. It's not really Florio's fault that the Browns have put him in this spot, but yeah.
So it doesn't sound like he was actually referring to the Myles missing the voluntary OTAs. I will say, if Myles skips the mandatory OTAs on top of the contract realignment, then I think we have an interesting conversation on our hands.
Do you find it interesting that they were able to kind of prep everyone of this? So the owners' meeting last week, when Monken did speak, he made a point to mention that Myles was not going to be there next week. Mm-hmm. Do you find that interesting? I find it a little peculiar that like they'd already clearly talked to Myles about like, hey, you going to be there? You going to be around or you're not going to be around? And Myles was like, yeah, I'm not going to be around. But the idea that they reached out to him ahead of time, because clearly they did so because they want to see him there and they want to see him kind of embrace Monken and the new head coach and everything around this.
It's either that or they wanted to get out. I think it also might be that they really wanted to put a kibosh on the trade rumors and that addressing that Myles wasn't going to be here. Because, like Rappaport was actually right, and I can actually give him that credit, because Rappaport is like, yeah, Myles never shows up to these. This isn't a big to-do. I think that's where the coordination comes in.
But maybe
I think the Browns are still
to...
selling a fight, and they're not trying to trade Myles.
Well, I wonder maybe, too, they were trying to normalize it. And so if they knew ahead of time with Myles, they could tell us, yeah, Myles isn't going to be there. So then everyone's got it in their head for a week that Myles isn't going to be there. So when he's not there, we don't freak out.
I just think it's interesting how... You know, what was the verbiage on Andrew Berry last week? Myles is a Cleveland Brown for life.
Mm-hmm. I think he's a career Cleveland Brown.
Yeah. I just don't know why we're making promises here when it comes to Miles. Like, again, like, I don't expect, like, they were at least emphatic enough that I can say I don't expect Miles to be traded before the regular season. Right? I don't think it's completely off. If June 2nd came and went, or sorry, June 1st came and went, and somebody said, we'll give you, and it's like Jacksonville, we'll give you 3 future firsts for Myles Garrett. I think the Browns would have to really sit back and consider it because of how easy the path is right now and where you are. But I don't expect it. I did expect it before I heard them so ham-fistedly go in on not trading Miles. But one thing, I understand why Andrew Berry went as hard in the paint as he did. He was trying to snuff out that conversation. One, you don't have that power, nor do you have the credibility right now with anyone in Cleveland for us to listen and actually believe you on it, because your teams haven't been good enough for us to believe on that. And then 2, I just wouldn't be saying that. And if I'm Jimmy Haslam, I don't want you saying that, because you can't guarantee where this thing's going to be a year from now. Hell, I don't think you can guarantee where this thing's going to be 6 months from now, let alone a year from now or 18 months from now.
Yeah, the problem with Andrew Berry, though, Andrew Berry's never faced any repercussions for anything that he said in the media that's been a lie. Like, he never has.
No, fair.
And so, like, if all he's ever taught is I can lie, I can say whatever I want, and nothing ever changes in regards to that, then where's the incentive to do anything but lie?
216-474-0092. Should Myles Garrett be at voluntary OTAs? This feels like a nice to have, would have been nice to have moment for Myles and the Browns. And I do think, I just think we're going to be on Myles' watch from now until the guy retires. Because one, that's not a trustworthy organization at the moment. They've said, again, like even the Deshaun thing. They said one thing about Deshaun a year ago at the owners' meetings and are acting completely opposite a year later. That's not to hammer them for it. It's just to point out you can say whatever the hell you want to say, but there's another part of me that's like, Myles sticking to this is just Myles being who he is. Myles going against it would have certainly helped the ideology that Myles is a short-timer in Cleveland.
And listen, no one's going to kill him for it, obviously. No one is killing him for it. But It's the idea, though, that Myles is just not – he's not going the extra mile. We've never seen him do it. No pun intended. We've never seen him do it, and this is just another example of that.
You know, after having Myles Garrett, Myles Harden, and now Miles Bryant on the team, it does seem like the Browns are going the extra miles. Wah, wah. Mac, you wouldn't know good comedy if it hit you in the face. That felt really personal. I didn't mean it the way that came off.
Poor Mac didn't even smile.
Didn't even get a shot off in the last 15 minutes. They had to get one over here. Okay. All right.
I didn't mean it. Sometimes I say things like when I called the morning show cowards. That I meant. But sometimes I say things really harsh, and I mean them. That was not one of them. See, I saved it. That was not one of the times.
Sure, that's what we'll call it.
Speaking the damn truth is getting pretty boring over here. All right, 216-474-0092. Should Myles Garrett be at voluntary OTAs this week? Yes, it is a conversation we have every year, and it's more valid this year, given you got a new head coach and a new defensive coordinator. We'll ask that of Albert Breer. We'll also see how fluid things are ahead of Cleveland with the number 6 pick in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Next up, they host the Hawks tomorrow night. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Coming up in 1 hour's time, John Fant is going to join us here. But as the Browns begin voluntary OTAs this week in Berea, not you, Myles Garrett, we're going to welcome on one of the best sourced, best sourced men in all of football. You hear him every Tuesday here on the show. You know him, you love him. On the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, Albert Breer of the MMQB joins us. Welcome to the show there, Albert.
What's up, guys?
Oh, we're living the dream over here. How about yourself?
Oh, good. I just got back from overseas, so that was good. My adjustment is underway. So I think right now it's technically like 9:30 body clock time for me. So I'm
Where'd you go?
We went to Paris. We took the kids to Paris over Easter weekend, which was great. I suggest anybody does that with their kids. It's, I was a little worried because I thought they might be like a little bored by some of it. But, I think it's good to expose your kids to those things as much as you can. And we went to London a couple of years ago. I actually went to Europe a lot when I was a kid because I'm first generation on my mom's side. So we were over in Austria quite a bit when I was little. And, it was got off to a little bit of a rough start. I fell down a flight of stairs in a subway station. But after that, it was all downhill from there.
All right. Well, we're glad you're healthy.
All downhill, however you want to put that. Yeah.
It literally was. Yeah, it was all down the stairs from there.
Yeah.
All right, Albert. I do want to. I know we don't talk a lot of college basketball here, but many Ohio State fans were irate. Dusty May was one of the finalists for the basketball job 2 years ago. He just wins the Natty last night with Michigan. Were you watching that as an Ohio State fan, thinking this could have been us?
Yeah, I mean, I was. Now, if we're being honest about it, look, do I think Michigan would trade everything it has for the last 25 years that we had in football? I would say yes. And they can't have that, so that's great. But, I mean, we've seen Ohio State perform at a high level in basketball, and I don't think anybody's expectation is that they're going to be the football team. You know what I mean? I don't know anybody who watches. I don't know anybody, who I went to school with that watches the basketball team as we watch the football team. The football team loses and it ruins your week. The basketball team loses and you go on with your night. So it's never going to be quite that, I don't think. We're never going to be North Carolina or Duke. I think the expectation is just be competitive. Compete for the Big Ten every few years. Maybe you get to a Final Four once a decade. And if we win a national championship at some point, we'll win a national championship at some point. And I think the frustrating thing for everybody now is that we had two coaches that were wholly capable of doing that back to back, and Jim O'Brien and Thad Matta. And, after I'm not sure, maybe we all didn't realize how good we had it, but, it certainly feels like since, Thad went through the health problems he had and everything else, it hasn't been quite the same. And, again, I just don't think the expectations need to be that, we'll be in the Final Four every other year or whatever. No one's expecting that. But I think most people expect that it's going to be better than it was. And I do think, based on the evidence we have, maybe Dusty May wouldn't have won a championship in year two at Ohio State, but I certainly think there's evidence to show that he would have gotten the program to where O'Brien or Matta had it.
Albert, Myles was not there at the start of the voluntary portion of OTAs this week, and he was not there this morning. And it was Nick and I don't really care about that, if we're being honest, but It is interesting to note Lamar Jackson did show up because he's got a new head coach, new offensive coordinator. Is when you have a new offense or new head coach, and in Miles' case, new defensive coordinator, do you feel like there should have been something more done by Miles' behalf to maybe show up and maybe like almost endorse Monken, or does he just not have to?
Yeah, I think it's different with quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Like, I just think with the quarterback, there's a symbolism to it. There's also a functionality to it where, you know, if your quarterback just shows up on day one of OTAs and he didn't go through all the meetings in the month plus prior to that, you know, is there a chance that the quarterback is holding everybody back? Yeah, sure there is. Do I think Myles Garrett's going to be holding anybody back if he takes a week or two off during the portion of the offseason program that's just lifting and meeting? No. So, I mean, would it be nice to have him in-house? Of course. You'd love to have everybody you can have in-house, especially your leaders. I'd pay more attention if he doesn't show up at the beginning of OTAs, because for people who don't know, like, basically the way this goes is you've got steps over the course of the next, you know, few weeks, where the first 2 weeks is phase one, which is basically just lifting, running, and meeting. And then after that, you know, like, you start to work in where you can go out in the field and you can do stuff, but you can't do team stuff. And then you can do like on-field stuff, but the offense can't be facing a defense. And then, you know, when you get to OTAs, you can actually start to do 11-on-11 work, and I think that's when it really starts to matter. So, you know, at this point, like, I don't think it's the most important thing in the world that they're there. But, you know, over the course of the next 6 or 7 weeks, it'll become, you know, I think more important to what they're trying to accomplish if the key guys are in-house.
Albert, last week, Andrew Berry says Myles Garrett will be a Cleveland Brown for life. We've had almost a full week to digest those kind of comments there, as has the NFL. So does that mean we should slam the door shut on a Myles Garrett trade the next 2 years?
No, because I just, you know, I've seen too often these things go the other way. You know, now I don't think Andrew Berry intends to mislead anybody with that comment, but I just think it's like we've seen time and time again where these things can turn on a dime, you know, and so, you know, I don't have any reason to believe that everybody isn't in a good place right now, and that, you know, like the new coaches haven't endeared themselves to Myles, and that Myles is fine giving these guys a shot and everything else. But I mean, look, like, you know, he's on the back end of the prime of his career. If you just kind of like take it as what generally happens with players, like, you get to 30, that's the back end of your prime. You know, and there's going to be some urgency around that, I'm sure, for him and everybody else. And so this is the stage of a guy's career where things can change quickly, and I wouldn't rule anything out.
All right, Albert, last week you said that like April 1st is when you really start to dive into everything with the draft. You already had some intel, obviously, telling us about Ty Simpson and you thinking he's going to go in the second round. What have you learned so far in the past week or so as it relates to the Browns at number 6?
Well, I would just say, I think it's going to be interesting to see the way the offensive linemen come off the board, you know, and I think the way you want to look at this is, you know, I don't think, obviously, there'll be a lineman at 1. I think that's going to be the quarterback, of course. I think it's probably going to be a pass rusher at 2 to the Jets, would be my guess. I'd lean David Bailey right now, but I think Arvell Reese is right there in that mix. And then I think when you start to get to the teams where an offensive lineman might be a consideration, you're talking about the Cardinals at 3, the Giants at 5, and the Browns at 6. So I think in a perfect world, the Browns come away with an offensive lineman at the 6th pick. That said, if for some reason Maui Noah and Fano are gone, you might be really reaching for somebody if you take one there. Would it be the guard from Penn State after you just paid Jenkins and Zion Johnson? Probably not. Would you reach on Freeling from Georgia? I mean, that seems like that'd be pretty rich for him. So, like, I'd say, you know, like, if I had to guess which way they go right now, I'd say probably a lineman, an offensive lineman. But again, like, I look at where, you know, I look at where
Arizona is. They could take a pass rusher. They could take a Sonny Styles. I look at where the Titans are. I don't think that's going to be an offensive lineman. My guess would be that's either a Jeremiah Love or someone. If one of the pass rushers falls to them, maybe that or a receiver. And then the Giants, like Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, are one of the linemen. So, I think if they had their druthers, they would come away with a really good offensive lineman with the 6th pick. But they don't control what happens in front of them. So it'll be interesting to see the way that the first 5 picks shake out.
Albert, this is a weird year where it seems like the only consensus, I know there's the strong Carnell Tate hive. There's some people that are BPA. There's, fractured, some people like Freeling. But it's interesting that the number one thing it seems like people can agree on most is a trade down is in the Browns' best interest, but yet there isn't the quarterback to trade, for somebody to trade up for. Are there players that are maybe getting buzz as trade up worthy for teams in the teens or below?
Yeah, I just say that's the issue with this year's class in general is that I just don't think. And again, this can change, and there can be runs on players on the clock and all that different stuff. You know what I mean? You're sitting there at 6, and like I said, somebody gets antsy to go get an offensive lineman, maybe I guess something like that is possible, but I just think as it stands right now, without those top end prototypes, without the Joe Alt left tackle, without the Clowney or Peppers or Garrett defensive end or the Patrick Surtain, I just don't know what you're going up to get. Now I think it's more likely if you're going to have trades in the first round is once you get down towards 10 and 12, and maybe there's a little bit of a cliff at a couple of the positions, then it's maybe there's some movement. But I don't know that 6 would be a spot where you're going to be able to move out. And I'm with you on the idea. I think it would be great for the Browns if they could get value for the pick. I'm just not sure if there's going to be value there for that pick.
Would Tennessee at 4, would they go Jeremiah Love, or is that the type of thing that they're not ready yet with an offensive line that isn't?
No, I think so. I mean, they spent $20 million per on a left tackle last year. Dan Moore, I think it's just okay. And then the right tackle was a top 10 pick, J.C. Latham. So, the problem that they have there, if it was an offensive lineman, is that the top 2 tackles are both right tackles, right? Spencer Bono and Francis Maui Noah. So you look at that right tackle spot, and do you move J.C. Latham back to left tackle after that didn't work a couple of years ago? Would they go receiver? They took a couple of receivers last year. Maybe, maybe not. I think they would go pass rusher, but do you view Ruben Bain as being worthy of going that high? They might, but if Reese and Bailey are gone, they might not see a pass rusher there worthy of that pick. And I just look at Love and I see who I think is probably the best player, maybe the best player in the draft, if you just take the mid-positional value out of it. Here's the other thing about Love, because I do think to some degree he helps you develop your quarterback. We've seen this before. What Zeke Elliott meant to Dak Prescott, what Todd Gurley meant to Jared Goff, what Saquon Barkley meant to Daniel Jones. We've seen young quarterbacks really benefit from having this sort of back who can do everything. Catch the ball out of the backfield, you can run between the tackles, who can get you in 2nd and 6 and 3rd and 2 more consistently. That can really help you with your young quarterbacks. So if I'm looking inside the top 10 at teams that would potentially have an interest in Jeremiah Love, the 2 I have circled up top are Tennessee and Washington.
Albert, today we found out Fernando Mendoza will be skipping the NFL draft. Instead, he's going to be hanging out with his family in Miami. I'm always curious at what the reaction is, both around the league and from the league. How much does the NFL league office care that Fernando Mendoza, the presumptive number 1 pick, won't be attending the draft in Pittsburgh?
Well, if you're talking about around the league, other teams don't care where they are. That's, I would say that's way down the list of things they're worried about going into the draft. I think as far as the league office goes, look, I think they'd love to have, like, what they don't want is the entire top 10 not there. You know what I mean? If it's one or two guys, I think they're fine. But if you got to the point where it was like, it looks weird because there's only a couple of them walking up there and shaking the commissioner's hand, that's probably where you would have a little bit more of a problem. I don't think the mix would really bother them that much, though. I mean, look, like, I almost think of a scenario like this, like, given how much attention Mendoza's family got, and like, really cool story with his mom there, his mom being part of the decision to stay home. And then, his dad obviously has been a bit in the spotlight as well. His younger brother is, a pretty prominent college player himself. Like, I look at it like this could actually, like, from a TV perspective, be a better chance to showcase all these people that we got to know in the fall when Indiana was going on.
Albert, I want your thoughts on Troy Aikman's comments and him saying the Dolphins hired him knowing that he has information that they don't have or can't get, and said that they were really smart in taking advantage of that. We obviously see Tom Brady, and that was a big discussion about his access within some of these broadcasts. Are we just going to get to a spot where if you're Herb Street, you should be lining up to take some money from one of these other NFL teams? Is it like if you're a color commentator, you now get a job with some squad, whether that's the Browns, Colts, whoever, or is this the type of thing the NFL is going to have to step in and say, wait a second, this has gone too far?
Yeah, that's why I love Aikman, because he doesn't give a crap. He said the quiet part out loud, which I saw somebody say that. I don't love all these cliches, but that one works here. He did say the quiet part out loud. Like, this is he's privy to information and going and studying these teams, and then visiting them and getting to know the people with these teams. And like, I know this, like, at those production meetings, they say a whole lot more than gets on the air. So there's obviously a lot of information that's shared in those sessions. And I actually think ultimately, guys, here, like, the loser winds up becoming the fans. Like, this to me is another, like, one of those league, the league gets fat, hogs get slaughtered, however you want to say that type scenarios, right? Like, because if you think about it, right, if you really break this down and think about it, the reason the league was going to let Brady do that is because the league wants Brady to be part of their broadcast universe, because having Tom Brady on a broadcast elevates the game because he is a international superstar. So, like, Tom had leverage with the league and saying, like, no, I want it. Like, you got to let me do this. Like, okay, Tom, whatever you say. And most people said in that scenario, well, it's Tom Brady. He can get away with whatever he wants. This right here becomes the problem, because now it's like, well, wait a minute. If you're going to say no to Tom Brady, why are you saying no to Troy Aikman? And if the Raiders can have that advantage, why can't the Dolphins have that advantage? And if you let Troy Aikman do it, then is Greg Olsen next? Is Tony Romo next? Name the guy, And so, like, these guys basically become, more or less funnels for these teams into the production meetings. So let me ask you guys, what's the logical step to that? If, like, now all of a sudden these guys are both broadcaster and information gatherer for one particular team, what do you think the next thing that happens is?
Jimmy Haslam's going to hire somebody.
Jimmy's going to spend a lot of money, yeah.
Well, no, nobody says anything in the production.
Oh,
right?
That's obvious, yeah, okay.
Wouldn't that be the obvious next step? It's like, well,
yeah.
All right, so you've got all these guys and why wouldn't you if you were one of these ex-players, right? Like, they're not journalists. They don't have the same sort of, like, code that we all have, right? Like, so they're like, wait a minute, somebody's going to pay me what to do what? That's it? Like, that's all I got to do? Yeah, sure, where do I sign? So, like, I think ultimately, if you think about it logically, the fan winds up being the loser here because if these guys are going to be less forthcoming in the production meeting, I think it adversely affects the broadcast. And if it adversely affects the broadcast, then that becomes a problem. The thing people fail to, like, think about with the Brady thing is, like, he is fresh off the field. It's only been a couple of years. As these guys, like, go on in their broadcast careers, they have to become. They become more and more reliant on their relationships, and the production means their ability to get this information. So, like Romo was great when he first got out of the league because he knew everything, because he had just been playing for a team. Well, I think now we're seeing like what that looks like a few more years down the line. Like it takes work to keep up with that stuff after you haven't been playing for a few years. And now you've created a barrier to those broadcasters doing that work. That's not good for the fans.
Albert, great stuff, buddy. We're glad you survived France and those damn French stairs. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thanks, guys.
You think when he fell, the stairs went, oh.
I'm going to guess that the stairs didn't speak.
Okay, that's fair.
That's just
I watched Beauty and the Beast once. To Albert Breer on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
than deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
It's going to be interesting to see the way the offensive linemen come off the board. In a perfect world, the Browns come away with an offensive lineman and the sixth pick. That said, if for some reason Maui Noah and Fano are gone, you might be really reaching for somebody if you take one there. Would it be the guard from Penn State? I think it's just Tate Jenkins and Zion Johnson. Probably not. Would you reach on Freeling from Georgia? I mean, that seems like that'd be pretty rich for him. So, like, I'd say, if I had to guess which way they go right now, I'd say probably a lineman. So, I think if they had their druthers, they would come away with a really good offensive lineman with the sixth pick, but they don't control what happens in front of them. So it'll be interesting to see the way that the first 5 picks shake out.
Albert Breer of the MMQB joining us in the previous segment. The latest info, intel, all the things Albert does for the number 6 pick for the Cleveland Browns. We do have John Fanta coming up at 4:20. We got a Guardians game coming down the wire that we'll react to once that goes final as well. A little day baseball here. Nothing better than a 30-degree day game in baseball. Now, this being said, I think I have arrived at the conclusion that I'm much more comfortable with taking the best offensive lineman available if he might end up being a guard or a right tackle this year than overdrafting a left tackle at 6.
Okay, so you're back in like the Maui Noah type phase. Is that the idea?
Yeah, like I think Spencer Fano and Maui Noah are going to be really nice NFL players. I don't know Maui Noah is going to be Penei Sewell. I don't know he's going to be this, transcendent right tackle or even a right guard.
I've noticed he started popping back into drafts.
But like
mock drafts.
Listen, you go back and watch Monroe Freeling, I get it. I see but it's not on the film. Like, the whole thing about Freeling is he looks like a left tackle.
Yeah.
That's just not enough for me to take you in the first round. And, like, I do understand that you're thinking about the kind of the upside of a player, and that's so much of this conversation of it's not about who he is today, it's about who he's going to be 3 years from now. This is just such a big projection. And so you look at Maui Noah, you look at Fano, and I think those are guys you play day one, and I think they just walk in as name takers.
Yeah, I mean he's definitely he's a plug and stay starter. That's the MO on him.
Yeah.
And so if you take someone like him, some of the weird comps is like Darnell Wright is one of those because he's got like the size of Darnell Wright, but he's got the shorter arms that Darnell Wright had as well. And like that was a 10th overall pick. Like in a down draft, this is someone that you can take and definitely justify at 6 overall.
So I actually think we have to reverse engineer some of what we talked about yesterday just because of what Albert had to say here. There are very few things the Browns are going to do at 6 that are going to just upset me. It's an automatic no, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, there's more of like I feel like every scenario we've talked through becomes Larry David gif of like,
right?
Like, and
right.
So that's going to be clipped with the sound. But no, I mean like Fano at 6, okay. Carnell Tate at 6, okay. Like they might not be the guys I think are the number one, right? Then my number one choice, but I in a weird way, the Browns are in a just don't screw this up at 6 kind of scenario.
Don't give us curveballs. That's basically all we're asking for out of this. Like there's.
But what would be a curveball for you? Because David Bailey would not be a curveball.
Ty Simpson's definitely a curveball.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know what I mean? Like there's a certain number. This is my just don't take it 6 category where it's like there's a list of guys that if they took, I'd be just like I don't know what happened. I don't know how you got here at 6 overall. Well, and I'm even trying to think. Like Sonny Styles I've gotten to a spot where I was very anti Sonny Styles in this whole entire ordeal. But even guys like Sonny Styles that don't play a position that I particularly care for, if that's what they did at 6 overall, that might be like the fringe of what we're discussing.
It's funny. I'm splitting hairs here because I would take Caleb Downs at 6, but Sonny Styles is on my no-fly list at 6.
Oh, is he?
Well, yeah, just because you just drafted Schlesinger, honestly, in today's NFL, you need one truly great off-ball linebacker and then a bunch of competent players. Like around them. Like I don't need to, unless you're like a 3-4 defense, like Pittsburgh has an endless supply of just awesome linebackers because that also doubles as edge. Yeah, where I'm at with all of this, I'm pretty confident. It's like, I think Sonny Styles is a no for me, dog. So we do have to talk about a Guardians win when we come back in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I got a challenge for you.
joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
John Fanta coming up in just about 20 minutes here. NBC Sports Cleveland's own. See if he was watching the Gardos get a nice walk-off win against the Royals. It was nice after last night, which kind of a frustrating night at the office.
Yeah.
I know today was frustrating because it was colder than hell, and I know people get frustrated because the team moved it up out of weather, and then the weather still sucked at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I laud teams for trying to do this. You're trying to play baseball games in early April in Cleveland. All in all, today was ended up being just what you needed because you got back in the win column and you got the walk-off. The bullpen kind of showed up. This is a very nice win for the Guardians today.
I mean, incredible win. Gavin Williams was absolutely electric. The Royals had one hit all game. So the bullpen didn't allow a single hit. Gavin Williams had a one-hitter himself through 5 2/3, and you end up with a walk-off hit. Like you can't. And then Juan Brito. Can we talk about Brito for a second?
Yes.
I don't think people understand, and maybe I just, as somebody that doesn't do well without a lot of sleep, like maybe this is just me just making too much of this, but like the idea that last night he was playing PlayStation MLB The Show, gets the call that all of a sudden he's got to go out and he's going to make his debut in the big leagues today. So he goes to the airport at 4 o'clock in the morning and then turns around and goes 2 for 4 at the plate today.
Yeah.
And a big double down the line. Like,
out of
it's
the
insane.
6 hole, by the way.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why. I just have so much respect for that type of thing. And again, this is all dealing with the idea that me without sleep is not good. And so I assume everybody does that. Maybe you can just function better on no sleep. But it's not like they're like, oh yeah, we'll see you in the morning and then you'll take a plane. No, 4 in the morning, you're out there at the airport taking a plane ride to go here and then play a game that starts 7 hours later and then to be good. That's insane.
I think you needed a night like this or a day like this, a game like this from the bullpen. I think the Cade Smith stuff is a little overblown, but it's fair because remember when he first took over for Clase last year, it was a bumpy month before he caught his groove at the end. But to me, like the bigger concern is the lack of depth in the bullpen. So even though, like you mentioned, the hit side of things, Armstrong did walk 2 guys. I actually thought he did a really good job of working out of it. There was a pitch that I thought was supposed to be called a strike 3 that was then called back. I thought he didn't get rattled by that. So, you needed a night where maybe Gavin or maybe one of your starters didn't go as deep as you'd like, and then you needed the bullpen to show up. You still got to answer this question about 100 and some more times, but that was... Yeah. You needed this kind of game from the bullpen where they could show up and give you, 3 1/3, I think, innings quality work.
I mean, this was a throwback game of sorts, but one we've just become accustomed to with this Guardians team, though. They themselves don't have that much offense, but the starting pitching was really good, the bullpen was really good, and you get out of there with the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, and I do think, it's funny. We've talked a lot about the offense, and today the offense actually had 8 hits. They only got 2 runs though, so they did. It's kind of the typical guards ball, right? Yeah, you're getting on base, but are you driving them home? I think at some point something's going to have to give with this Guardians team. It's early. It's only, what are we now? 12 games into 11 games into. I think it's 11 games into the season.
12 in now. They're 7-5.
So 12 games into the season. At some point, this team is going to either have to start hitting more, which is possible as it warms up, or the bullpen's going to have to find itself. But right now, neither thing's happening incredibly often, and you're still winning these games. I think there's something to be said about a team that hasn't quite found itself or found the thing that every manager needs. I always felt this with Tito. As soon as Terry Francona found out what he could trust, be it the top of the rotation, the bullpen, the quality of the lineup or a certain part of his lineup, once he figured out what his strength was, he was unstoppable as a manager. And I think you're seeing that with Stephen Vogt. When Stephen Vogt has something elite or really high level to fall back on.
What is the strength here? What do you mean?
Well, that's what I mean. I think right now, the rotation could be your strength, but I already got concerns about Bybee's health and, the depth overall. You're going to need some strength to showcase itself. And as of right now, you don't have it, and you're still winning games.
So that's
I think
what's
that's a
impressive
mark.
to me. Yeah, is that he doesn't have that, and he hasn't figured that out. But they are winning games, and through a really tough part of the schedule. But also, I mean, this is one I don't want to give the front office too much credit, but it seems like it's a different approach this year, Nick. Like they're calling up these players again. Even the idea that Brito got the call up after the Arias injury. Years ago, we wouldn't have seen that. Years ago, we would have watched Brito just hit in AAA and just not ever seen him come up. And so, like, the idea that they're getting these guys up and they're letting them play, like, that's what this year is supposed to be all about.
I did think that was the funny result of the Brito-Bazana conversation, is people acted like you brought Will Wilson back over Travis Bazana. I was like, no, guys, they love Juan Brito. Like,
and they always kind of told us that Brito was ahead of Bazana in this little lineup that they were trying to do, and so it shouldn't have been a surprise to anybody.
But I mean, I think, listen, we always have to do the sample size conversation this early in the season, especially when it's somebody debuting. If Rocchio can just be clutch and play quality defense, and
fourth career walk-off, let's go, Rocchio.
And playoff Rocchio is back, baby. And Brito can just hit for a little average and a little bit of pop. Like you need some things to go your way. So far, DeLauder's healthy and DeLauder's going your way. Even today, he had a nice walk in the 8th inning as a pinch hit that then was all for naught because Cal Manzardo struck out. I think looking, we were actually in segment, but it was a bad strikeout, whatever it was. And then, but like DeLauder, that's pushing towards this is a really good situation to be in. If you can get something up the middle, you just don't have to sweat about like when Quan starts slow or Hosey start a little bit slow. Like we
got a lot of guys starting slow right now.
And by the way, I actually do think the offense is going to be better than this, and I think the offense is going to be better than expected. But Brito coming up and being able to give you something up the middle offensively is a significant part of that.
It's just this is the plan. This is what we're supposed to see. We're supposed to see guys like Brito come up. In the past, we wouldn't have seen it, and so I'm just happy that we are. It's just it's a weird game, all things considered.
Well, and here's the thing: like with Quan, DeLauder, and Hosey atop your lineup, that's actually a pretty formidable 1 through 3. Even when you go beyond that, with Manzo, Hoskins, and Bo Naylor as your 4 through 6 on any given night.
As we got Hoskins carrying the refrigerator down the first base line. I've never seen a man so slow. You see that play last night?
Yeah, you've seen me run.
Yeah, I've never seen you run. I don't think I have seen you run.
Yeah.
You see that play last night? It was a 5-6-4-3 double play.
Yeah.
It was one of the worst plays that I've seen. You could literally run, get a hot dog, and walk back to your seat before you got to first base.
I don't know what was going on
I'm
there.
now going to offer my services because this Rhys Hoskins slowness take, this will not stand. I'm offering, if you need me to run next to Rhys Hoskins every time he runs so he looks like Usain Bolt, I will do that for my love of the Guardians.
I mean, it was. I'd love to see your timed 40 versus Hoskins in that stretch there.
My timed 40 is literally 40 minutes.
It goes off Garcia's hand, and then you're like, all right, third baseman misses it. That's fine. That's going to be maybe they'll pick it up, and then the shortstop will throw it. Is that India there at shortstop? And he's going to throw it over. It's Bobby Witt Jr., of course.
It was Garcia at third base last night.
No, that's what I said. It's like Garcia at third, and then Bobby Witt obviously at short.
And who was on first?
India was at second.
Way convoluted for this conversation.
This is getting very who's on first.
The point is Rhys Hoskins slow at baseball.
All right. And by the way, to get back to it.
One other comment on this weird note. Hoskins slow at baseball. Lane Thomas, in trying to make the final throw to the plate to actually save the game for the Royals, garbage.
Well, yeah.
I mean, garbage. Little guy, he put so much of his effort into it to 7-hop that final attempt there.
Yeah, they had him in right field.
I know.
There's a reason why he was best served in left field in Washington before he got here.
They made the switch because they put Caglione is typically out in right field for the Royals, and they moved him to first in a defensive change to try to give themselves a little bit of an advantage there, and Lane Thomas just had no mustard on that.
But
sad to see. Hate to see it.
I think you have a chance to be a good 1 through 6, but for this lineup to be better than expected, I really do think part of Quan's second half stench, right? Part of even Hosey's kind of up and down stuff where he can get really streaky. Part of the reason why I think Andres Jimenez went from being a guy that looked like a 15 to 20 home run, 260, 270 hitter to being stank. Part of it, I do think, is these guys at the top of the lineup have consistently put so much pressure on themselves because they know they're not getting support anywhere else in the lineup. And so there is, if you can do 1 through 6, that's good enough for a lot of nights in baseball. If you can bring this out to just 1 through 9, you don't have any obvious outs every time up to the plate like we've had in previous years.
Yeah.
It's going to be a breath of fresh air this year, and I do think, again, Brito coming up and hitting, DeLauder doing what he's doing, even Kafis has flashed a little power here, or even some
We've
decent
seen some
moments.
much better Kafis at-bats in the past couple of days than what we saw in the early stretches of this season. It's hard because I understand what you're saying, and I get all the ifs attached to all this, but, I mean, Kafis has looked better in the past couple games. DeLauder's obviously off to a great start, but there's a lot of players struggling right now.
Well, but this comes all the way back to this is as good of a start as you could have had, right? They've gotten ahead of weather now twice, doing the doubleheader on Sunday and obviously moving today's game up. So you're not behind the 8 ball and trying to make up games already. It's early. We got time. This can get behind the 8 ball very quickly. But I do think nothing's really where it needs to be outside of maybe Gavin Williams right now. And if you can just win when that happens, that's how you at some point catch fire and you end up running away with the division. Like right now, I expect them to be very competitive in this division. I still actually give the Royals the best chance to win it because I really don't buy a lot into where Detroit is going with this. And I think the Guardians need to prove they can do this for 162 as constructed. But when you're winning, when nothing really is hitting on all cylinders, that is such a good sign, especially early in the season before the weather hits and offense can take a turn, that all of a sudden, hey, man, you eked out 5 more wins than you should have. That's crucial when it comes time to the trade deadline and when you're going down the stretch.
I see what you're saying, but the starting rotation has been working in many respects. But Gavin, they have their things working. I think we've just become accustomed to the idea that a day like today is expected, which is odd because it's a one hitter against the Royals. That can't be what the expectation is. Gavin's been unreal in what we've seen on his outings this year.
But I think Bybee has been a little touchy. Messick has been phenomenal. I have been shorting Messick. He has been awesome.
Yeah, legitimately. I don't know what other way to describe it. And so and part of it, everyone's like, oh, well, what happened for the final couple months of last year? Well, how did they erase the 15.5-point deficit to then win the division and do all that? Well, a lot of that came with a lot of the guys that we're talking about in this rotation right now. That's Slade pitching as good as he was. That's Cantillo being lights out for the 5 outings he pitched last year. It's hard to make that the assumption because they've been so dynamic, and I got to see it continue.
Matt, in a car. Real quick, buddy, what you got for us?
Hey, guys. So the biggest thing, I know everyone's, clamoring for Bazana, but my issue right now is, as usual, is the catcher situation. Why? I arguably right now, I think we have 2 catchers in Columbus that are better than what we got right now. What are we doing with Valera? Maybe I missed the boat on that. I know he's been a little banged up again, but at what point, I think the thing that frustrates a lot of Guardians fans is that they refuse to give up on some of these guys that just cannot do anything, or someone get one scrape up and then they won't call them back up again, or they'll drag out these these guys forever, just in the minor leagues. I just let the guys come up at this point. I get it with Bazana maybe, but at what point do you do something about this catcher situation? Ingles hitting the tar out of the ball. It would be nice to have a catcher for once that can actually hit.
Matt, we appreciate you, buddy. 2 things. One, Valera's still on rehab assignment, and he is tearing the cover off the ball at Columbus. So I would be surprised if another week goes by, the offense still struggles from the outfield, and Valera's not back up. When it comes to catchers, I understand Ingles is hitting 353. He's got 2 home runs already in 7 games. But the Guardians have always, a fair amount of baseball, have always erred on the side of defense over offense. As long as Bo is doing well enough defensively, they're going to be patient with his bat.
Yeah, unless your name is Cal Raleigh, you're not just expecting that much from the catching position. And if you look and see what he's done,
he's not having a good year so far.
Oh, he's miserable so far to start. But even last year, many people consider a down year offensively for him. He was 15th in baseball, as far as catchers are concerned offensively. There's enough there that'll keep them coming back. But it's interesting. I mean, it's not a bad thing to point out because you can't hit as bad as he's hit. It's just But I always tell people with baseball, 30 days in is when you can really start to actually nitpick and get after a lot of what the hitters are and where their expectations can be. It's just too tiny of a sample size for this part of the season.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, will talk Michigan winning the Natty, Ohio State's missed opportunity, a little bit of Cavs talk, a little bit of Guardians talk as well in 5 minutes with Cleveland's own John Fanta on 92.3 The Fan.
joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
With the first pick, the build-up to the NFL Draft is here. And we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got the lead coming up in just about 40 minutes time. I was getting confused because we also have Cam Justice, News Channel 5 sports journalist, coming up at 5:40 today. More on the Browns OTAs, the Guardians' big walk-off win over the Royals. And to talk Michigan winning the national championship, Ohio State's missed opportunity, some Cavs basketball as well. We head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on. He's Cleveland's own NBC Sports legend, the great John Fanta joins us now. What's up, buddy?
Wow, that is quite the kind introduction. I appreciate it, Dr. Wilson. I'm feeling good about this already. And Brian Rocchio through the right side, the Guardians walk it off.
That was a very fun win. Let's go 12 games in. Give us your best early overreaction to the Guardians.
Best early overreaction. I think Parker Messick will be a top 3 breakout pitcher in the sport. There you go.
Okay. Wait. Did you just say top 3 pitcher in the sport?
No. Breakout.
Breakout. Like when people talk about by season's end, by September, baseball people will be talking about how big time Messick's rise is for the team and is for Cleveland, and we will be debating in a playoff series who should be starting game 1.
I think ESPN, one of their preseason projections was that Parker Messick would make the All-Star game.
There you go. I'll follow it there. I didn't even read that, but there's my prediction. Parker Messick makes the All-Star game.
All right, so Fana likes Parker Messick more than Slade Ciccone. I never thought I'd see the day.
Well, and it's why the Guardians will win the division, in my opinion, and will ultimately grind out another title in the American League Central because that's who they are. They grind out wins. They put up quality at bats. Line up. There's some things that I want to see certain guys be a little bit better than they've been thus far. We haven't seen much from J-Ram yet. He'll get it cooking. So look, but fun to see Juan Brito. Yeah, that was really fun to see today. Him have a 2-hit game. I love and look, it's going to be another good summer in Cleveland, and it normally is with this team. Big picture, you want to talk about money and all that. I'll tell you this much: I do think the ownership thing within the next couple of years with David Blitzer is going to get interesting and allow for us to maybe have some happier days in terms of off-season acquisitions. I believe that to be true down the road.
All right, John, let's get to what happened last night. Michigan, 2 years into the Dusty May era in Ann Arbor, win their first national championship since Glenn Rice was having his fun up in Alaska. I will ask you, why was Michigan the team to win the Natty this year?
They were gigantic. They're one of the biggest college teams I've ever seen. And their size mattered in every single way. They disrupted UConn's offense. UConn runs so many great off-ball motions, and UConn wasn't able to execute those last night because Michigan was standing there. There were times in that game where there's 2 or 3 Michigan guys around a UConn player with the ball, and when they're trying to figure out who they're going to pass it to, you got to watch because it can get deflected. Adai Mara and Morez Johnson were the perfect combination down low. They funneled things defensively for you to – when you did take it to the rim, you couldn't just put up a shot. It would either get blocked or you'd have to think twice about doing it. And you couple that with Michigan turned the water off of UConn's three-point shooting in the second half. UConn had hit 5 threes in the first half. It allowed them to really have a chance in the game. But this was a gritty grind of a performance. It was not a pretty game. It was not a work of art. It wasn't the best product for college basketball. But it was the best team winning the national championship. That doesn't always happen in the NCAA tournament. Michigan, no matter how much Buckeye fans hate to hear this, They deserve to win it. And their point guard, Elliot Cadeau, came from North Carolina. What a difference a year makes. He goes from Carolina. People think he's a big part of the reason why Hubert Davis wasn't having success. A year later, Cadeau is the most outstanding player at the Final Four. Hubert Davis is unemployed, and Michael Malone's the top 3 highest paid coach in college basketball.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I gave May so much credit. I didn't like people that were calling it an NIL title last night because from not only that story, when Johnson transferred from Illinois, like Underwood had basically buried him. Lenderborg came from UAB. Like you have to have actual, like there's some scouting that happened. There's some real, like I can turn this guy around. I can get this right. It wasn't just let's throw money at the problem.
You can't just buy a championship. You can't. Ask Mark Pope how that worked out at Kentucky, right? Bill Self's had plenty of money here in the new rev share era and has not been able to. Darren Peterson was playing one day and not playing the next. It's very hard to win a championship. Now, you could twist this back and say Dusty May did it in 2 years. He made it look awfully easy. Dusty May and Kurt Cignetti put pressure on other athletic departments. They put severe pressure. And it's a really good thing that Orion Day has his title at Ohio State because we all know what that would look like. But look, we talked about it in March about how in Ohio State basketball, like if I'm a Buckeye fan, yeah, I wake up today and say, why can't that be us? It's not just writing a blank check. You got to have at least $10 million for your college basketball budget. You do. You do, because the top players are going for $2.5 to $3 million, sometimes $3.5 million, and you need 2 of those guys. And then you can fill out your roster if you're going to be economical about it. But, Dusty, these pieces fit, JP. It's not like Yaxel Lendeborg came from a blue blood. He came from UAB.
Exactly.
He came from UAB. Maurice Johnson barely played last year at full strength. Adai Mara had a totally different role playing for Mick Cronin. And if you watched Adai Mara in October, you would have thought this guy is not very good. He learned. He developed as a player. It's more than just a blank check.
All right, John. Speaking of more than just a blank check, Ohio State fans vividly remembering that Dusty May was one of the finalists for the job that went to Diebler 2 years ago. I will ask you the obvious question here. If Ohio State had hired Dusty May 2 years ago, would they be the team that cut down the Nets last night?
I don't see why they wouldn't be in the mix to do it. I mean, you need certain things to go your way. You got to stay fully healthy, but he'd have them in the mix, and that's all you can ask for in the tournament. You know, Michigan, they had a terrible offensive first half last night, and things could have gone sideways. Lendeborg, you could just tell guys watching Lendeborg play last night, he was hurt. I mean, he was so far from his normal self. But, yes, if you nail the hire in this sport, the coaches are the bridge to everything. They're the bridge to the fans, especially in college basketball. Because college basketball, for the casual fan, the majority of them don't start tuning in until March. There are several others who start in mid-February or late January at earliest, but it's not – I cover it year-round, but I understand the reality of the situation. The one thing that you relate to is the coach. The coach is the CEO, the GM. They develop the players. It's a big reason why I think Michael Malone just took the Carolina job. You know why? He and Calvin Booth hated each other in Denver. He couldn't be the GM. He wishes he could have controlled more personnel, and he didn't. At Carolina, he gets to control everything, for better or worse. If Ohio State hires Dusty May clearly knows what he's doing, and Dusty May and the Buckeyes could have been national champions last night.
All right, John. It seems like anyone that wants, and myself included, I think you agreed last week, the idea of like, all right, you want to be the 4 seed, you don't want to be the 3 seed, take on the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals instead of the second round. Cavs have responded by winning 9 out of their last 11, and they don't seem to be taking the advice, John. I don't know. What do you think they do tomorrow night? Do you think the list has come out? Donovan's listed as doubtful. He's not listed as out. He's doubtful in this game. What do you think they do? Do they rest the players, or do they continue to just go full steam ahead?
I think you're going to see some rest tomorrow night. I think you're going to see some maneuverability tomorrow night. Why would I give my full deck of cards to Atlanta at this stage of the season when it's very likely that I play them? I just don't. I think it benefits you both from the standpoint of playing the Pistons. Now, I'll tell you this much. I don't know how much you watched last night. I thought early on, I'm like, well, they're trying, but Memphis is so bad. I mean, they are terrible. to give up 142 points to that Cavs team, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm watching that game and I'm thinking not the best of looks for the National Basketball Association. Having said this, the Cavaliers should not be doing much to try to win tomorrow night's game, nor should they give Atlanta a great defensive team. Like Atlanta's been as good as any team in the league on the defensive end of the floor since the All-Star break. They've been phenomenal because they're lengthy and versatile. You don't want to give your offensive formula. So I expect the Cavaliers these next two games to take it easier. Now, what will Atlanta do? Look, that's the other question here. But Atlanta still has to seal this up. They should. They're game and a half up for the 5 spot on the Toronto Raptors. The Raptors, they've got a hard finish with Miami, who's still got stuff to play for, and then they got Miami twice and then a visit to New York. So the fact is, I don't expect much from either team tomorrow. I think it's still very likely that they're seeing each other in the first round. But I think for the Cavs, I would be surprised if they're not in that 4 or 5. And then they gotta put their money where their mouth is. They have to break through because there's doubters. I think there's going to be people doubting them going into a series with the Hawks. Time to prove something here. It's now or never for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
John, assuming that the Cavs and the Celtics meet up at some point in the playoffs, out of 100%, what percent chance do you give the Cavs beating Boston in a 7-game series?
I'll go 30%.
I went 46%. I think that means I'm a better Cavs fan than you.
I went 40%, Fanta. So Nick is the rah-rah Cavs fan right now. Can't stop his optimism.
I was at 30 to 40%. But I committed to 30. And so
doesn't sound like you committed to 40 or 30, buddy.
No, I'll go 35 as my final number if you'll allow me to do that. If you'll allow me to raise it by 5 points. But you're a better Cavs fan than I. Here's the thing about the Cavs. Can they be the enforcer? I think I've come on your show 3 straight years and said, can they be the enforcer in the playoffs? And they have not been. They've been pushed around. They've been the opponent has dictated what happens, and their perimeter guys have gotten pushed out by other guards who are defending them. It's really everybody always thinks when I say physicality and stuff, they think I'm talking about defense. I'm talking about the Cavaliers' ability to function offensively, run their stuff, and get clean looks. And as time went on last postseason, it became predictable. You would think if you have 2 players, the caliber of Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, that your offense will be able to hum throughout stretches. Here's the one thing about Boston. Boston's front court's not really going to expose you. It's not. Boston is drive and kick nation. They want high volume threes, transition, 8 seconds or less, and we're going to make you pay because you're not getting back. That could be hard on a James Harden. But the one thing is, Detroit is grimy defense, but they struggle to score at times. Boston want to get up and down. And so the Cavaliers, they don't match up terribly with Boston. I actually think the Knicks, when the Knicks are at their best, that could cause some concern for the Cavaliers from a matchup standpoint, because I think the Knicks have a lot of answers for what the Cavs do. But the Cavs don't match up terribly with the Celtics. Honestly, they don't match up terribly with anybody. They have 2 elite scorers. They have a great defensive player in Evan Mobley, and they've got a supporting cast that could be better than it's been in the past. But you got to show up. This is validation time for Cleveland.
All right. So this brings us to a question that's been a bit of a Donnybrook in the station between JP and I, the mornings and I. Do you see a difference if it's going to end the same way with the Celtics? Do you see a difference between losing to the Celtics in the second round or losing to the Celtics in the third round?
Well, they would have made the conference finals, and Donovan Mitchell's never done that in his career. And for the Cavaliers, making the Eastern Conference Finals would be big for them. So I'm going to say that I do think I do think it's a slight difference because they'd be able to be one of the last two in this conference standing, and you couldn't say that about these past couple of teams. You couldn't even say they were that close to that. Is it the same end result? Yes, I understand that they're not NBA champions. But to me, Nick and JP, are they going to be – so if it's the Celtics in the second round versus the Celtics in the conference finals, if it's the Celtics in the conference finals, that would mean they're beating the Pistons in the semis, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So my thing is the Cavaliers would be taking a positive step by winning a series that I think they're going to be, albeit short, but the Cavs in the playoffs, they have not been able to win series as a favorite at times. Nor alone when they don't have home court and they've been an underdog. Would I take them in a series over Detroit? Yeah, but in 6 or 7 games. And so for me, they have not done that. This organization hasn't taken that step where they won a playoff series that a lot of people didn't think they would. So for me, it is a step. I'm not saying it's a gigantic step, but there's a difference between that and it meaning absolutely nothing. I'm guessing Wilson disagrees with this.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing losing to Boston in the second round and losing in the third round are the same thing because the other teams that you will have beaten, like nobody came into this season thinking, man, I hope we can just get past Detroit in the playoffs.
No, they came in thinking you want to be NBA champions.
Yeah. So it does sound like a fair amount of people, fear-based thinking, are lowering their expectations to protect their feelings.
They shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be doing that. But I think that for me, I'm a little. I come at it from a different angle of I've not seen D-Mitch and I haven't. You have not been one of the last two standing in your conference, and if this team's not there in the conference finals, this season is an all-out failure. It is. It's an all-out failure. Whereas for me, if you show up to the conference finals now, there's layers to that too. If they show up to the conference finals, they get swept and they're non-competitive, then yeah, it falls in the same. It actually falls in the same. But if they give Boston a hell of a series and they just come up short, that's great basketball at that point. You're one of the last four standing in the NBA. You look at your roster, you say, which supporting cast members, what can we build on? Did Jalen Tyson have a great postseason? What did Dennis Schroeder give us? What did some of those? What did Max Strus give us? Like, there's layers to a series like that. But for me, getting to the conference finals is something that this group they've yet to show that they can do.
All right, John, I'm 95% sure this was a great – you know what? I'm changing it. 100% sure this is a great interview. We appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, John.
Appreciate you guys. Happy Sanders versus Watson season.
Oh, we didn't even get a chance to ask John about Sanders versus Watson.
Oh, no. We'll never have another opportunity.
Yeah, like next week. I'm going to lead it off next week, John, just for you. NBC Sports' very own, Cleveland's very own, John Fanta on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. React to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can't just buy a championship. Ask Mark Pope how that worked out at Kentucky. It's very hard to win a championship. Now, you could twist this back and say, Dusty May didn't in 2 years. He made it look awfully easy. Dusty May and Kurt Signetti put pressure on other athletic departments. They put severe pressure. And it's a really good thing that Orion Day has his title at Ohio State, because we all know what that would look like. But look, we talked about it in March about how in Ohio State basketball, like if I'm a Buckeye fan, yeah, I wake up today and say, why can't that be us? It's not just writing a blank check. These pieces fit, JP. It's not like Yaxel Lendeborg came from a blue blood. He came from UAB.
Exactly.
He came from UAB. Morez Johnson barely played last year at full strength. It's more than just a blank check.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, in the previous segment, answering catcalls and screams that Michigan bought a national championship. It's so funny. Like, I think this is one of those rare cases where I do think most people are right in this. Like, I think people arguing at each other, everybody's got a little something right. But I also don't think it's wrong to say that without the money, Michigan's not getting any of those players that just won them the national championship.
No, they're not getting those players, but I think it's you still have to go out and get a guy from that was dominating UAB. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, and even like Johnson, just buried at the end of the bench by Underwood, was basically casted off. Like there's a developmental side of this that I feel like is being underappreciated by the you just bought your title camp.
Whatever their NIL fund is, if you took $2 million away, Michigan win last night?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think so at all. That cost you at least one of the players that got you where you were.
I guess we got to decipher which player are we taking away. Like if it's Lendeborg, you probably don't win that title. But that's how dominant they were, though. Again, they had by many reports out there, it was $10+ million is what they were able to spend, right? And Lendeborg himself was $2 million, and so you want to take him away, okay? But if you're taking Johnson away, who was also I think it was $2 to $3 million, somewhere in that range, like you probably still win a title based off that.
I look at it and I go, I know the connotation of you bought a title. I know what that really means. Like somehow we have to undermine what happened. Every team in the NIL era has bought a title. Ohio State bought a title. Michigan, with their super team of COVID year players and 75-year-old seniors, like Michigan bought a championship. And that's okay, because that's why, like, it was so funny. I was watching one of the big coverages of, it might have been ESPN's coverage of the national championship game. And, you know, I think it might have been Seth Greenberg said something like, well, you know, that's how it is now. And it's like, guys, that's how it's been. That, like, when people keep acting, and I know that people think that there's this kind of this gradient decline that is happening here, but, like, there's really, I don't want to say there's much difference in what Michigan's done than what Ohio State did in football, or what, you know, all of these, like, everybody is buying national champions, so it's all on the level.
Well, and so at least with like Signetti, and Signetti gets the comp constantly in these discussions, but like Signetti's idea was, I'm going to take the 22 and 23-year-olds that nobody wants, and I'm going to win with those guys. And in doing so, he's kind of changed how people looked at this. With May's, I mean, you heard Fanta talk about it. It might be one of the biggest teams he's ever seen in his life. Like he had a legitimate strategy that he had to deploy and then figure out. And he did take a lot of different cast-offs and guys that were on other teams and said, I'm going to develop him. And there's respect for me from doing it that way, like building your own new path in order to try to dominate college basketball. And he was able to pull it off.
This is where I agree with you and Fanta. The resources without the vision means nothing.
Yeah, like the vision's the massive part of this.
And so, like, I think why you see Bill Self not having won one in this era, why you see some of the big names, why I think guys like Krzyzewski and Roy got out when they did, is they realized I have to change my vision on how this goes. It's why it does feel like, you know, but I know Dan Hurley's doing this in this era, and he's been really, really good at UConn.
Yeah.
It's why I think Dan Hurley has been able to do what he's done. It's why now all of a sudden, now that Roy's done and, you know, Krzyzewski's done and, you know, Leonard Hamilton's done and all the big name coaches that ran the sport for 30 years are done, it's why I think we're on the cusp of having guys to replace them, because those guys have said, well, I know how to scout, I have a vision for my team. I know how to spend money, and I know how to raise money. That is where I do think ultimately you and Fanta are right, that you can give somebody $30 million. If they don't understand what's going to win a championship, it doesn't matter.
And that's where I think May deserves a lot of credit. Like, even look at last night's game. That was the worst first half of basketball that Michigan's played all year long. They didn't have a single three in the first half. They shot miserably from the field, and they weren't concerned at all because they have such length and they have such size. UConn wasn't able to do anything to counterbalance that. And like that right there, that idea and how he built out the team, like you deserve credit for that. Between Mara, between Kadu, like all these guys, like they just, I don't know. I was very impressed. I'm very impressed with May.
Are you discrediting the Michigan win because they happened to spend a lot of money in the NIL era? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
off-season special tonight from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan and broadcast live on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Be caller number 3 right now at 216-474-0092 to be named GM of one of the 32 NFL first-round picks at our 2026 mock draft, April 16th at Game On, located on Lorraine Road in North Olmsted. Plus, you'll get some exclusive Bud Light swag and a buffet dinner at the event as well.
Cam Justice coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick and Jonathan back with you. Yesterday I got to pick the team.
Yeah.
Gave the guy the third pick. No big deal.
Yeah.
Today, I'm sorry, I've made an executive decision that I really enjoy the power of picking a team.
Yeah?
So I'd like to do that again today.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all you. Yeah. I'll give it to you until the end of time.
This is good, because I really enjoy this.
Okay, I'm glad you enjoy it.
Am I okay to say, is it fine to say that last year I palmed the Browns pick to make sure we would get it on our show?
Yeah, I'm all right with you rigging this.
Yeah, last year.
I'm fine
now
with that.
It's already rigged.
Even this year, I'm fine with you rigging it if you want to.
Really, it's only the Browns thing. And I did it mostly out of spite to keep it away from the morning show.
Okay. Why?
I think they had just gotten a really good interview that we both were trying to get.
And you'll show them with the Browns draft pick?
I was just really petty last year.
A fan of them?
I'm feeling a lot better this year.
Okay, good.
Yeah, now I just enjoy the power of being able to be like, you have this team. But let's get to John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour. We asked him if it matters whether or not the Cavs lose to the Celtics in the second round or in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, they would have made the conference finals, and Donovan Mitchell's never done that in his career. And for the Cavaliers, making the Eastern Conference Finals would be big for them. So I'm going to say I do think it's a slight difference because they'd be able to be one of the last two in this conference standing, and you couldn't say that about these past couple of teams. You couldn't even say they were that close to that. Is it the same end result? Yes, I understand that they're not NBA champions. But to me, are they going to be – so if it's the Celtics in the second round versus the Celtics in the conference finals, if it's the Celtics in the conference finals, that would mean they're beating the Pistons in the semis, correct? So my thing is the Cavaliers would be taking a positive step by winning a series that I think they're going to be, albeit short, but the Cavs in the playoffs, they have not been able to win series as a favorite at times.
Yeah, that's how I see it as well. It'd be the idea that you could be a favorite in round 2, for instance, and you get past and you don't let any of these hang-ups, like what we saw in the Darius Garland era happen, where you'd be a favorite and you'd either make it hard on yourself or ultimately you wouldn't be able to get the job done.
Yeah, I just need more. That's all. I just need, like, getting past the second round. Just because they failed to do that previously, I need more than beating teams that you're better than, and that's why I think a highly competitive. I need to go 6-7 games, or that you win the damn thing against Boston. I don't quite care when it happens. Boston's a team to beat. If you want to prove you're in their league, you got to at least push them. Now, we do have our winner here, Kim in North Ridgeville. Welcome to the show. Congratulations.
All right, Kim.
Thank you. All
right, now, yesterday I just pulled the name, and I was a little too antsy in my pantsy. I have not pulled the team name yet. Is there a team? The Browns are already out on this one. Is there a team that you would like to go ahead and get since the Browns aren't available?
I would say anything but the Cardinals because I had them last year.
Oh, this is good.
Oh, good. Yeah, we gave them away yesterday.
This is going to work out. All right. Let's see here. Do you want a high pick, or would you rather, the suspense of a lower pick?
Because we're open to rigging it for you.
I mean, I'm open to a higher pick this year.
All right. Okay, I got you the Dallas Cowboys in the number 12 pick, Kim.
Awesome.
All right, well, congratulations. Okay. We'll put you back on hold, and we'll see you out at the draft event. Very excited for that. That is always one of our favorite events that we do every single year. There,
we kind of wanted one of like a big woo or something from Kim there.
I mean, she wanted a high pick, and I gave her the 12th pick.
So you think she's upset with you?
I think that's probably the case, yeah.
We could have rigged it, man.
I know. The Jets
got no problem with
when
that.
I looked into the bowl, the Jets are right there, and I was like, that feels too dishonest. I only rigged this for the Browns.
No, this is like a poker game.
Only half rigging?
Yes. I have ethics in my rigging this contest.
We need to throw the ethics out the window.
I like situational ethics. It's very much, it's
Okay.
very easy. And by the way, that was last year. This year, I'm on the up and up. I've been reformed. I saw the light.
Ooh. All right, thanks to a Rocchio single, the Guardians walked off the Royals this afternoon. Stephen Vogt spoke post-game about Rocchio's habit of delivering in the clutch.
We've seen him do that, what's that, his fourth career walk-off, and, he comes up big, doesn't try to do too much, and, it'd been a tough day at the plate for him up to that point, and didn't try to do too much, like I said, found a hole and got the win.
Dynamite stuff there from Stephen Vogt.
I mean, I did kind of trash him a little bit there, though. A tough day at the plate for him up until that point. All right, thanks, Coach. It's happening to get the walk-off.
Listen, I'm going to focus on the positives. The offense and like the big hitters, Kwan, Rocchio, Manzardo, haven't found their stride. You're 7-5. That bullpen is very clearly a work in progress, and Armstrong cannot be your eighth-inning guy. He just can't. Going forward, he is right now, maybe for the foreseeable future, and you're still winning games. Like, they're in this really good spot of, I mean, the rotation's been good. I do want to give them that, and you made that point earlier. But the rotation's been good, but you need more out of the other pieces, but you're still winning. That buys you time to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly, it's very much a Guardians game that we've kind of just become used to. Gavin Williams was outstanding. Then the bullpen was outstanding in back of that, and you allowed one hit to the Royals. Meanwhile, the Guardians just were able to muster up a couple runs and end up with a win and get out of there.
Yeah, Gavin, man.
He's the ace. It's not even a question.
This is, oh, man, if only somebody said that before the season. Told the Guardians, and then they started Tanner Bybee. I was still a little upset about that. Yeah, I mean, what Gavin's doing right now is just different level. And it's fun to watch. Like, it's so funny. Like, we've had, like, this to me is like, it's a couple starts. He's got to do it for a full season, I know.
Yeah.
But, like, we had a 4-year run there with Kluber where you just wouldn't miss a Kluber start. Gavin has that kind of stuff that if he can lock in, he becomes – it's very rare that starting pitchers become must-watch TV. Scooble's that guy right now. There are a couple other guys, but, like, Gavin has the juice to be that guy.
Well, you're constantly trying to figure out, like, who is going to carry over from what happened in the second half of last season when they erased the 15.5 lead that the Tigers had built up, and Gavin's clearly doing that. There's a couple other guys, too. Cantillo's one of them. Even Slade's look good. Obviously, we talked a lot about Parker Messick at some point, but yeah, it's been very impressive. No question about it.
The MMQB's Albert Breer joined us today at 3:20. He explained why the Browns might have a hard time trading down from the number 6 pick.
As it stands right now, without those top-end prototypes, without the Joe Alt left tackle, without the, Clowney or Peppers or Garrett defensive end or the Patrick Surtain, I just don't know what you're going up to get, Now, I think it's more likely if you're going to have trades in the first round is once, you get down towards 10 and 12, and maybe there's a little bit of a cliff at a couple of the positions, then it's like, okay, like maybe there's some movement. But I don't know that 6 would be a spot where you're going to be able to move out. And I'm with you on the idea. Like, I think it would be great for the Browns if they could get value for the pick. I'm just not sure if there's going to be value there for that pick.
I think there's one player of the Browns, if they're able to trade out, they'd be able to trade out to another team for, like another team being interested, that is, and that's Jeremiah Love. I don't know that Jeremiah Love makes it past Tennessee at 4 or the Giants at 5. And so we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place in that discussion.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I think if somebody really loves either Bain or
Loves,
I still think one of the edge rushers might capture somebody's attention, and specifically Dallas. But I think it all just comes down to, I think your best case scenario is that 2 of the 3 edge guys go before you get on the clock, and I just think that's your best case. It's tough for me to just see somebody trading up for Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, no, me too. All right, we continued on with Albert Breer as he talked about Myles Garrett and him not showing up to OTAs in the voluntary portion.
I think it's different with quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Like, I just think with the quarterback, there's a symbolism to it. There's also a functionality to it. Do I think Myles Garrett's going to be holding anybody back if he takes a week or 2 off during the portion of the offseason program that's just lifting and meetings? No. So, I mean, would it be nice to have him in-house? Of course. You'd love to have everybody you can have in-house, especially your leaders. I'd pay more attention if he doesn't show up at the beginning of OTAs.
So, that last line is a very sneaky line because if he does not show up at mandatory OTAs, then the whole "he's a Brown for life" is going to take on a different life of its own. That the Andrew Berry comments last week. Here's the thing: this isn't the biggest deal in the world. And that said, I would still like Myles Garrett here. You have a new coach, you have a new defensive coordinator, and you don't have a quarterback to lead this team. Deshaun's trying to salvage his career. Shadour's trying to build a career. These guys are not in a position of power in that locker room. Myles is one of like 3 or 4 guys that are. Mm-hmm. Is it the biggest deal? No. Would it be a huge sign? And I think it has real practical implications in that locker room if Myles does show up? Yes. And I think given that the NFL offseason is not as rigorous as it was 15 years ago, I think Myles could do well to do 3 or 4 days at OTAs.
It's not even rigorous. You're just in a classroom for this portion of it, and so like this is the easy stuff. And I get it. He typically doesn't show up, but he typically doesn't have a brand new head coach, brand new defensive coordinator, and like I understand the thinking, right? Lamar is showing up in Baltimore after not showing up for years because he's got a brand new OC and a brand new head coach. And he's a quarterback, and we have to treat quarterbacks differently. I totally understand all of that. I'm not hammering Myles for this. I don't ultimately care at the end of the day if he does or doesn't show up, but I do think it could have gone a long way in showing people that he's a leader and that he's endorsing Monken. But clearly he hasn't publicly endorsed Monken yet, so we still don't know if that's even reality.
Is it?
He hasn't done it.
Because I was just thinking about the comment that Albert said about, if he doesn't show up to OTAs, meaning mandatory OTAs.
Right. And he might not.
Does he need to show up and then also be like, I love Coach Monken? Because I do think this kind of stuff is important this year.
It's going to get asked, and we know that he wanted it to be Jim Schwartz. That's not even a question. We also know what his Instagram told us after it was not named Jim Schwartz, and so... Yeah, the burden of proof is on Myles. You have to kind of show us that you wanted it to be Monken, or you're happy that it's Monken, or something. And the reality is he might not be. And so he can't tell us that because he doesn't believe it.
Myles, Nick Wilson, 92.3 The Fan. Do you still want it to be Jim Schwartz?
I think he's going to say, yeah. I think he'd be like, yeah, this is not how I wanted this to go at all.
All right, Myles, if you want to call in, 216-474-0092, we will give you the opportunity to spout that off.
Us. Yeah.
He's listening right now.
He is a listener.
He's probably walking around Japan, probably bored, thinking about Naruto or something like that. And then he's like, I should call my boys Nick and Jonathan.
I did check his Instagram stories to see what he was hanging out with. Him and his girlfriend were playing Mario Kart.
I thought they were
the latest story.
I thought they were fiancés. Or am I jumping the gun here? Am I putting our guy in a bad situation?
I think you're jumping the gun. I think they're just boyfriend girlfriend.
Yeah. By the way, that's a dream right there. Life is good. Ness loves to play Mario Kart too. Nothing better than just wasting a little time with a beautiful woman playing Mario Kart.
Yeah, she was making the suggestion that he was letting her win.
Ooh, Myles.
And this kind of goes into the kid conversation we were having off the air. Do you let your kid win? Do you not? And like I told you, my mom was, as long as I grew up, she's like, it doesn't let us win because you have to earn it. And it'll only matter if you actually win and when you actually win.
She's also an adult.
That's the other thing. You're not playing with anyone's. You're a full-fledged adult.
She's not going to respect you. She's an Olympic athlete.
Okay, but here's what he's trying to tell. This is the line he's trying to tell. If you go Domination Station on your girlfriend in playing Mario Kart Mario Kart, there's a real chance she just gets sick and tired of losing and then doesn't want to play with you anymore.
And then this is where you have to draw the line and say, "Be better, hon."
But she's not going to put the work in. People don't like things that they suck at.
I don't.
Fun fact: people really don't like to just
stop
lose
with the
constantly.
Phrasing?
That was on me.
You just, yeah.
That was on me.
Yeah, the first one we kind of let you have. The second one, it was like, come on now.
Easy now.
That's
very
a young
well done,
couple
but easy
in
now.
love. 216-474-0092. The Cavs and Celtics in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Bookman & Son Fine Jewelry. 8803 Brecksville Road is where you need to go. It's where I went so many years ago when I was searching for not only the engagement ring that I got for my wife, but also the wedding rings that she wears and the one I have on my finger right now as I'm talking with you guys. One thing I love, you walk in, there's sports on the television, and Josh is just there to help.
All covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason, free agency, and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan.
Cam Justice coming up in just about 16 minutes here. We'll talk with her about the Cavs, their path in the playoffs here with 3 regular season games left. Of course, now we want to continue to have the conversation. Should they try and lose tomorrow? Which the answer is no. Win. Win and figure it out. Winners win. I think Donovan's right, by the way. We can mock the basketball
god
thing.
comments we get to mock, yeah.
No, you can mock that all you want, but do I think there's something about you're trying to get in the right mindset and, hey, we're going to take the foot off the gas here? Yeah, I think that is. Like, you're talking about incredibly hardworking, hard-minded, you and I, with love and respect to us in our profession and the general people out there, we cannot understand the level that these guys have to aspire to mentally to be the best versions of themselves. The amount of work that goes in to what they do to make an insane amount of money. And so with that, do I think you're playing a little bit with mercury when it comes to, hey, tonight, let's make sure we make it competitive but make sure to lose? Or, hey, we're going to sit you out tonight so we do lose? Yeah. I think you're barking up the wrong tree with these athletes trying to do that.
Well, so fortunately for yourself, then, they really haven't subscribed to that thought process yet. And so, I've been trying to figure out when exactly they will. They've won 9 out of their last 11. The entire time, I've been imploring them to basically, hey, you might lose a game or two here. Might want to make sure you get some more L's in the column there. And they haven't done that. And so tomorrow is a really interesting test of that, because tomorrow really is that moment where they have to sit there and decide for themselves what they want to do. So much in the East is determined within what happens in these 2 games against Atlanta. You're already locked into the 4, but you can rest and get Detroit in the second round instead of Boston. But if they do it, Atlanta locks into the 5, and then if they win, it could move any number of other scenarios. Like, the East is so up in the air based off of what the Cavs' decision is starting tomorrow night.
I think I've decided to say something that might get thrown up in my face for years to come, or at the worst, certainly the next few months to come. Because all this jockeying for position that media wants them to do, all this, what is just innately fear of the Boston Celtics and maybe not enough trust to the Cleveland Cavaliers from the Good Vibes Only crew from about 2 months ago, I think it's clear I've been agitated by it in the discourse around the Cavs. And you haven't done this. You've been very consistent, and I do want to delineate that from what I think Ken and Anthony have done, which have ridden the roller coaster of, hey, the Cavs had a good game. Don't say anything bad about them, or you're a Cavs hater, or they had a bad game, and now all of a sudden they're the Cavs haters.
Well, that's what makes it so weird. I'll let you finish, I promise. But, throughout this stretch, when I keep saying they won 9 out of 11, I bet that shocks people. Mm-hmm. And the idea that both losses came off of back-to-back nights. Nights in the NBA, you're not supposed to win these games anyway, right? Like the Miami game was the second night of a back-to-back, and then obviously the Lakers game, second night of a back-to-back. Like it's not been flawless basketball, but people are acting as if this team has won 3 out of the last 20.
Well, yeah, I mean, even
it's crazy.
All right, we love him. Mikey McNuggets. I saw him breaking down tape of the Cavs defense from last night. It's that's not what that game was about.
It's not what that game is about.
That game was we're just going to try and outscore you because we just want to get through this game with a win. I just wasn't taking anything away from that game specifically, considering Memphis. Guys, they're not going to play hard on defense when 10 of the 18 guys that can play for Memphis are out.
And then they almost broke an NBA record for most threes in a game. I don't even know what was happening there.
So
29 threes.
This being said, I'm going to say something, and I'm going to say it with my chest.
Say it with conviction. That's that's like a bane. Oh no! Oh, I upset Nick.
Nick said it. No, he said it. Don't say it.
What am I gonna do?
I want Boston. I'm gonna say this. You know what's on the table.
Geez, you really went Ken here.
No.
Yeah, because Ken did the I want the Yankees, right? Wasn't that his
and
whole
the
deal?
Knicks. So I'm doing this different because it's
Wasn't
not New York
Spencer,
teams.
I want the Knicks. I think Spencer was I want the Knicks.
Same guy to me. Okay. They're both blonde.
They're very different.
Both Caucasian. I do not see a difference.
Okay.
There's no difference. No
Aren't
difference.
I kind of blonde and Caucasian?
Yeah. No, you're more of a.
I'm a dirty blonde,
if
right? No, maybe.
You're dirty.
I used to be.
But I don't think you're a dirty blonde.
I used to be a dirty blonde.
But no, I'm just going to say it. The ultimate measuring stick in the Eastern Conference is the Celtics. And so I have a appropriate respect of the Celtics. They win healthy. They're the rightful heirs to the Eastern Conference throne. I see absolute reason why they should be seen as the rightful team to come out of the Eastern Conference this year. But this year, to me, is not about half victories. It's not about small measures. This year is about truly being able to assess where you are in the Eastern Conference, and you cannot do that against Detroit. In the same way that you couldn't do it last year against Indiana. In the same way that when the Knicks dusted you 2 years before that, you couldn't, the Celtics are the cream of the crop. And so maybe part of my pushback on this Celtics conversation and how annoyed I get when, we got to avoid them. It's like, listen, I understand that certain people are just thinking about the feel good of this all. To me, the greatest feel good is you go toe-to-toe with Boston and we see the truth.
All right, if they go toe-to-toe with Boston and get eliminated in the second round, will that satisfy you? If it's a 7-game series, 6-game series, highly competitive.
Yeah, to me, that's the same thing as if it happened in the Eastern Conference. Yes.
So you'll be satisfied with that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one.
Okay.
That's the one scenario where if you just happen to get unlucky and you get Boston in the second round, but it's a highly competitive 7-game series, guys, that's more than you've done in the second round previously.
Okay, the other part of this, I don't know how that you would be eating your words for this one 3 months from now or 4 months from now or whatever that is.
I do like to eat.
Yeah. It's like not like a Sesame Street thing where you're like Count Dracula.
Me fatty.
It's like eating words. I don't know how that works. But
I'll do it.
But I don't know how you lose in making this proclamation, because if the Cavs end up losing to the Celtics, it's not as if people are going to turn around and be like, oh, wow, you really called for the Celtics and you got your wish, and then look at you having to eat those words. Like, no, because then your prophecy of sorts and suggesting that the Cavs couldn't beat the Celtics would just be right. So I don't think this is going to have the lasting effect that you think it would as far as being thrown back in your face.
I mean, listen, I didn't literally say the phrase, bring on the Celtics, so maybe I need to be more verbose in the way I do it. I think it will. Yes. Because here's the thing. It's not just because I think they can hang with them and potentially beat them. Again, I'll give them a 46% chance out of 100 to win. That's 46 times you play them.
I'm glad you clarified out of 100.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. Well, because I didn't want somebody to think it was like 110.
Got scared. People were like, out of 50? Or what?
It'd be really bad if 3 months from now, it's like, I meant 46 out of 1,000, guys.
Oh, that's the Dan Orlovsky, Malik Willis.
Yeah.
Whereas I said he'd get $40 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you meant every year, not out of the whole duration of the contract.
Now, getting back to it, no, I think this is putting him on the line. I want to see the Cavs against Boston this year. And if they don't, if the Knicks knock them off and then you okay, it doesn't mean that you failed, because in the end, you're still getting to where we want you to go, which is the NBA Finals this year.
Yeah, that's not cheapened to me.
I'm just not thinking of this in we got to avoid them at all costs. No, the benefit of going up against Boston is, if you really want to make the decision this summer, how much money do we give to Harden? What do we give to, was it Strus that's a free agent, or is it Dean Wade? Well, we have somebody from the bench.
Strus was $15 million a year from Miami.
He's talking about for this upcoming year. I think this is the last year for Strus.
Yeah, the last year for Wade, though.
All right. So I know you have roster decisions coming up. There is the LeBron decision as well. To be able to the Giannis decision potentially, to truly be able to make those decisions, you have to have the best information possible, and the best information possible, the only way you get that is by facing Boston.
Yeah, but you're acting as if this is some massive undertaking to potentially just, not play a good game against Atlanta tomorrow night. They haven't exhausted so much energy in this pursuit. Now, we've been
what
talking...
does that have to do with this?
Well, you're talking about facing Boston and when you face Boston.
Yeah, I don't care. I just want to face Boston.
So I know, but like the idea then is okay. They've spent so much in trying to avoid Boston and so much, and not really, but they haven't. Like they haven't done that yet, and so like there hasn't. We've been talking about it, so it sounds like they've done this big exhaustive thing. The Cavs themselves haven't.
I don't want you to do it at all, though. It's not even the exhaustive part of it. I just don't want you to be a coward.
It's not being.
I want you to run to the light.
It's potentially one game. It's basically just tomorrow night is really all you have to do this
That's
for.
one game
This
too
is
many.
not. This is not like some big undertaking that you have. This is tomorrow night because they haven't listened to us the entire time that we've been talking about doing this. It sounds exhaustive because we've done this conversation a lot, but they themselves have not listened to any of it.
I have communed with the basketball gods,
so it'd be
and we are not pleased.
It'd be game 80.
If you tank the game tomorrow,
game 80, one game is all you have to do.
I'm funneling the basketball gods
It's
through
one
me right
game.
now.
It's very little effort.
I can feel their knowledge being poured into me. Pinwheels. Oh, pin downs. Oh, my God. Oh, just basketball knowledge just right in my brain right now, just downloading constantly.
Yeah.
Oh, pick and pop. Oh, my gosh. I got to get off the air here real quick.
No, keep going. How many more basketball terms you got
the
there?
The basketball gods. Basketballs. Fun. But the basketball gods say one game too many. Displeased.
One game too many.
Yeah.
We want to shorten the season by 20 to begin with.
No, we
but
don't.
One game's too many.
The basketball gods don't.
I'm pretty sure you've been on the side of let's get to 62 games.
No.
Let's shorten the season.
No,
never.
I want to do the final 20 games are flex scheduled.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I want to chop off 20 games. I'm cool with the 62 games.
And the basketball
schedule.
gods, you're going to have a great toe sprain now with this.
I've pissed off the basketball gods so much they can't. They've run out of words for me. Okay.
They've said this is the first they've heard of you.
They can't even acknowledge me.
That was dirty. That was dirty.
Good, because all I do is say things that would piss them off, so I'm happy that they don't even acknowledge.
I believe they said you're an atheist.
Is that right?
When it comes to basketball gods,
you're
not
hitting
the other
Daryl
god.
Ratter territory for me over here with your superstitions and your basketball gods and your nonsense.
All right,
I know you're not happy and just going to have to live with it.
He said that basketball gods smite him.
They're not real. It's not a real thing. I'm not concerned about upsetting basketball gods.
I know
they
you're
don't
real.
exist.
I know you're
They
real
don't
basketball
exist.
gods.
It's not real.
Who's tempting fate more here? Me saying I want Boston, or you saying the basketball gods
They
aren't
don't
real?
exist. And the fact that Donovan Mitchell used them to be in a serious discussion is insanity. And I would think
I support Donovan Mitchell's beliefs.
No.
Taste of water on line 3.
It's one game. We're down to one game essentially. That's all you need. And they made this hard on themselves. They did this to us. This isn't us. They did this by taking these last 11 games too seriously. The Cavs put themselves in this spot. We were supposed to be all ready to go, locked up, everything all set, and they did this. This is
sounding like the Cavs hater now. Good Lord. Cam Justice, News Channel 5 sports journalist.
Throw these papers at you again.
In 5 minutes. I actually did Flint's a little bit there. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Precise Men.
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, 1 hour away from In Case We Missed It. Actually, have we done quick hits today?
No, we didn't do them today.
Well, coming up in 20 minutes, quick hits then.
Sounds good to me.
I had a great day at quick hits, too, but our Cavs conversation in the 2 o'clock hour got away from us just a little bit there. But to continue that Cavs conversation, to continue Browns OTAs talk, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Cam Justice, News Channel 5 sports journalist, coming up right now. Cam, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate you joining us is what I was trying to say there. I'm having a slight stroke as we talk on air. I do want to know, though, because we obviously have had a couple good-spirited...
Damn, I wouldn't laugh that hard at that. One day he's going to actually have a stroke, and then it'll just be him having a stroke and you laughing at him having a stroke, and then me being like, oh, no.
Okay. As long as you guys aren't smelling toast in the studio, everything's fine. Everything's okay.
Oh, no. Here's the thing. I have a dark enough sense of humor that I would, many years from now, find that very funny. Or on the other side. As I'm transitioning and go, all right, God, you got me on that one.
It's actually probably your most enjoyable way to go, for being honest about it.
A way that I'm like laughing while not being alive.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
The last bit it's a joke. It's a great end bit to your life.
Yeah. If only I could then have a commentary on it. That was the only way I would really want it. All right. To basketball, Cam. Is there a difference to you on when the Cavs would lose to Boston? Say, would you see a difference between the Cavs hypothetically losing to Boston in the second round versus hypothetically losing in the third round?
Is there a difference? I think absolutely. Because I think for the Cavs, obviously the ultimate goal is to get into and win the finals, right? That's every team's ultimate goal at the beginning of the season. But I think the true measure of success for what the Cavs have been able to do from the trade deadline on with trying to keep the core four and then now the core three with the addition of these new pieces kind of going, that success looks like making it to the Eastern Conference Finals. And so I do think there's a very large difference between losing to any team in the second round versus losing in the third round, because that, to me, is that next measure. Is it as successful as they would hope if they didn't make it through the Eastern Conference Finals? Absolutely not, but it is still that next step that they haven't been able to achieve, and I still think that is right now the big target. It's not round one, it's not round two. They've been there, they've done that. It's getting into the Eastern Conference Finals and trying to make a run for it there. If you get there, that is at least some measure of success, and I think you can build upon that, but you got to get there first.
Should they lose tomorrow to try to make sure they can lock in that chance against Boston in round 3 instead of round 2?
I hate the seeding, like play for something, because no matter what, it's going to be tough. So I don't know. Do you tank? I'm not a huge fan of tank for certain position because it doesn't always go the way that you think it does. You know, you lose a game, you try to get a better matchup, and you think that you might be in a good position. You think you might match up well against a certain team in a certain place, and it doesn't really go that way all the time. I think a lot of people thought a matchup with the Pacers last year in that second round was going to be better than it was, and it certainly did not end up that way. So I'm not a proponent of trying to will your way into something thinking that it's beneficial. I think you go out there and you figure out the best way to get this team ready for those playoffs. And they've got a lot of work to do. Like, they're obviously trying to manage some injuries, right? But they also have a relatively small sample size. They've had a few weeks with James Harden and then figuring out the roles of Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder, but there's still not a ton. So as much as these regular season last few games don't matter, they do in the sense of trying to figure out some things with the lineup, with the chemistry, with how things work. These are all, any minute you get on the court with this group before the playoffs, I think is beneficial. So personally, I don't necessarily think you need to play around with it. I think you need to go out there and do what it takes to prepare yourself for the playoffs. It doesn't necessarily, the seeding argument and tanking for a position or not tanking for a position doesn't strike me as something that a team should worry about.
Cam, it's interesting here. Some of the things that you've said also came up on today's show, and I know both things are important, but it's interesting because on one hand, I think so much of success in the playoffs is just being the healthiest team, right, or being as healthy as you can be. On the other hand, this team needs more time together, and so we kind of push those two things against each other. What do you think is more important to a deeper playoff run? This group just playing more basketball together, or this group staying healthy on their path to a potential NBA Finals run?
I really do think it's the health, and I think we've seen that in these past few weeks with the injuries that the Cavs have been dealing with. Jared Allen's absence for those 3 weeks was just absolutely brutal on the team. You could see just the difference in how that team was able to operate on the court. And Jared Allen has become such a huge piece to the Cavs' success with the addition of James Harden. I think that's one of the things that cannot be overstated enough is just how well the Cavs play with Jared Allen in the mix and James Harden. So health to me is the most important, because then it also comes down to the depth, right? Like Jalen Tyson's been out with that toe injury. If he's healthy, I think Jalen Tyson's ability in particular matchups is going to be huge for this team's success. The way that he has played this year, he's a shooter that can play really strong defense. And there's times, right, where I think it might be platoony, a very like rotational situation when you're looking at things. I think between Jalen Tyson and Dean Wade and Max Strus, you've got a good combo, but you have to have Max Strus, Jalen Tyson, and Dean Wade for that combination, that rotation to work. If Dean Wade's not hitting his shot, sometimes that shot just like doesn't fall for him, but he's a really strong defender and you want him on that end of the ball. But if you have a guy that you can put in there like a Jalen Tyson his shot is falling, that gives you the depth and the success that it takes to win a series. And then of course we've seen Max Strus just kind of light it up in these games sometimes where his shot is just unbelievable, and you're like, this is what we've been missing watching on the court with Max out for most of the season with that foot injury. And so I think, to me, health screams the biggest part, because we've seen what they look like without it and we've seen what they look like with it. And I just think they're a totally different team when they've got all the guys out there on the court, because it provides just that level of depth and a lot of options for Kenny Atkinson to play around with the rotation and to figure out his lineups in a way that matches up well against whoever they may be seated against.
Cam, Brady Quinn was on the station this morning, and he was making the suggestion that Deshaun Watson has the advantage in this quarterback race because of experience. I think Shedor's got the advantage right now, but how do you see it? Could that be a reason why Deshaun would get the Week 1 nod, the experience that he has already built up?
I think that is that's his kind of strength there, right? I do think that is what he's got to lean on, is the experience, because that is something that Shedeur Sanders doesn't have. He just frankly doesn't have it, right? He's got a half a season under his belt and a lot to work on. So, yeah, you can go back on the experience that Deshaun Watson has. Does that mean that he's a shoo-in for a start? Does that mean that it's handed to him because he has the experience? Absolutely not. I think Deshaun Watson obviously is in this competition just as much as Shedeur Sanders, in my opinion. I think that Shedeur last season showed some really high highs. And Todd Monken, I know, is excited about some of those highs. He is excited about the way that he's able to create in-game and have those explosive plays. And he's looking forward to developing and helping with his decision-making and helping him clean some things up. So those turnovers that were Shedeur's biggest issue last season, to clean those up, because without those, it's a totally different game, right? And so for Deshaun Watson, I do think that the experience is going to bode well for him in the competition. It puts him and Shedeur as those top two in the competition, because Dylan Gabriel is in that room still, and there's the likelihood of adding another quarterback in some capacity. for this team, especially, getting into camp. But I think, that's what Deshaun has to lean on, that he's got that experience. He knows how to operate in a game, and it's less of a learning curve and more of a getting back to what worked for him and trying to get back to the form of a quarterback that was able to win games. It's been a long time since he had that consistency, obviously, so that's his hurdle. But I mean, that's the two of them. It's the explosive kind of raw talent that is unmatched with Shedeur Sanders, and what can you tap from his talent pool versus can you get any kind of semblance of Deshaun Watson pre-trade here in Cleveland, and that's what they're going to be looking for. That's what the competition, I think, comes down to.
Cam, great stuff as always. Great to have you. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you down the line.
Thanks for having me on. Don't smell anything. If you smell toast, really, truly, call someone.
Should I just stop smelling? Should I just?
That works. And don't play pranks on each other either. Don't pop some toast in the toaster in the office, in the break room. I feel like that's cruel.
Yet again, I think that would be very, very funny.
Very funny at this point, yeah.
If anyone would enjoy that near stroke moment, it would be me. All right, Cam, be good.
Thanks.
Cam Justice there, News Channel 5, sports journalist on the Make It Right Call Kyle Ryan hotline. We got quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I got a challenge for you, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be atop your list. All right, so here's the challenge. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one.
and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 923thefan.com. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive in case we missed it. Coming up in about 40 minutes here. As always, what does Tuesday mean on this station? Jake Volnick and a whole lot of fun. I haven't seen Daryl march in yet. I haven't seen Coach march in.
No.
But they're heading this way.
Yeah, they're not usually till like 6:45.
Yeah.
That crew doesn't spend a lot of time hanging out in the back beforehand.
I will tell you, I like that they spend enough time. I like that that's how this became this, right?
Enough time. No, we actually spent hours together, though.
Yeah, that was like too much time.
We spent a lot of time. Yeah. They spend like enough time to make sure that if they got caught by like one red light, they're still safe.
I have many jokes to make. I'm not going to make any of them because none at their expense, by the way. Just at everybody else.
What jokes would you be making?
Think about a certain board up that you just never know. But he's our guy. I can't do it. I'm giving him music suggestions.
No. I'm convinced that he just waits up in his car because he just
got like a Parma Cougar up there.
Yeah, you can't time it that perfectly every night. He's clearly waiting his car to then end up being like just on time every night.
Are you familiar with what perfect timing is? Perfect timing is 10 minutes early.
Listen,
come on now.
When he ran the board for me,
just don't tell those Parma Cougars.
He never missed it. That's the second Parma Cougar joke you're going to make. I don't know how many more you got.
Listen, I'm like Steph. I'm raining threes.
How many things do you know about him outside of Parma Cougars?
I know he's got a TikTok, and he plays the guitar.
Yeah.
And he's just out there. That's how he gets the Parma Cougars.
I think you're locked into Parma Cougars. It's like if we made you like do an identifying statement about him, you'd start with Parma Cougars, and then that would be it.
Guitar player.
Yeah.
Parma Cougars.
Well, I mean, they do go hand in hand.
Need hair. Right?
Need hair or needs hair?
Neat. I need hair.
He
has neat hair. There's a difference.
Hair goes everywhere.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
Presumptive number one pick Fernando Mendoza has informed the NFL he's not planning to attend the NFL draft in Pittsburgh this month because it's Pittsburgh. JK, preferring to enjoy the experience with his family in Miami. Thoughts on Mendoza's decision?
I'm fine with it. I was fine when Joe Thomas wanted to go fishing. Like I don't think
I like that one better though.
I don't think you have to be there. I get it. A number one overall pick, it's a little bit different than even let's say Joe was. You're the star of the show. You're supposed to be. But based off of what happened with Cam Ward last year, Cam Ward got like the least amount of attention that any number one overall pick has ever gotten. I would imagine it wouldn't be too dissimilar for Fernando, and so I'm fine with it.
I'm actually surprised you're fine with this because you hate him for being Football Flanders.
Yeah,
this is a very Football Flanders move.
Well, I don't. Well, how's it football? No, Football Flanders move would be to show up and basically glad hand and make a big "what do you do about this" while saying nothing in the process, and then going up there and doing that interview that they do on draft night right before you're selected. Be like, I'm just happy to be here. This is a great time. I'm just happy to be here, and that's Football Flanders. Subverting the expectation is actually like a dangerous move by Fernando Mendoza.
Is this a stock up move?
This is a bad boy move. This is not what Football Flanders is. Football Flanders goes to whatever the NFL tells him to do and says, yes, thank you. I'm so happy to even be here. This is not what the NFL wants.
How can a bad boy
wants their players there?
How can a wholesome move, which to stay in your, to skew the big event and stay at home with your family, how can that be a bad boy move?
That's the bad boy move
when it's about the most wholesome thing you can do.
Because the big NFL wants you to be at this event. Roger Goodell wants you to. Your boss wants you to be at this event, and you're saying no. Goodell is the commissioner of the league. What do you mean that's not his boss?
That's not his boss. No, that's his boss's boss.
Yeah, it's as high up as it gets.
Once you get three bosses ahead of here, I don't care.
That guy wants you to be there to sell ratings and sell everything that the NFL draft is and has become, and you staying at home lets him do none of that.
I like that we're going to see Fernando Mendoza in leather in Miami, just like, it's bad boy Fernando.
It is a worse TV product with him being at home, and so that's why that's a bad boy move right there. That's subverting your bosses, your high boss. His expectation is that's didn't know he had it in him.
All of a sudden, JP wants to trade up for Fernando Mendoza.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that he's not just doing the company line thing and showing up. And really what I'm shocked by is all of the advertising money that he's probably going to miss out on because of this.
He's also stupid.
He's such a financial guy, and he's supposed to be so intelligent when it comes to all of these things. You would think he would just pick up on the easy, I don't know, $500,000 that he's probably missing out on showing up to this event.
Now, I'll tell you, a real bad boy move, having your own draft room. Right? Having your own room that you've designed, that's a bad boy move right there. That's what bad boys do. And then they fall to the 5th round.
Easy now.
Gee Willikers, he's got his own draft room.
People got big mouths.
Don't draft him. Bunch of nerds in the NFL.
Yeah, you sound like the guy, the Simpsons, the big geeky Simpsons character.
That might be what I'm going off of.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
I thought that was more, I almost threw another shot at somebody that works here. I thought that was more like this.
Depends which geeky guy we're talking about.
How many geeky guys do they have? How many caricatures can they have of characters on that show?
There's apparently a lot of them.
They had more after they had to shut down Apu.
Okay.
They did that. Opened up the room for
I don't think it was like a nightclub, like a 1-in, 1-out situation.
I think that's what happened.
I think they just kind of let this go the way they needed to let it go.
Poor Apu. That was a great character.
That was a great character. All right. Wemby got injured last night. He missed the entire second half of the game against the 76ers on Monday, and then he left with a rib contusion. What does this mean for his MVP and DPOY eligibility, you might say? Well, Wemby is sitting one game shy of making sure that he is eligible for not only the DPOY, but also the MVP. Now, we did have an update from this about 10 minutes ago from Shams, suggesting that Wemby will try to play in one of the final 3 games. But, Nick, this isn't the spirit of what they're trying to get at. Wemby putting himself out there just so he's eligible for the DPOY or MVP, if he's actually injured, is not what they were going for.
Well, in fairness, he could have not missed any of the other 17 games that he would have missed 18 games to fall below the 65-game threshold.
Well, he was, once again, legitimately injured in that stretch. And so, do you think, if you're Wemby, how do you weigh the idea that you're trying to get healthy for the postseason mixed up against trying to be eligible for the DPOY and MVP awards?
Oh, there's no chance in hell that he doesn't play because he's still smarting after last year. You know. Evan Mobley getting the DPOY, that does not sit right with him.
I agree with that, but because of these rules, you got to play at least 20 minutes to actually meet the threshold and the requirement to count as a game, and so he's going to have to play 20 minutes of one of these next 3 games, and I mean, he'll do it. I imagine it'd be the very final game of the season, but this is not the spirit of the rule.
Only thing I would say is people trying to turn this into, this is another reason why we shouldn't have the 65-game rule. It's like, this is the one time it's happened in the however long it's been. Shut up. That was very aggressive. I'm sorry. I'm out of pocket today. Cavs villain Joakim Noah released an episode of his series Nomad where he traveled to Cleveland in an effort to make amends with Cavs fans after ridiculing the place back in his playing days. Explaining his comments came out of frustration after losing to LeBron repeatedly in the playoffs. I know that you weren't here when he first started making those comments. I will ask you, do you consider this apology accepted?
I feel like, you'd be better to answer this than me. I liked Noah a lot growing up as a kid. No surprise there. But, there was real disdain from a lot of people in Cleveland. When I used to do, the Cleveland hate list at nights every now and again, Noah would win that going away. A lot of the times, he was the going away always. Him and Ichiro would always pop up as the answers of people that they just absolutely hated, and with good reason. I understand it. Nobody vacations to Cleveland. It's a mean line, but the idea that he tried to vacation and then tried to make it right, see what it was all about, little late for me. Probably way too much about the content more than anything else, but at least he's trying.
So here's the thing. I watched the full video yesterday.
Yeah.
I think I like Joakim Noah now. He was really sincere. He had some really good interactions with Anderson Varejao, had some really good interactions with just random Clevelanders, and He seems like a really sincere, dear-hearted guy. I really like. I came away just being like, you know what? Let's be honest. He was a little bit better version for Chicago than Andy was for us. I get it. Pissed that LeBron waxed his ass. I listen. I was still bitter about the way the Warriors did us for a couple of years, so I can't really speak to that.
So that was always what was so weird about that comment is Noah has always been one of the more intelligent and thoughtful and introspective players, and he was never mean or vindictive. But what he said about Cleveland always felt that way. But it always felt very out of character for who he is. Like his dad, obviously being the tennis player, pro, and all this other stuff, but like had that same background as well, and has been very well established in like giving off higher thoughts and higher commentary than just nobody vacations in Cleveland. I always thought that part was upsetting for Noah.
Now, I put a Twitter poll out on this earlier. Do you accept Joakim Noah's apology? It is split dead at 50-50. Like, it is 50-50. I don't know why I was going to explain that more.
All your polls are ending 50-50 or close to 50-50.
It sounds like I have the superior polls in Cleveland.
How many votes are we getting on these polls?
This is about 20,000.
20,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's only been 5 hours.
Huh?
Are you doubting the integrity?
I'm doubting the number. Yeah. Okay. We got to go to the counting station.
I don't doubt the number. I doubt the decimal point where you put it there.
It's a math joke, Mike. I'm not going to allow. Can you play your womp womp wah for yourself?
He's not The Price is Right.
There you go.
There you go.
Yep. Boop, 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 boop. Wow.
Looking at the sounder now.
Yeah. He was laughing.
He was too busy laughing.
Can you play that again for yourself now? Womp, 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 wow. It's worse when we both do it. It is.
The look he's giving us. I love it.
Max like Stephen Hawking with clips.
Wilson Contreras.
You're a loser. You are loser. Jerk. Jerk. Fat. Jerk.
I thought you meant slow.
No lies detected.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually can use his own voice. I'm so proud of you.
Okay.
Idiot.
Wilson Contreras.
God isn't real.
He is.
That was Stephen Hawking.
But you said Grok.
It's way off topic, but I can't take Hawking serious after some of that stuff that was leaked.
You mean that he was a deviant?
Yeah, and it's like, well, why were you hanging out with Epstein? It's like, well, Epstein, he took me to on a submarine ride. And it's like Stephen Hawking's big dream to go on a submarine ride, and Epstein was the only one to be able to figure that out. He was the only one to figure that out.
Listen, anybody that followed Stephen Hawking's life knew he liked to get down. All right.
It's like, how did it start? Well, he could make my dreams happen. It's like, well, what dreams was that?
His
I want
first
to go on a
wife.
submarine ride. He knows how to take me underwater.
His first wife.
Okay.
Went through the illness, bore him children, and then he's like, I think I like my nurse better than you. Come on now, Stephen. Have a little bit of remember,
Yeah,
remember that love.
We really. Have you ever watched the movie? Did you see the movie on Stephen Hawking?
Yeah, they really. Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say?
Nope. That's why I went. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that was my way of shutting me up.
Yeah. All right. So Wilson Contreras last night, the 24th time he's been hit by the Brewers in 121 games. 24 times to be hit by one team is insane. And so after the game, he's like, next time they see me, if they hit me again, I'm gonna make sure I retaliate, which is never the right move, by the way. You never want to say what you're going to, it's premeditated as that. Baseball really seems to frown upon premeditation with these type of things. What's interesting to me is the idea that, so Wilson Contreras is obviously on the Red Sox, and then William Contreras, his brother, is the catcher for the Brewers. Mm-hmm. He's been the catcher for the Brewers for 4 years, and Wilson keeps getting hit while playing the Brewers, and he can't figure out why Milwaukee keeps hitting him, and I think it's painfully obvious why he keeps getting hit.
Are you telling me that we have some Contreras brothers issues here?
What would happen if they actually fought on the field? I'm talking just a brotherly spat on the field. Is it treated the same way as if it was just a normal person versus a normal person
you gotta
fighting?
let him have it out.
Or do we all just kind of recognize that's his brother, just kind of let it go?
You can't get in between them, because then all of a sudden they're going to start fighting their own teammates if you see him strike their baby bro.
Does Rob Manfred call up Mrs. Contreras and be like, how do we legislate this? What do you think the fine should be?
Can we have this done away from the park, away from the cameras? They can just beat the crap out of each
It's
other
just
in
the
like a
funniest
clubhouse.
thing. It's the funniest thing in the world to me because Wilson just has no idea why the Brewers keep hitting him, and he's getting pissed about it every single time. And Williams' answer is just like, "Well, I don't know. I can't figure it out.
Is there a chance?
Don't know why it's happening."
Instead of his brother's just an angry little brother, is there a chance it's just a funny bit to his little brother?
Yes, definitely is. He knows that it gets under his skin, and he's going to just try to make him as agitated as possible. Because clearly, what we've seen with Wilson Contreras throughout the years, that man is easy to set off. He's a bottle rocket. Like, you can just get him just winded up and gone. And so I think that is part of it. I think that William knows this is the easy answer to trying to win the game and trying to make chaos happen.
I think I'm in on William Contreras now. This is great. It's exactly, I am the middle brother. This is exactly the kind of stuff I would do to anyone in my family if we all played in the major leagues. We don't. Side note.
If only you did.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be wild?
What?
Moonlighting as a Major League Baseball player, but somehow you get 2 to 7 done
That's
every
true.
single day. I
True.
don't know.
You know what? I grew up in an era where we had grit.
That's right. That's right.
It's called work ethic,
Yeah,
guys. Look it up.
A lot of people can learn from it.
Draft wild cards for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and they have a brand new head coach that they have to impress and get to know. So I think anybody that doesn't show up is really going to be remiss and behind the 8 ball and having a lot of catching up to do. I can't imagine anybody just deciding not to come to these voluntary workouts, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here, I forgot to tell you, JP.
Yeah, what's up?
You might have competition on the show.
Yeah.
For who's the more corporate-friendly member of the show right now.
I am a company man, but I feel like that's going by the day, though. I used to be better at that.
Yeah, I think you've been replaced today. So one of the big bosses was here, and our boss Jeff was walking him around.
Oh, today was the day.
Yeah.
Looks like I missed that day.
I think he's still here tomorrow, but it just happened.
See, old me would have been like, I got to show up bright and early. Let's really impress this guy. I wouldn't have done that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have done that.
I would have lost a little respect for that.
I
thought that was true.
I would not have done that.
But so I got to see him, and because it was in the window where we were talking to Albert, and so I waved. Well, Mac had the door open.
Yeah.
And so our big boss is awesome. He does not, he loves everybody that works here. And so he introduced Mac to him, and all I see is Mac just out of nowhere. I watched the two walk by the window here.
Wait, which is funny before you even deliver this is because when we were on remote the other day, I went up to Jeff, our big boss, and I was like having a convo with him and all that stuff. And Mac came up and interrupted our convo to like tell me in the right way. You're supposed to be like, hey, you need to get back on the air. You've been talking too long to the big boss. Get back on the air. And then I made the joke in walking away of like, of course, Mac would only come up and talk to the big boss in order to tell me to get back on the air. He wasn't going to do any actual discussion with him.
Now, I do want to know, did he like rough Jeff up? Like, hey, you get out of here. Hit the bricks. We got to get back on air.
What's your nerdy Simpsons voice?
Sir.
That was it. Yeah, that was it. That was basically it. Yeah.
But all I see.
You got to get back on the air, sir.
So again, I see them pass the window here, and then I just see Mac just give the thumbs up. Just the cheesiest thumbs up. I'm not ready for you yet, Mac. I'm not ready.
Guy? Oh my gosh.
Wait for it because it gets better. Then
that's him trying though. That's him trying.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, it was like
welcome to Cleveland.
Hey, brother. Hey.
Wouldn't it be great if the guy stopped and was like, wait a second, who was that?
We got to get him out of here.
We need that guy. We need to get him on the air immediately. That thumbs up changes my perspective completely.
So then, about 10 minutes later, because I was hoping to actually get out and say hi.
Yeah.
And so then they're starting to go out because you can only wait so long to see people such as you and me. And I see Mac. It looked like his mouth said, welcome.
Okay.
And then hit him with another thumbs up or a wave. One of those two things.
Yeah.
And it was the funniest thing because both times he caught me seeing what he was doing and he knew that I was going to bust his stones on this.
Okay. So I had the headphones on when he was walking through because I had just gotten done talking to Katie. I was walking back. I see Jeff down the hall.
I don't care about any of this. I just want to hear the...
Did you say welcome or no?
I said welcome to Cleveland.
Yeah. Welcome to Cleveland.
Oh, that's good.
Tourism board.
Man, that's like
this.
pandering and also sucking up to the boss. I like it.
Sure. And so I shook his hand, everything like that, and they're kind of moving on. And Jeff just points out, he's like, yeah, he's the one that's the Browns engineer. And he just looks at me and goes, yeah, big, important job. Gives me the big thumbs up. And I'm like, I don't really know how I'm supposed to react to this other than thumbs up back, I guess.
All right. You didn't say just thank you?
It sounds
you gave him
like
double thumbs back?
I was like, thanks.
It sounds like you're kind of passing the buck here and making one of the big bosses seem like the nerd here and not you.
No, I just didn't know how to react in the moment. So I'm just like, I'm trying to make sure I'm focusing on what I'm doing as well as also introducing.
That's always where your attention is.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, I'm just trying to stay focused and trying to balance both.
As far as normal interactions go, what would you rate this one? 1 to 10.
Yeah.
It's not great. I'll say that much.
No, here's the thing. I think you succeeded with him. The problem is I saw it twice.
But that was the part of it was where I turned my attention back to the show and I see you basically covering your mouth, trying not to laugh in the middle of the interview, and knowing, great, okay, this is going to be coming up.
That's one of the Albert clips on 92.3 The Fan on Twitter if you want to see it. One of the Albert clips, you just see in the middle of it, me just stick up my thumb like, hey, good for you, pal. I almost went foul. I don't know what that means.
I think you say fella.
Yeah. I think that's where I was. I got caught between fella and pal.
All right, well, hey, no, that's fine. That's an okay interaction. That's not bad. It could have gone worse.
Definitely could have. I would say that. It could have gone worse.
You could have thrown up on your shoes or something like that, and then it would have gone really bad. Not be able to get any words out at all. Maybe mumble just a little bit.
Yeah, actually, I didn't stumble through speaking, so actually, it's a slight win.
Well, when you're the host of Afternoon Drive, after the new big boss hears this, we'll be talking about it, fella. It was the thumb hurt around the world is what we'll call it.
Yeah. Well, hey, at least the show was represented to the big bosses.
That's true.
We do like that. That's a good development, Mac.
Although Mac being the one to represent it, we'll never know.
Not the guy I would send into the firing squad, but hey, that's whatever. That's fine.
I might send Mac before Jake, though. Because Jake's just so quiet.
Ooh, what would Jake do with a thumbs up? And so you're the big guy.
I think he might just do like a head nod. Jake's just a man of so few words.
I know.
You know who I'm damn sure not sending in? Katie.
Well,
Love
right now,
Katie.
today, Katie.
Love Katie. But Katie's going to try and get any of the bosses at the 6 o'clock dance party.
Yeah.
And
right, this is a business. You know this, right?
And that's a boomer bust proposition.
This is a business, not a dance party. You know this.
If it works, we're set up for life.
Well, so the hard
if it doesn't work, there's a new show here next Monday.
The hard part is this boss has hit just enough of a corporate ladder that like he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand really what this is in many ways. So like the one boss we had on the Zoom call, a lot of corporate speak, a lot of corporate jargon, and a lot of understanding of basically how normal work places operate.
That's good.
We don't have that here.
Yeah, no.
There's a lot of people that in like normal work settings would really get sent to HR really quickly.
I'm right here.
There's a lot of. There's like 90% of the things that happen around here. I'm like, this would just not work in a real workplace.
Yeah. Like I succeed here because I would fail everywhere else. So hopefully we're on air when that big boss comes through.
Yeah.
That would be the way that it goes. Is that corporate radio gets Nick Wilson. Or maybe Nick Wilson finally, his comeuppance just come, or the chickens come home to roost finally for me.
Or they're going to open the door to introduce the big bosses to you, and then all of a sudden you'll be in one of your in between the break diatribes that would definitely get sent you to HR, and it's just the only thing that he hears.
I'm horny. Or he heard the Stephen Hawking at about 6:15. That might have been.
That's not a workplace convo you can have.
Yeah. Well, you went to a different space than I did. I was just.
Well, it is a little odd, is it not?
Man, it's not great.
It's a little odd, is it not?
But you took it to a certain island. I was keeping it on Hawking.
I mean, the relationship is what we were addressing.
I was not addressing anything. I think you were addressing, and I was just trying to keep it all back to our boy Stephen H.
Between that
That's
and
hold on. He just said his boy, Stephen H. I want to make this clear. That's not my guy. That is not my guy. I have no association with Stephen Hawking. And you associating with Stephen Hawking after that is an interesting development.
I meant Stephen Helbig.
Stephen
H.
Okay.
Hacksaw. That's his given name. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about a different Stephen H.?
Well, actually, funny enough, I was talking about Hacksaw when it came to Epstein as well. So
when I was doing the idiot,
outfitted for a submarine.
Had impressions.
Fat. Idiot. That was Hacksaw.
Yeah. It sounds like him.
Perfected the Wahlberg.
I got a transformer.
Got a submarine.
That's actually, by the way, you asked earlier, when did I start using the really antagonizing, stupid little kid voice?
It just became your go-to for everyone.
I think it was Wahlberg that started the journey there.
Okay.
Because
that's good. Yeah.
when I think of Hacksaw's Mark Wahlberg, it does sound like painting him in like an almost imbecilic level light.
It is better than his Bob Dylan.
I disagree. His Bob Dylan's also his Randy Newman. His Bob Dylan covers for like 7 of the accents he's going to do. But he tries hard.
Does Bob Dylan really, does he just sound like Randy Newman in general?
No, but Hacksaw, yeah. So, hey, everybody, I'm Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
And then Hacksaw just tries to take the out of it and fails.
That's the best part.
Yeah. But
that's what makes it a Dylan.
Because it starts with, everybody's walking through the library, and then somehow he
You
brings,
sound like Family Guy Randy Newman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The correct Randy Newman, by the way. We've really covered a lot here. Mac, any thoughts on Stephen Hawking before we go?
Early submarines.
Or the new boss?
Seems like a nice guy.
Oh. I mean, you got to do better than that if you want to get this job.
He outfitted him for a submarine, and everyone's like, oh, just like submarines.
Yeah, that was Stephen Hawking.
Wild.
Let's make sure we're very clear there, JP.
Wild.
We were talking about this person over here, and you were talking about this person over here. Very different people.
I will say, you guys have educated me so much on Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein over these last few weeks.
Yep.
When you were gone, who brought up Einstein? Somebody did, and I said,
I think it was Daryl.
Oh no, it was Volnick.
Yeah, you're right.
And I said not the show to bring up Einstein. And he didn't get it, so I kept moving.
Yeah.
Stick and move.
Stick and move.
I didn't want to sit there and explain to him our Einstein jokes.
Yeah. He loved his cousin. And that was okay 100 years ago.
Second marriage. It was not okay.
Yeah.
It was not okay.
If it was the
Einstein.
first marriage, everyone would have been like, this is beyond the pale.
This is not.
But second marriage.
It was not an acceptable
He was just
thing.
going for love.
It was still very taboo at that point.
It was 1920s. Come on. A lot of people married their cousin in the 1920s. In case you missed it, which has really been no different than the last two segments in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Albert Breer. 320, great stuff on the Browns at 6. Also got into Fernando Mendoza skipping the NFL draft this year, or night one of the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. Many great things with Albert there. 420, John Fanta. A little bit of flip-flop on his confidence of beating Boston. He did settle at 35%. He gave him a 35% chance to beat Boston in a 7-game series. And then we had Cam Justice, News Channel 5 at 540. Great stuff with the Browns OTAs and the Cavs' chances in the playoffs. But if you missed a second of our show today, you can always listen back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. All 5 hours are up there. It is free, so if you want to subscribe, I'd do it. And don't forget to like our videos. We like to be liked around these parts. Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, we're going to start off with Jimmy Haslam's basketball team, the Bucks. Shams having a report earlier today that said the Bucks are as toxic of a team situation as any in the league, and then detailed and profiled a lot of different happenings. And this was Shams then going on ESPN and talking about his report. Here we go.
Then comes March 2. It was a game of a back-to-back against the Boston Celtics. Doc Rivers called for a team meeting that day. And the day of the game, this team meeting, my understanding is in that meeting, Doc Rivers implored his team, according to 6 people in the room, to look at my resume and, quote, Google me. I took teams to the playoffs and championship that weren't supposed to be there. I thought this was one of them. That was not well received internally. And that was just another example of the disconnect between player and coach.
All right, pulling the Cignetti there with the Google Me line, which is an all-time great move by Cignetti now after the fact.
Yeah, not great if you're just parroting that line from
Well, the line's been done.
Yeah.
The line's been done. And when Cignetti did it, people were like, who are you? You're Indiana football head coach. Who are you? And then he goes on to be Cignetti, and so obviously it turned out great for him. But it's not great for Doc. It's not great for the Bucks. It's not great for Giannis. It's an absolute disaster here.
It is. And I'm not going to go as far to say Jimmy Haslam ended Giannis's term in Milwaukee and that Jimmy Haslam's the biggest part of this, because quite frankly, the Bucks lucked into Giannis in the first place. Like that was supposed to be Jabari Parker's team. There were several other things they did. The GM there, John Horst, made a lot of decisions that quite frankly, extending Chris Middleton didn't age well. The trade for Damian Lillard didn't age well, and this is what happens, right? Mm-hmm. That being said, I think Doc Rivers is the NBA coaching equivalent to what Kirk Cousins is to NFL quarterbacks. No one has ever made more off of a couple good moments.
Doc at least won a title.
Yeah, I mean, he had an all-time team of future Hall of Famers.
Yeah, but like Kirk Cousins has won one playoff game.
Yeah, I think comparative to the superstars Doc has had, I think Kirk Cousins has done more with less than Doc has done with more. But I think Doc is one of the biggest frauds in NBA history because he's had Embiid. Like, listen to some of the names of guys that he's had. He had Embiid and Harden. He had CP3, Blake Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan. He had the big 3 in Boston. The Orlando thing, the best thing you could say about what he's actually done, his overachievement line, do you know what he's talking about? He's talking about Orlando, which is over 20 years ago now. Boston was always a team.
Yeah, the Google Me part of it, though, is all Boston related. I mean, that's what he hangs his hat on.
What an absolute goober. 64. We knew when he took this job that it was just his big last payday. But to see it go the way it has is
He was. I mean, for the longest time, he was one of the more respected head coaches in the NBA. And like to see this now fall to where it's fallen, that I think is more sad than anything.
No. The man's been a coach for almost 30 years in the NBA. He played for, I think, 12 years in the NBA. He's got a legacy. And it's honestly still overinflated. Like, this should be like okay, maybe Doc didn't have it anymore. Maybe Doc never had it. Maybe Doc was a a beneficiary of a lot of talent being coached? It won't be. Because this will be like this Milwaukee run will be forgotten 5 years from now. Is Doc already a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, no, unquestionably. 2 finals appearances, 1 finals win. The bar just isn't that large. Like yesterday, you asked me if Michael Malone is a Hall of Famer, and I believe I said yes if he never does anything else. And so, like, it's just not a high bar.
So the NBA 75th anniversary team that they selected however many years ago, they also did the 15th greatest coaches ever.
That's right, exactly.
He's not one of the 15 greatest NBA
no,
coaches
the only
ever.
active coach at the time I think was Spoelstra, and then obviously Popovich was there as well. Like
Kerr was also on it.
Who was on it? Steve Kerr?
Kerr, yeah.
Yeah, and he should be. He should be around there. Yeah, he's not one of the 15 greatest, but there was a stretch where he was unequivocally a top 5 NBA head coach, and it just kind of trailed off. It trailed off really, really quickly, and almost in a sad way more than anything else at this point. Like, to hear these quotes and to see what Milwaukee's turned into has just kind of been sad.
All right, Juan Brito made his Guardians debut today. 2 hits out of the 6-hole. Was a nice little boost up there at the middle to back part of the lineup. Here was Stephen Vogt pregame talking about why it was Juan Brito's turn and not Travis Bazzana's.
There's always thought, but we've been excited about Juan for a long time. This is about Juan Brito, and we still Travis is going to help us win a lot of games, but this is Juan Brito's turn.
All right, any issues with Brito over Bazzana?
No, they've been telling us Brito over Bazzana for a very long time. I'm excited to see Brito up here. I'm excited they actually got a chance to actually bring him up after the injuries last season, and to see him start off with 2 hits. It was nice. I rooted for Brito for a long time, so I'm not upset by this, but maybe I'm just being clouded by the idea that I've wanted to see him at the big league level for, I don't know, a year and a half now?
I just think what's interesting about it is people want Bazzana to be up, and Travis is not playing well.
He's not hitting very well right now.
No. He's not hitting. He hasn't really hit for average. He's supposed to be one of the most patient players in the minor leagues for them.
Well, no, but that's if you look at his hitting profile on Baseball Savant for this season, like, he is being wildly aggressive, and so clearly they're teaching him and trying to get him to do that. But his contact and his exit velocity and everything is not where it should be, because I think he's just being overly aggressive.
Yeah, he's a .241 career hitter in the minors with a .794 OPS in the minors. Like, as Juan Brito has earned this, and it's weird that. I honestly think what it is people are really nervous that Bazzana is just not going to be a good major leaguer, which is fair at this point to be concerned about with so many other guys from that class up and producing.
Well, yeah, that's the hard part. It's tough when you look across and you see playing right field and then moving to first base today was Caglione in that same draft class. And
Nick Kurtz, you need a middle of the road bat, middle of the lineup bat. Boy, that would have been nice to have behind Hosey. All right, big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And we salute you, Supreme Leader. Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and producing for us today, Katie Pollock on the 2020s. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
How many times do you want to throw your papers at me today?
Twice today.
Twice today?
The second one was a joke. The first one was very serious.
I think I can get 3 times tomorrow. All right, see you guys tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.